Táirte híorna Dáil Níofa Corfuin, Conchina Stúru and Gnifra, agus Neata Grasta of Runaway and Conida Hodgkin Cree. And got Waitser, a Hossafar, a Rilla Vriher, agus a Rilla Gniv Fasta, agus got Tread, a Cretan for Reed, Tre Christ, our Journa. Direct we beseech thee, O Lord, our actions by the holy inspirations, and carry them on by their gracious assistance, that every word and work of ours may always begin from thee, and by thee be happily ended through Christ our Lord. We'll commence with leaders' questions, and the first question is the leader of Fianna Fáil, Micheál Martin, and I would appeal to all who are asking questions and answering questions to keep an eye on the clock as well, otherwise I'll remind you.
Thank you, Alas Ceann Comhairle. Taoiseach, the situation in our health service continues to disimprove with, as you know, up to 1 million people on outpatient and inpatient waiting lists, with severe overcrowding in our emergency departments on a consistent basis. And indeed today we learn that over 6,000 people waiting for elderly care services can be waiting up to 2 years. And that's just a number of the issues. But all of that has been impacted, Taoiseach, by the chronic shortage and crisis in recruiting and retaining qualified consultants. There are about over 3,3176 approved positions, consultant posts, in our health service, but only actually 2,713 have been filled. So that's about 463 unfilled qualified consultant posts. Our emergency departments are without specialist qualified consultants on too regular a basis, and indeed in psychiatry there's a chronic shortage across the board throughout the country, and there are other examples as well. And so, in effect, the shortage of qualified consultants is impacting on the quality of care and the timeliness of care for many, many patients throughout the country. Now, there's general agreement that the cuts to new entry consultant salaries, particularly in October 2012, is the key factor in this chronic inability to recruit and attract consultants to the Irish Health Service. There was up to a 30% cut in October 2012, and that pay differential is a major inhibitor in terms of recruiting qualified consultants. So we have an unprecedented number of unfilled permanent posts as a result of that, and that clearly is directly undermining the quality and the provision of essential care to patients across the acute hospital service. Now, the Public Service Pay Commission have confirmed the difficulty in recruiting consultants. They have identified, everybody seems to have identified, the pay differential between newly recruited consultants post-2012 and their colleagues before that. The differential between them, it can be up to 57%, is the major factor here. And when you add to that the fact that we have 40% fewer consultants than the OECD average, you get to see the picture in terms of the impact on the hospital services themselves. So, for example, in the Dublin Midland Hospital Group, Taoiseach, there are 6,500 new patients waiting to see a consultant urologist. Now, St James's Hospital has advertised twice and have failed to recruit a consultant. In eye surgery in Cork, around 6,000 patients are awaiting outpatient reviews. In a recent survey by the IHCA of 300 appointed consultants recently appointed post-2012, 70% are seriously considering resigning from their public hospital posts unless the discrimination against them ends. So, Taoiseach, in short, do you accept that we have a very serious issue in recruiting qualified consultants to the health service? Do you accept that the post-2012 pay differential is a key factor? And do you accept that this is impacting on patient care, adding to waiting lists and undermining overall quality? And what do you propose to do about it?
To respond, there's 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. Well, first of all, I want at the outset to acknowledge that the Government appreciates and understands that we have enormous challenges in our health service, particularly when it comes to access. when it comes to overcrowding in our emergency departments, when it comes to the fact that many patients have to wait far too long to see a specialist or far too long to get the operation or procedure that they need. But there are other truths as well. When we ask our patients, as we do now every year, 14,000 of them, how they rate their experience of our health service, 85% of public patients say that they rate our public health service highly, that their experience is good or very good or even excellent. We see when it comes to patient outcomes, for example, big improvements in survival rates for cancer, for heart attack, for stroke over the past 5 to 10 years, happening because of new technology, the hard work of our frontline staff and government investment and government policies behind them. If you take overcrowding, for example, just take today, for example, 297 patients are waiting a hospital bed. That's down 24% on this day last year, down 20% on the same day 2 years ago. And if you look at the HSE SDU official numbers, month on month we've seen a decrease in the number of people waiting on trolleys every month now since May. That, of course, is of no comfort to anyone who is waiting, but it does mean that over the period of the summer, about 1,000 fewer people were waiting on trolleys than was the case for the summer of last year. And if we look at waiting times, yes, there are a lot of people on waiting lists, far too many, but the most important thing is how long are you waiting? And people now wait, on average, less than 6 months for an operation or procedure that they need. 50,000 waiting more than 3 months. Most people waiting less than 6 months for an operation or procedure that they need. And just to give you a small example, at the end of July in 2017, there were nearly 8,000 patients waiting more than 3 months for cataracts. That's down to 4,000. If you take hips and knees, and we all get lots of queries about hips and knees, 3 months ago, the number who were waiting more than 3 months back in July 2017 was 2,400. That's down to 1,717. Similarly, tonsils, 2,600 people waiting during the summer of 2017, down to 1,150 now. So we can see that the investment in the NTPF in particular is reducing waiting times and reducing them considerably for patients waiting for an operation or procedure. And we now plan to bring that approach to outpatients as well, making sure that money actually follows the patient. The budget provides for a record level of investment in our health service, over 17 billion euros next year, an extra €1 billion, actually more than an extra €1 billion for health last year. There was a protest some weeks ago where the protesters demanded an extra $1 billion for health. We've actually done more than that, more than an extra $1 billion next year. But the important thing we need to make sure happens, and happens more and more, is that that money actually gets to the patient, and that hasn't always been happening.
Can I get 1 minute?
You might explain to me why you didn't answer the question. And I very specifically focused in on the issue around the recruitment and retention of qualified consultants. And I pointed out to you the fact that there is a crisis in recruiting consultants because of a pay differential, because of the huge discriminatory pay difference between those recruited after 2012 and those before 2012, and you choose not to answer the question at all. You did reference improvements in cardiology and heart disease, let's be clear, in cancer, sorry. The cardiovascular strategy of the late 90s and the cancer strategies and the centres of excellence are the bedrock, the foundation stone for the different quality of care in those two sectors, long before you arrived on the scene. I think it has to be said. But Taoiseach, also the Treatment Purchase Fund, I'm glad you've outlined the impact of the Treatment Purchase Fund. You opposed its inclusion in the Confidence and Supply 3 years ago. And also, you know, it took us a long time to convince you and your colleagues about the merits of the Treatment Purchase Fund. And I'm glad that in some areas that the numbers are coming down, and hopefully over the next year, because of the budget allocation, that will happen too. But Taoiseach, could I just say to you, the Public Service Pay Commission has acknowledged the difficulty. I've asked you, do you acknowledge the issue? One second. In 2005, over half the posts advertised received 0 to 2 applications. That increased to 60% in 2016. Waterford, there are 40 approved consultant posts, 36 are in place, but 20 of these are filled on a non-permanent basis. And in Letterkenny, 12 out of 18 posts are on non-permanent. So you have to accept and acknowledge there's a real problem here in terms of recruiting and retaining consultants to our acute hospital service. And will you indicate to me what the government intends to do about that specific and very important issue that affects the quality of care of patients?
Time is a factor. And
to answer your question with a straight answer, Deputy, the government does accept that we have a problem both recruiting and retaining consultants in our public hospital system. What's being done about it? We have a 3-year pay agreement which involves pay increases and pay restoration for consultants, including 2 pay increases next year and an increment as well. And we have with ICTU negotiated a arrangement for new entrants, those recruited after 2011-2012, to equalise the pay scales. It doesn't fully do that for consultants, but it does go a considerable way to do that. So 2 pay increases next year, pay restoration, an increment, and also special measures for new entrants, all happening next year. And those increases in pay do take a big chunk out of that extra billion for healthcare next year. So we need to make sure that we don't allow all of the money go into extra pay and pay rises. We need to make sure there's money as well for new services, for new drugs, for new equipment and for new buildings. We accept the Public Sector Pay Commission report. I've read it, the Minister of Health has as well, and so has the Minister for Public Expenditure. And the best thing we can do now is to engage with the IMO and the IHCA on what can be done to improve the situation. But we do also need to bear in mind some real realities. We probably need a new approach. We have more doctors working in our health service than ever before, but we're not seeing that matched in terms of an increase in activity, the number of outpatient appointments actually happening, the number of procedures actually being done. So there is no direct link, unfortunately, between spending and staffing on the one hand and outcomes and activity on the other. So we potentially need a new approach that links pay to outcomes, as is the case, for example, in the NHS.
We want 4 minutes for questions, then let them change the standing orders.
And we also need to be realistic as well, that there are hospitals that do get applications and those that don't.
There must be some respect for the Chair.
Sorry.
Deputy McDonald, 3 minutes, please.
Yes, Count Corda. Before raising my question, can I extend our sympathy to the family of former Deputy Seymour Crawford, who I understand is being laid to rest today, and sympathy Taoiseach to you and your party colleagues. Oireachtas Greve Anam Yelish. Taoiseach, this morning Care Alliance Ireland published a report regarding the provision and shortcomings of public provision of home care. Its findings are stark, and they highlight a shocking reality facing thousands of our most vulnerable citizens who are in need of care and support. The report finds that over 6,000 people are on waiting lists for home care packages, a finding that was also communicated to my party colleague, Chocolate Louise O'Reilly, where the HSE acknowledged to her that the number of people waiting for home care support stands currently at 6,118. The report states that people are waiting up to 2 years in some cases for home care support, and that the average waiting time in one HSE area is 6 to 9 months. The report also estimates that there is an 18% gap across the board between the number of care hours being provided and those required. In one HSE area, only 60% of hours requested are being provided. So the figures are absolutely shocking, Taoiseach. And why are they shocking? Well, because services have been cut and they remain underfunded, Taoiseach. The report finds that there was a reduction in services between 2009 and 2012, and most acutely between 2011 and 2012 under Fine Gael and Labour, where there was a reduction of 1.5 million home care hours. Despite the service remaining underfunded, there have been no additional resources allocated to home care supports in next year's budget, Taoiseach. And that illustrates a complete disregard for the value of home care. It is, as you will know, one of the most important services provided within the public system. Care delivered in the home is the preferred form of care for most people and their families, particularly for older people. The vast majority of older citizens want to live independently and comfortably in their own home for as long as is possible. Home care packages are also vital for many with a disability or in medical need. And providing these packages makes absolute sense socially, but also economically. It saves money to the state and it frees up resources. Failure to provide these packages leaves people stuck in hospitals or forced into residential facilities when they could return home if adequate care was provided. And of course this has a knock-on effect, contributing to the trolley and waiting list crises in our hospitals as beds are occupied by those who want to and who are ready to return home but who are prevented from doing so. The HSE have said home support services must be delivered within the funding available. So the logical solution, Taoiseach, is to make more funding available. I want to know, will you revisit your allocation of funding to provide for additional home care packages next year? And will you, in line with the report's recommendations, move quickly to deliver a fairer, better home care support service?
Thanks very much. Just first of all, I want to thank the Deputy for her words of condolence to the family, friends, constituents and party of Seymour Crawford. As you know, he's being buried this afternoon in Monaghan, and had the opportunity to visit the house yesterday, and many of us served with Seymour for a period of time, and I think he truly was a wonderful public rep and a gentle giant and a good friend to many of us, and I know there'll be an opportunity at a later date to pay tribute to him in a more substantial way. In relation to home care, government, HSE and health policy very much favours home care. Home care enables older people, but not just older people, to get out of hospital much quicker, and in many cases with good home care means they don't ever have to go to hospital at all. It also means that people who need it, particularly elderly citizens, are able to spend much more time in their homes before they have to go into long-term residential care. The Deputy referred to 2011 and 2012, and I've no doubt that she is correct in what she said in that regard, but it is of course not 2011 or 2012, it is now 2018. And there has been a considerable increase in resourcing and funding for home care during those past 3 years. So if you take 2015, for example, the budget for home care was €306 million. This year it is €420 million, so that's an increase of more than 30% in the past 3 years alone. An extra billion is provided for help next year. That has not yet been allocated. I'm certain some of it will be allocated for additional home help and additional home care packages. We do need to make sure, however, that that billion gets to the patients. And we need to come together as a House and make sure that that billion doesn't get lost up in red tape and pay demands and other things. We need to make sure that money goes to patients, goes to extra home help, extra home care packages, new medicines, new services, new equipment, and that's the big challenge that we have collectively in this House over the next couple of months, is making sure that billion, or as much of that billion as possible, actually goes to patients, gets to the patient, and means better care from them, including things like extra home help and extra home care packages. In 2018, the service plan provided for 17 million home help hours, and that provided home help to 50,500 people. We acknowledge absolutely that there will be a need for additional resourcing for it next year, and that is planned. And we do acknowledge that there are regional inconsistencies in waiting times from one region to the other. In some places, the waiting time is as little as 24 days, in others it's 6 to 9 months on average. It is, of course, a policy dilemma. When you allow for regional autonomy, you will have regional variation. But that's something we need to bear in mind. But what we plan to do, in line with the Stauncher Care Plan and the Stauncher Care Implementation Strategy, is to develop a statutory scheme for home care. So very much using the Fair Deal model. People can now apply for Fair Deal for long-term care. If they qualify for it, they will get long-term care in about 4 weeks. But because we don't have a statutory scheme like that, some people may get home care within 24 days, others may wait 6 to 9 months. So we believe what needs to be done now is that we establish a statutory scheme for home care, not the same as the Fair Deal, but working on that Fair Deal model, which has proven to be a success.
Just before you come on, Deputy, I just want to say our love, J Ata Enyam Seymour Crawford. Deputy McDonald.
So we're agreed, I'm sure all of us, on the necessity for home care packages, and their social necessity, but also their economic common sense. So that's not a matter of controversy. The report is very clear, Taoiseach, and the figures aren't wrong, that the 1.5 million hours cut from the system have not been fully replaced, that there is a 16% deficit in terms of the hours that are required. They also make a suggestion, a proposition as to how that might be funded. It's somewhere north of €100 million. They believe additional needs to be dedicated to this service. I want to know quite simply, will you do that? And you will know, as I know, I'm sure through your constituency work, I have constituents who have a home care package that amounts to a half an hour a day. For some people who are really, really sick, or who have very, very serious disability, you would barely have your coat off and the kettle on within the timing of a half an hour. It is a derisory allocation. So the system has been starved of resources. The past damage is done, but now the repair work has to start. So I want to know, rather than vague assertions, I want to know, will you dedicate the resources necessary to meet and to close that 16% gap in service provision?
Thanks, Deputy. The HSE service plan for 2019 isn't written yet. It's not finalised. It's only currently being drafted. But what I want to ensure, as head of government, is that that 1 billion, the extra €1 billion of taxpayers' money that we're putting into the health service next year actually gets to the patients, or as much of it as possible actually gets to the patients. And that means additional home care. It means additional home care packages. It means new medicine. It means new equipment. It means new building. And certainly what I'd welcome from Sinn Féin is your ideas as to how that €1 billion should be broken down and how it should be spent, because it isn't good enough for any serious opposition party, certainly not one that wants to be in government, to come in here every week demanding more funding for all forms of healthcare and then adding up to €2 or €3 billion. We know that there's only so much that we can dedicate to the health service next year. It is an extra billion. It's a very big increase, and I hope you will share with me my desire that the priority be given to patients and that the money goes to patient care and to additionality, not to paying more for the same, because more of the same is not the solution for our health service. And we've seen, as I pointed out, an increase in home care from 306 million in 2015 to 420 million. A massive increase of 120 million in 3 years. Are we seeing the results for that for patients? I think we're not, and that's probably why we need a new system and a new way of providing home care. And that's why we believe a statutory scheme is the way to go, in line with social care, not just more of the same.
My question arises from direct contact with people who have suffered at the hands of the state and religious organisations, and who are unfortunately being traumatised all over again by the state, and particularly in their contact with Cara Nua. Significantly, the question posed by me today is on a day where we await your decision on the mother and baby home in Tuam, and I sincerely hope that your decision will be for a full excavation, a full exhumation of the site, with a view to maximum information being available. It's also on a day where we've learned quite incredibly that your government has changed the application process for compensation to women who worked in Magdalene laundries, and you are now requiring them to specify the number of weekly hours worked, completely disregarding the spirit and the content of the Quirk report. Similarly, Cara Nua and the rationale behind it, the spirit and the content of its purpose. And remember, it was set up to provide support to people who as children experienced abuse in institutions. And the chairwoman said that it should be a smooth and uncomplicated access to the fund. That was back in 2013. The CEO said it was about putting survivors at the heart of the process. It was always a defined group with a defined amount of money. It was meant to be rolled out in a way that was with minimum bureaucracy and transparent. Unfortunately, nothing could be further from the truth, Taoiseach, and it's a classic example of the institution becoming more important than the people it was set up to serve. Survivors have in fact confirmed that its mode of delivery have added to their abuse. Rather, as I have already said, rather than rolling out a fair and transparent system based on a comprehensive plan, what the applicants have been subjected to, at best, is an ad hoc, haphazard and unprofessional system which has succeeded in re-traumatising the applicants. People have come to us, TDs, at the end of their tether. Amongst the issues raised are the constant changing of personnel, no timely response on the phones, no timely response to letters, no giving information in relation to rights, particularly the right of appeal. In essence, there has been a recreation for the applicants of the abuse suffered in institutions. Certainly, Cara Nua is certainly misnamed, and rather being a new friend, it's the old Shankara, the old friend with an arbitrary use of power, perfectly encapsulated in the way that the arbitrary limit of 15,000 was brought in, and which was retrospective leaving applicants in limbo and no knowledge as to their rights. We now have an appeals system, and I want to pay tribute to the appeals officers who have highlighted the concerns. There is one appeal officer working with a huge backlog, Taoiseach. My question to you today is to confirm that you'll immediately put in a second appeals officer, having recognised the need for that already, and number two, to look at what's happening on the ground and take a hands-on approach, and to stop injustice being repeated when it's absolutely unnecessary.
Thanks very much. I think first of all, in relation to the Tuam Mother and Baby Home, Minister Sapone will make a statement about that at 3 o'clock, and I think it's fair to say that she's put an enormous amount of work into studying this matter over the last 2 years, and the Cabinet accepted her recommendations today, and I'd like to give her the opportunity to outline them in detail at 3 o'clock when she's able to do so. In relation to the Magdalen scheme, our intention as a government is to comply and implement what the Ombudsman recommended with regard to that scheme, and that was to extend the scheme to a wider group of women, women who didn't live in Magdalen laundries but worked in them and often lived in adjacent institutions, and in doing so we operated as a government in good faith, accepting the Ombudsman's recommendations and trying to implement them. The scheme is, however, based on the amount of time you spent in the institution and the number of hours you worked there, so it is necessary to ask that question. That is the way the scheme works. It's linked to the amount of time you spend in the institution and the number of hours worked there. And that's how the financial award is calculated. And I think that's the fairest way to do it. As regards Carranua, as a body, it's allocated, I think, over €100 million at this stage to people who needed additional supports, practical supports, often advice, often counselling, in some cases assistance to modify their homes and with their health care. And I know many people who have received some of that €100 million have put it to good use and has helped them in their lives. I absolutely appreciate, as is the case with any system or any application process, that it can be difficult, that it can be frustrating to fill in forms, difficult to answer questions, and sometimes people don't get the answer that they want, and that's why we have an appeal mechanism to do it. I'll have to give consideration to the issue around an additional appeals officer. I don't know whether that's necessary or not, but I'll certainly speak to Minister McHugh about that. And if you do have individual cases of people who have had a bad experience with Carranua, if you'd like to pass them on to me or to Minister McHugh, we'll try and check them out. As is always the case with any application system, you will have people who are satisfied with how it worked and the awards they got. You will have people who are very dissatisfied, and that's why we have an appeal system for them.
Connolly.
Your open attitude, Taoiseach, however, it's way beyond complaints. There's a huge appeal number, and 66% of those appeals have been upheld one way or another. That figure speaks volumes. Secondly, the actual administration of the scheme has become abusive in itself. It has been raised by myself, my colleagues last week in topical issues, by various other TDs with Dáil questions. We have repeatedly, also with a private member's motion, highlighted the difficulties on the ground. It is not a matter of certain individuals being frustrated. It is actually that the system is unjust, arbitrary, unfair, and recreating the abuse that was suffered when these applicants were children in the institutions. The need for an appeals officer has been clearly set out by the appeals officer report when he gives the numbers of appeals. 87 appeals were received in the period 1 year. 140 were carried over. Again, into this year we've had a carryover of 34, along with other appeals. The most basic requirement at this stage is to have a second appeals officer so that people bringing appeals can be dealt with in dignity. Secondly, in relation to the right to know you can appeal, at the very least, Taoiseach, you should ensure that that information is crystal clear. The appeals officer for the third year in a row says that this is not clear.
Once again, I think it's important that we remind ourselves what the purpose of Carranua is. Carranua was established to provide practical and financial support to survivors of residential institutions, and it's already provided, I think, in the region of €100 million to people who are survivors, former residents of those institutions, to help them with their lives. It's certainly not designed to abuse anyone. It's designed to help them, and it has helped a lot of people, many of whom I've met in the course of my work. On the two deputy-specific asks, I will speak to Minister McHugh about this. I absolutely agree that if people are not informed that they have a right of appeal, they should be. That would seem to me to be elementary. When it comes to any application procedure, people should be made aware of the option or right to appeal, so I will follow up on that. I can't, here on the floor of the Chamber, say whether or not a second appeals officer is necessary, but I will certainly examine it.
We move on to Deputy Russian Shortall.
Thanks, Lascan Cordia. Taoiseach, I think there's growing concern about the proposed new National Maternity Hospital, and that concern is based on two issues: the question of ownership and the question of ethos. And I think on ownership, most people simply cannot fathom how it is that the state would even contemplate gifting a valuable asset of over €300 million to a private entity. That must stop, Taoiseach. Do you agree with that? But there is also grave concern, especially among women, about the fact that it is proposed to transfer ownership of the new National Maternity Hospital, and it is called the National Maternity Hospital, to a private religious entity, St Vincent's Healthcare Group. It is wholly inappropriate that this should be the case in this day and age. The fear, which is very well founded, is that women will be denied access to the full range of healthcare services which are provided for under the law. We know that religious orders have a special place in the Constitution. Under Article 44, a religious order can control what it owns. When the Supreme Court has been asked to interpret this part of the Constitution, it has always supported the right of the order to protect its own ethos. So we know that when it comes down to it, the ethos of Ellen Park, and when that is being decided, the Constitution will have to prevail and the order will win out. The Mulvey report was a broker deal that was done behind closed doors between two private institutions, St Vincent's and Holles Street, with no reference at all to the public interest. But Minister Harris continues to blindly maintain that the Mulvey report can provide a solution. What now is the status of this report, Taoiseach? Surely it is redundant. In May 2017, the Minister for Health asked for a month to get to grips with the crisis facing him. He has now had 17 months and he hasn't managed to square this circle because it is simply not possible to do that. Taoiseach, can you now give an undertaking that the new National Maternity Hospital will be taken into public ownership as a condition of public funding? That the €300 million plus, which has been earmarked for the new build, will be conditional on this change in ownership, and that the new National Maternity Hospital will be governed by a new secular charter which is fit for the 21st century.
Thanks very much. I just want to say at the outset that the Government is committed to the National Maternity Hospital relocation project. We want to see it go to tender, if not this year, certainly next year, and certainly to construction next year. It involves the development of a new maternity hospital on the campus of St Vincent's at Elm Park, and also involves improvements to that hospital. The new hospital will be funded by the state and is included in Project Ireland 2040, and the hospital will have full operational and clinical independence. We intend that it should apply the medical ethics of our state and our republic, and not those of any religious order. The development will represent a flagship project of the National Maternity Strategy and will constitute the largest single investment ever made in maternity services in Ireland. It is, however, essential that the legal and governance arrangements associated with this very significant state investment are robust. Considerable work is underway and has been undertaken to develop a legal framework for this project to protect the public's significant investment in the new hospital, This legal framework will also underpin the operational and clinical independence of the new hospital from St Vincent's. Once finalised, and it's not finalised yet, the proposals will be subject to consideration by the Government, the National Maternity Hospital itself, and of course St Vincent's Healthcare Group. And I want to assure the House that patient care in the new hospital will be delivered without religious, ethnic or other distinction, and that any medical procedure which is in accordance with the laws of this land will be carried out there. It should also be said that the model of standalone maternity hospitals is not the norm internationally. So government policy is to co-locate all remaining maternity hospitals with adult acute services to provide the best clinical outcomes. This has already been done in Cork, for example. So we want to have this done in Limerick as well, with the relocation of St Munchin's to the University Hospital Limerick site at Doyle, the Rotunda to Connolly in Blanchardstown, and the Coombe to St James's, where it will be tri-located with the National Children's Hospital, which is now under construction.
Final question.
With respect, Taoiseach, I put it to you that you are not in a position to give the guarantee that you gave here today. It is simply not possible under the law as it stands at the moment to give that guarantee. This is not about protecting an investment. This is about ownership. And when it comes to ownership, the Constitution will always trump any agreement that has been done between the government and a private religious entity. Taoiseach, it's somewhat ironic that the Minister for Health recently set up a group to examine that strange relationship between voluntary hospitals, especially those that are religious-based, and the state, and to make recommendations for how that relationship can be renegotiated in the future. It is ironic then that he looks as if he's about to take steps to repeat the kind of mistakes of the past without having regard for any lessons learned. Taoiseach, in light of what you've said today, I'm asking you, will you now give an undertaking that any draft agreement that is proposed to be done with St Vincent's Hospital in respect of the National Maternity Hospital will be brought before this House before it is signed off by government, because people simply cannot believe on the evidence of the Constitution and the laws we know it, that what you're proposing is actually possible.
Taoiseach, is 1 minute.
Deputy, this is still a matter under discussion involving the Department of Health, National Maternity Hospital and St Vincent's Healthcare. So until we know what the outcome is, I'm not in a position to give commitments until we know what the outcome is going to be for ourselves. I would point out that we have a good precedent, that is the National Children's Hospital, which I was involved in, and Minister House has been involved in too, where we've taken Our Ladies in Crumlin, which was a voluntary religious associated hospital, rather is, Temple Street Children's Hospital, which had an association with the religious body in the matter, and the National Children's Hospital in Tala, which had an association with the Church of Ireland, and have taken them together and put them on a site that is publicly owned and is going to be under a statutory board. So we have a good example already of how we've taken 3 hospitals that had a voluntary religious ethos, put them together on one site with the statutory board. So this is a matter not yet resolved, but if the Deputy can see what we've done with the Children's Hospital, obviously it's the kind of outcome that we'd be looking to achieve with regard to the National Maternity Hospital as well. I would like to point out, though, that we do have quite a number of voluntary hospitals in Ireland. A lot of our hospices are run by voluntary bodies, often associated with religious bodies, and I don't think we should make an automatic assumption that it's always a bad thing, because there's a long history and tradition of care there.
Thanks, Taoiseach.
A lot of people would have a very high regard for some of those
expired.
hospitals.
Now we move on to the order of business, and I call on Deputy Maria Bailey to announce the order of business. Deputy Bailey.
Business for the week. Today's business shall be item 30, the postponed division on the second stage motion on the Health Regulation of Termination Pregnancy Bill 2018. Item 12 will be the Finance Bill 2018, order for second stage and second stage. Private members shall be item 207, motion re-prevention of single-use plastics waste, selected by the Social Democrats and Green Party Group. Wednesday's business should be item 31, statements on post-European Council meeting of 17 and 18 October and pursuant to Standing Order 111. Item 12 resumed.
Private members' business shall be item 54, Sale of Illicit Goods Bill 2017, second stage, and selected by Fianna Fáil. Thursday's business shall be item 18, Motion re EU Agreement with Kazakhstan, back from committee. Item number 18A, Motion re Financial Resolution for the Financial Bill 2018. Item 32, Statements on Disclosures Tribunal Report, resumed. Item 12 resumed, and item 1 Public Service Superannuation Age of Retirement Bill 2018 Shannon and second stage. Second stage of item 55 Vulnerable Persons Bill 2015 should be taken in the evening slot. Announcement of the proposed arrangements for this week's business. I refer to the first revised report of the Business Committee dated the 18th of October 2018. In relation to today's business, it is proposed that the Dáil shall sit later than 10 p.m. and shall adjourn not later than 11 p.m. In relation to Wednesday's business, it is proposed that item 1, the Dáil shall sit later than 10:15 p.m. and shall adjourn not later than 11 p.m. Item 31 shall commence immediately after Taoiseach's questions and be followed by the suspension of sitting under Standing Order 251 for 1 hour. The statement shall be brought to a conclusion after 1 hour and 45 minutes, if not previously concluded, with the statements of a Minister or a Minister of State and the main spokespersons for parties and groups or a member nominated in their stead not to exceed 10 minutes each. A Minister or Minister of State shall take questions for a period not exceeding 20 minutes with a 5-minute response from the Minister or Minister of State, and all members may share time. Number 3, a second stage of item number 54 shall conclude within 2 hours. In relation to Thursday's business, it is proposed that items 18 and 18A should be taken without debate. The financial resolution for item 12 should be moved together and decided without debate by one question. Item 32 shall be adjourned after 90 minutes. And if proceedings on second stage of item 12 conclude on Thursday after the voting block, any division demanded shall be taken immediately, and the Dáil on its rising on Thursday shall adjourn until 2 p.m. on Tuesday the 6th of November 2018.
There are 3 proposals to be put to the House today. Is the proposal for dealing with Tuesday's business agreed to? Agreed. Is the business for dealing with Wednesday's business agreed to? Agreed. Business for Thursday's business agreed to? Agreed. Now we move on. I have a number who want to raise issues, and I would ask all members to ensure that this is about the promised legislation or programme for government. Deputy Micheál Martin.
Yes, Taoiseach, back in February of 2017, the 10th of February, the Minister for Health, Simon Harris, announced that a compassionate access scheme for medicinal cannabis-based treatment would be established, and he published the HPRA's report, Cannabis for Medical Use, a scientific review, and announced then that he decided to establish a compassionate access programme. I think the Dáil has been extremely patient, and people across the country have been extremely patient about this, but we've had reviews from June, July of this year, but it's still a mystery out there as to when people will have access to this particular programme. And the numbers who are utilising the existing framework for importing medicinal cannabis based on a GP and a consultant endorsement is growing all of the time. And so patients are having to travel overseas to the continent to secure every 3 months. So Toomey and others have to travel every 3 months to get their particular medicinal cannabis that's been identified by their specialist and GPs. And I don't think this can go on, Taoiseach. And it's a growing number of people who are seeking access. And as you know, the HPRA study identified drug-resistant epilepsy, people who get sick with chemotherapy and cancer patients, and spasticity in MS. And it's nearly 2 years, and we're getting close to 2 years, and there's no sign yet of the access programme being established. Can you shed some light on that, and can you give me a timeline, or would you get the Minister to give us a timeline as to when we can expect people to have access to this programme?
I'm afraid, Deputy, the most up-to-date note I have on this is dated the 18th of September, and I've already read it into the record of the House. The last time I inquired with the Minister, the problem seemed to be around finding a supplier or a pharmacy in Ireland that would be willing and capable of providing the product and making sure that it was up to standard in terms of pharmaceutical regulations and safety and so on, and that was the problem a month ago anyway. But I will ask Minister Harris to provide you with an up-to-date response. But that was the problem a month ago anyway, was finding a supplier.
Deputy MacDonald. Deputy MacDonald.
Taoiseach, I want to raise with you the Tuam mother and baby home and the statement that's expected from Minister Zappone. I understand that last night you met with 3 survivor representatives. I understand that there was no survivor from the Tuam mother and baby home in that group. I want to just say to you, in case you're not already aware, that has caused some hurt and disappointment. This morning, survivors awoke to the headlines that the Cabinet will make a decision on the Tuam site, and also that the Minister for Children and Youth Affairs would brief groups before an announcement is made. Now, I have had countless calls to tell me that no such contact has been made. So, Taoiseach, can you clarify when the survivor groups will be briefed on the Cabinet's decision, if the Minister will make a statement to the Dáil, and at what time, in regard to her announcement about the future of the Tuam site, and will members of this House be given an opportunity to question the Minister on the Cabinet decision?
Thanks, Deputy. This is a very sensitive issue, and it's one that we all want to try to handle as sensitively as we can. So Minister Zappone will make a statement later this afternoon, outlining the approach adopted by government this morning, and as I understand it, since about 1 o'clock she's been trying to contact people to inform them of the government's decision and the plans as to how we go forward, and so that it is done sensitively. I'd rather not start making an announcement now in the House. I think it's important that she be allowed to speak to some of the people involved in this issue first, and then inform the public later this afternoon, and I'm sure the Business Committee can make arrangements for her to come into the House at an appropriate opportunity and take questions as well.
Richard Boyd-Barrett, promised legislation.
In the programme for government, Taoiseach, your government promised a humanitarian response to asylum seekers. You committed to making Ireland a safe haven for those fleeing from violence, and said you would promote integration of migrants into this country. Now, this deportation order for Shepherd Makaya is anything but compassionate. He has lived 9 years in direct provision, a pretty awful system, but he's made an effort, getting a level 5 FETAC, then going into DCU, where he got flying honours in his first year, and now he is being threatened with deportation. 13,000 friends, fellow students, the Students' Union, the University, or DCU University, which is the University of Sanctuary, are all pleading with you, Minister Flanagan, and this government to be compassionate, to be humanitarian, and to revoke that order and allow Shepherd Makaya to stay here and finish his studies and contribute to Irish society. And I don't understand why you would throw out somebody who is studying IT systems and business management when they could contribute to Irish society. And if I might also just very briefly mention Eric Zhizing Zhu from Bray as well, a 9-year-old who's lived all his life here. Can I ask the Taoiseach and the Minister to show that compassion for these two people?
Minister for Justice to respond.
I don't intend Las Corla to depart from the time-honoured tradition of not discussing the detail of case files on the floor of Dáil Éireann. I would remind the Deputy, however, that each and every case is given due and careful consideration over a range of circumstances, age, length of time, family circumstances, family connections with the state, and that in all, having regard to applications for citizenship, having regard to applications under international protection, applications for visa, agencies within my department deal with in excess of 250,000 cases on an annual basis. Of those, I wish to assure the House that only a very tiny fraction are subject to deportation orders at the end of a lengthy process.
And check to Catherine Connolly.
In February 16, the National Review Panel was asked to examine and report on the abuse suffered by young children in foster care in East Galway, near Tuam. That was February 16. It is now October 18, and we still have no sight of the report. I understand from Dáil questions that the report was due out this month. We're near the end of the month. Given what happened to those children, given the expose on RTE, and given the abuse suffered, can you please confirm that the report will be published, that it has been completed, and we'll have a copy of it? Thank you.
Short response.
That information to hand, but I'll ask that the Deputy provide with a reply in writing.
Deputy Matthew McGrath.
Yes, the programme for government contains support for provincial towns. Taoiseach, twice recently, two of your ministers told me that Tipperary town in West Tipperary was flourishing. Minister Doherty said, and Minister Henry Humphreys said it was doing great altogether, and that we should look at Limerick to see how that was doing. Taoiseach, you visited Tipperary town about 5 years ago when you were Minister for Transport. You saw for yourself. We haven't had a penny invested since by your government, or the previous government, and we have had no even a meaningful visit by ID or anybody else. Will you take some action and set up some task force to deal with the chronic situation of unemployment and lack of investment in Tipperary town, both in infrastructure, in the main road especially, and indeed with jobs incentives as well? It's crying out for West Tip. And please try and get your ministers to be educated as to the facts about Tipperary, especially Minister Doherty, who's there very silent.
Thanks for observing the time. Taoiseach, task force.
The Department of Rural Community Development has a €1 billion fund to invest in and improve our towns and villages and rural areas, those with a population of less than 10,000. It is open to community groups, to people in Tipperary town, to the local authority to apply for funding from that €1 billion fund. We hope to be able to make the first allocations across November and December, and certainly you know, what I've seen when towns do well and flourish, it's often bottom-up initiatives, and I'd certainly encourage, if they haven't done so already, community groups, businesses and the local authority to apply to that €1 billion fund.
Deputy Eamon Ryan.
The Taoiseach, there's a major scientific study today showing that plastic is ending up now not just in the food chain but in our own internal guts and system. The European Parliament tomorrow will discuss and debate ambitious plans to cut out that waste plastic. I've asked you 6 times, I think, here over the last year whether we would be able to have the debate and progress the waste reduction bill that the Green Party introduced almost a year and a half ago now. And for the first time, I got very welcome news on the News at 1 today that your government is not going to oppose the motion that we have before the House this afternoon and evening with regard to that waste reduction bill. Without preempting the debate, can you confirm that that means the government will be issuing the money order we need to have that debate, and we will therefore be able to act with the similar to the European Parliament and what the scientists are saying to treat this issue of waste plastic? Will you provide that money order now?
An answer.
We'll be doing 4 things, Deputy. First of all, we will be working with the European institutions to implement a ban and restrictions on single-use plastic. That legislation is being developed at a European level, and we very much support that and want to be part of that. We have the legislation already going through these houses to prohibit microbeads, and also we're carrying out an examination of the practicalities of imposing a levy on single-use plastics, for example, plastic coffee cups that cannot be recycled. In relation to the deposit protection scheme, Minister Bruton wants to look at it afresh. There is a new minister. He's in the department. He's only there about 2 weeks now. He wants to look at it afresh, and we want to look at him too. The previous view of government was that the deposit protection scheme, as proposed by the Green Party, would cost in the region of 80 to 100 million euros and only reduce plastics by about 2%. But perhaps we're wrong. So we've decided on that particular point to examine it afresh, and if it does make sense, we will do it.
I have 18 offering. Commence with Deputy Thomas Byrne. I would ask each deputy just question and answer.
The Minister said that Minister Bruton is looking at things afresh in the Department of Climate Change, but it appears that Minister Joe McHugh is looking at Minister Bruton's initiatives afresh as well, because on Thursday Minister McHugh announced that he's going to take stock of what happened, and he felt that teachers were suffering from initiative overload. Do you think that Minister Bruton did overload teachers in schools with too many initiatives? And what does it mean that the Minister will take stock?
what implications does that have for the programme for government in relation to education, and indeed the action plan in education? Are they now to be binned and new proposals put forward?
Thank you for your colleagues. Taoiseach, short answer.
I think one of the good things about new ministers is they can look at things afresh, and I think anybody coming into a department should do exactly that. But I have to say, in my view, education is one of the areas in which we've seen enormous improvements in the last couple of years, whether it's new subjects like computer science or physical education for the Leaving Cert, whether it's the introduction of new subjects like Lithuanian for the junior cycle, whether it's €11 billion secured for the budget next year, more people from non-traditional backgrounds entering third-level education than ever before, some really good results in terms of the performance of Irish kids in English and maths. I think if you judge education based on outcomes, our teachers, our lecturers, our schools, our universities and Minister Bruton have done an excellent job in the last couple of years.
Deputy Fiona O'Loughlin.
Thank you, Last Carla. On page 44 of the programme for government Taoiseach, you talk about enhancing the road network. Now, the M7 carries 80,000 commuters and motorists every day and is the main artery between Dublin, Limerick, Cork and Waterford travelling through Kildare. Necessary works are going on at the moment until 2020 in terms of widening that motorway. I certainly would feel that we need to have an increased level of work in the evening time and over weekends to ensure that it will finish beforehand. But more importantly than that, there's been a number of accidents over the last few days where motorists have been delayed for up to an hour. So when we consider 80,000 motorists, and there is nothing in place to solve these problems, and it is a matter of extreme urgency. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll ask the Minister for Transport.
Deputy Durkin, same
on that subject. Yes, I want to agree with my colleague. The difficulty that has arisen is that the traffic is diverting, being forced off the main thoroughway onto the adjoining villages and roads, with disastrous consequences, as we see from recent accidents. And I think we need to do two things: to provide improved health and safety facilities on the minor roads, and the other one is to accelerate the work rate on the existing reconstructions.
Programme for government transport generally.
I'm aware of the upgrade, and I was there myself only last week. But I'd be misleading the House if I profess myself to be an expert on any individual road project happening in the state. So I think the best thing for deputies to do would be to raise it as a topical issue for the Minister of Transport.
Danny Healy-Rae, Programme for Government.
Thank you very much, Les. This government committed to provide an adequate, safe water supply for all. However, people on group water schemes are suffering because their group scheme needs to be upgraded. People are waiting for group water scheme connections. The same with group sewer schemes, and there's no bob funding at all being made available, and this is a direct letdown for the people in rural Ireland. The people in rural Ireland deserve a safe, adequate water supply, the same as the people in the urban areas. And I'm appealing to the Minister to make funding available to the local authorities to ensure that they can upgrade their group water schemes, and to take them in charge, because they're not being allowed to do that either.
Okay, we got the question.
It is in the programme for government, that's because I put it in myself.
Hold on. Come here. You should listen to others. I have said programme for government, Taoiseach. Water. Group services. I'm familiar with them, Taoiseach. In a position, Deputy English.
Again, there was increased funding has been set aside on the Budget 2040 for increased improvements in the voice water infrastructure of the country, including group water schemes. We attended a conference recently, went through all the details. That sector are very happy with the capital plans. Naturally, we want to get these implemented as quickly as possibly can, but the major increase in the budget. And we'll drop in on
Deputy Jackie Cahill.
Working principals in primary schools, Taoiseach, had extensive lobbying prior to the budget as regards getting extra administrative days. The huge workload is putting, we have a number of retirements in my county due to workload. I would request that the new minister will again look at this and see can these working principals get extra administrative days to carry the increased workload that they have.
Certainly inform Minister McHugh that the Deputy raised this issue.
Thank you. Deputy Donald O'Leary.
Programme 103, the Programme for Government, speaks of the aim of modernising Ireland's visa and residency system. Now, the Minister for Justice says he won't comment on individual applications, and that's very well. But, Minister, I want to raise with you a report from 2 days ago, I believe, in relation to the statement that the Chinese mother of a 9-year-old boy had obtained an Irish passport for him under false pretences. Now, Minister, I want to ask how that information came to be in the possession of that journalist, of that newspaper. Surely information of that kind would have been contained in a Department of Justice or Inish file. How else would it have been received by a journalist? It seems to me, Minister, that this is a potential very serious data breach. And if it is a data breach, it suggests Department of Justice officials briefing against a 9-year-old. So, Minister, I want you to say if that information came from the Department of Justice or Inish, and if it did, will you instigate an investigation as to how that information came into the public domain?
If you're in a position to answer, Minister.
I've no idea, Lascian Corda, from where that information came, nor do I intend speculating.
Deputy James Lawless, Programme for Government.
Teacher, the Programme for Government details investment in education, including second-level education. Naas Community College is a school I've raised many times in this chamber. The school was instructed to begin enrolment in 2014. The school is to be 1,000 people in school when the building is constructed, but for the 4th year in a row they have an enrolment crisis. The town of Naas is now facing an school's accommodation crisis. Every step of the project has been dogged with delays. Currently, it's at the pre-tender stage. It is urgent that the tender issues, because this is recurring again and again. We now have 231 students fighting for over 47 available places. I know Minister McHugh is new to the job. I wish him every success, but I hope this will go to the top of his agenda. It's a critical project for Naas Town. Thank you.
Pass on to the Minister.
I don't have any information to hand about any individual school projects, but I'll certainly inform Minister McHugh the Deputy raises today.
Deputy Michael Moynihan.
In previous contributions you spoke about the HSE plan for next year, for 2019, being drawn up. I've raised a number of issues in relation to the respite care and the availability of respite care, particularly for adults with intellectual disabilities. And I'm asking, the shared care was a very good scheme that was there and seems to have evaporated completely, particularly in the south of Ireland, in terms of respite care that would be given for families. And with parents with advancing years, they're looking for respite. And are you going to make a priority in the service plan to increase the respite care availability for people with intellectual disabilities?
We allocated an extra 10 million for respite last year, which has allowed us to establish a new respite house in each community health CHO, each community health care organisation area. They may not all be up and running yet, but I know a lot of them are, and where they are up and running, they have made a difference in terms of providing additional respite, something which is of so valuable to carers and gives them a really important break from their caring duties and allows them to continue. As I say, the service plan for 2019 isn't yet formulated, but I know Minister McGrath is very committed to respite and home help and home care in particular, and about 150 million in additional funding is provided for social care. But again, we need to all work together to make sure that that money goes to the people who need it, the patients and the service users, and not anyone else.
Short question.
Improving the lives of people with disabilities, better access and independence. Taoiseach, only a few months ago Ireland signed the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. This was surely a very positive news for many who had poor or no services who have disabilities. Since first elected to Dáil over 2.5 years ago, I pleaded with your predecessor then Taoiseach Indikini and Minister Finney McGrath with responsibilities for people with disabilities, for a transport service for those over 18 with disabilities to go to their schools and training facilities on a daily basis. But while they have got their free public passes of 18 years of age, this is of no use to the majority of adults, leading to their parents driving them hours and in daily to and from their training. Only last week, in a newspaper, we saw a great young woman in Dunmanway, Sarah DeLay, who overcome her limitations of spina bifida to set up her own freelance business, has now been told by Bus Éireann they are unable to collect her to stop in her stop in Dunmanway. Taoiseach, will you make a promise to the people of West Cork that a proper transport service solution will be looked into for all those over 18?
Taoiseach, if you're in a position to answer. Okay.
Perhaps again, perhaps raising this with Mr. Transfer would be the best way to get comprehensive answer.
Deputy Peter Fitzpatrick, a question.
Yeah, thank you, Leis Cairn. Please give me my one minute, please. Taoiseach, doubling the betting tax from 1% to 2% effectively means a 100% increase. It is estimated that between 350 to 400 shops across the industry will close. As a direct result, roughly about 2,500 jobs is going to be a loss. Taoiseach, as I said, this will have a serious effect on the families. It will have an effect on window cleaners, local news agents, plumbers and that. Taoiseach, what people don't realise is the Irish bookmaker fully funded Dunleary Charity Addiction Services. It's a 7-day service. It helps people with problems one-to-one. In my county of Louth, Boyle Sports employ over 400 workers. As Minister of Dáil knows, we're going to lose 180 jobs this week.
What's the question?
Taoiseach, we don't want to go back to the black market. And if we go back to these people who work on the black market, paying no taxes, Taoiseach, bookmakers make 1%. Taoiseach, will you meet the bookmakers to have a look? Because
we've got the question.
The Minister of Finance is maintaining that he's going to make 52 million. He's not going to make 52 million. He's going to lose 2,500 jobs.
Taoiseach, request to meet a deputation. Yes or no?
Deputy, the budget's been decided, and we had a resolution in this House already, and that'll be in the finance bill. And I wouldn't like to meet with any group if they thought for a second it might mean that we're going to start unwinding the budget, because we're not. The Deputy may be aware that the betting tax used to be much higher, and it was reduced considerably on the premise that it would save. On the premise that it would save all these small betting shops. It didn't. The numbers went down anyway, largely because of online betting. And the large multiples took them over. What the 1% increase will do is raise about 55 million, which will cover the cost of our increased investment in mental health and addiction.
Taoiseach, the programme for government commits to increasing access to safe and timely health care for people. And despite this, many women in Cork are still waiting unreasonably long times for access to health services in CUMH, gynaecological services. 354 women at the moment, and that's an increase from 341 in August. I've raised this a number of times here, and the Minister was looking at governance changes that was going to make improvements, and there were some improvements, but it's back up again. And there was really identified was that a one-stop shop, the vacant theatre that was going to be reopened or open for the first time, and filling vacant consultant posts. These actions need to be taken. What action is going to be taken, Taoiseach, to improve access for women in Cork?
If not, pass it.
Again, that's a call. I know this is a very important issue for people who are waiting necessary services in Cork, but I think the best way for the Deputy to get a comprehensive answer would be to raise as a topical issue with the Minister for Health.
Deputy Darragh O'Brien. Question on
Taoiseach, before you were elevated to such high office, I do recall that you used to commute and use the train from time to time, as I do. And if you did now today, you would understand the serious overcrowding issues that are occurring on the Northern Commuter and Northern Dart line due to the chronic lack of capital investment over the last 6-7 years in commuter rail services. Now, on page 128 of the programme for government, your government commits to investing in public transport. I want to ask you, what additional capital funds will you and your government give Irish Rail and Dart to improve the chronic situation in the Greater Dublin area, and particularly in the Northern Commuter line?
You won't get any of it.
I'm glad these lads are interested in Dart services in Dublin, but it's actually a very serious issue, and just because it doesn't relate to Kerry doesn't mean it's not important. But Taoiseach, I think you will know, and I raise this point. It is a matter of great concern to many people. It's dangerous, the overcrowding that's occurring. This is our capital city as well here. It's growing. We need investment in the service. Now, I know the Scarlett, your ministerial colleague Shane Ross is not here today, but could you give a commitment for additional capital investment in rail?
You have colleagues waiting. Taoiseach, you're in a position to answer.
I am. The chronic lack of investment for 6-7 years, longer than that perhaps, in our infrastructure occurred for a reason. Occurred as a consequence of the appalling mismanagement of Ireland's economy in the period before 2008-2009. In the past 2 years, because the economy is back on track, we've been able to invest again in infrastructure, and Project Ireland 2040 provides for considerable capital investment for Irish Rail to improve the DART service, to have it running every 10 minutes, to extend it to Drogheda, and also to extend it, to extend it to Maynooth, and also on the Kildare line. But as is always the case with major capital investment, there's a lag time in delivery, and even when new carriages are ordered, it can take 2 to 3 years for them to come.
Deputy Michael Hillier, a question.
Caller, a question on the programme for government on behalf of the ESB Retired Staff Association, which encompasses the Civil Service, RTE, the ESB, Bord Namona, Bord Gosh, CIE, ARCOM, the Pensions Associations, and observers from the aviation, airport workers, etc. They are seeking an increase in their pensions, and they are seeking arbitration by government as being the only solution to assist them in their quest. They are coming before an Oireachtas committee on Thursday, and I'm earnestly asking you, Taoiseach, and the government to look at this group to see if there's any possibility of increasing their pensions, because people on the state pensions have had rightly an increase since 2008, and they are seeking the same.
We're out of time. Taoiseach, if you're in a position to answer.
I apologise if I misunderstood the Deputy's question, but I think he's referring to pension funds that are companies. The state has no role in increasing occupational pensions paid by companies.
Deputy Cowan.
Is there provision within the programme for government to place on a statutory basis the length of time Bord Pleanála preside over appeals? I'm conscious of one application was brought to my attention this week where applicants are up to 3 years now going through the process. And despite the fact that Minister Murphy has said that increased resources and staff has been made available to Bord Pleanála in this, a time of national crisis in relation to the housing sector and provision, it's appalling to think a one-off house cannot be dealt with adequately within the time assigned by Bord Pleanála. And if that is the case, why can't you bring forward legislation to put them on a statutory basis to deal with them in a timely manner, which they should do so, by the way, anyway?
Bord Pleanála appeals. Deputy English.
There's no commitment in the programme for government to do that, but there is a commitment to strengthen the staff and resources in Bord Pleanála, and it has gone through a lot of reform. It has resulted in a lot of success on the fast track planning, and it's something that certainly we can look at, because it is an issue that's come up a lot in relation to length of time. But I think the staffing issue might help resolve some of that. But we're prepared to look at it.
Thank you. We're almost there, Deputy Neville. And I know you'll observe.
Look, in relation to promised legislation, I'd just like to ask the Taoiseach if there is any update on a deadline for the introduction of a national claims information database in relation to the high cost of motor insurance, and if you could clarify when this might be coming through the houses.
Yeah, I just want to thank Deputy Neville for raising that question. I know Minister Darcy is doing a lot of work in that regard to bring down the cost of insurance for people and for business. I understand that legislation is going through the House at the moment. I don't have an exact date, but I will check it out and get back to you.
Thank you. And finally, Deputy Ruth Coppinger, and I know you'll observe the 30 seconds.
Thank you, Last Count Corla. Taoiseach, the Cabinet has apparently approved gender pay legislation. The World Economic Forum says it will take women 217 years to catch up with pay parity if we wait for employers. Today, women and men in Glasgow, 8,000 workers are taking strike action for 48 hours to win equal pay that they've been discriminated against. So would you join me in sending them solidarity? Because they're home care workers, they're education workers, they provide essential public services that is not valued enough in society. The Glasgow Women's Strike, as it's now being called, is something that should be taken up by workers everywhere, or otherwise we'll wait 200 years for equality.
I'm very keen that progress will be reported on this issue, and I intend at an early date to bring further initiative before the House.
Thank you. Now we move on to the Health Regulation of Termination of Pregnancy Bill 2017, the second stage. The postponed division, and I must deal with this division relating to the health bill. On Thursday the 18th, the question that the bill be now read a second time. A division was claimed in accordance with Standing Order 72. That division must now be taken. The clerk will now ring the bells. Would members please take their designated seats? Members, please take your designated seats. So it's item number 30, the Health Regulation of Termination of Pregnancy Bill 2018. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and on that question a division has been challenged. Will the deputies dissenting or claiming a division please rise in their places? 10. There's more than 10 deputies have risen. The division will proceed. Sian tarin na cad na tá kids dá Neil Dáil agus Stain Shachter. So the question is carried. I understand it's proposed to refer the bill to the Select Committee on Health pursuant to Standing Order 84A and 149. Does the Minister want to move the motion of referral now? Is that agreed? Agreed. Not agreed. The Takti Atanawawer Abadis Ta and the Gunya Abadis Neil Shilling Will and Cash Richa. Vote out. Short bells. Please take their designated seats. Item number 30, the Health Regulation of Termination of Pregnancy Bill 2018, referred to committee. The question is that the bill be referred to the Select Committee on Health, and in that question division has been challenged. Deputy Sean Kane and Marcella Corker and Kennedy, Neil, Deputies Matthew McGrath and Michael Collins. There's no abstentions. No. Siantaru, deputies, please. Siantaru na ta kids a da Neil a hinyeg. You're staying in Inya tan kesht Richard. So we'll now go to the committee. Which group are you doing? Now, just want to, before we move to questions to the Taoiseach, I want to advise the House that 13 deputies have submitted matters under Standing Order 29A, which will be listed in the official debate. The matters raised by the following deputies have been selected for discussion. Deputy John Lahart to discuss the payments made by the hospitals to the private healthcare providers. Deputies Jerry Adams and Imelda Munster to discuss the closure of the Authentic Food Company Dundalk. Deputy Fiona O'Loughlin to discuss the issue of ongoing shortage of education places for students with intellectual disabilities in Newbridge. Deputies Alan Farrell, Breed Smith, Thomas Byrne and Louise O'Reilly to discuss the structural issues in our Gillen Community College requiring immediate action. So the first question from Deputy Micheál Martin is grouped with question number 2. Taoiseach, questions 1 and 2.
Following the review conducted by the Secretary-General of my department earlier this year, it was agreed that the department should go with a reformed GIS model with a smaller budget, fewer staff and a more limited remit. Accordingly, the budget has been reduced by 50%, staff numbers have been reduced by 4. In further alignment with the Secretary-General's report, the reformed GIS team now incorporates the Government Press Office, given a total of 17 on the newly combined team. This also includes varianstreet.ie. The civil service in the reformed Government Information Service come under the management of the Assistant Secretary for Corporate Affairs, while respecting the role of the Government Press Secretary and the Deputy and Assistant Government Press Secretaries in day-to-day management of press and communications. The work of GIS includes the work of the Government Press Office, the digital team varianstreet.ie, central support for other departments, providing services to media, managing media events and producing communications material across all platforms. GIS is supporting the development of the single government identity, the single web portal project, gov.ie, and capacity building and communications across government. GIS continues to have a coordinating and supporting role for national cross-government communications, as has always been the case, but such campaigns are being led and funded by the relevant line department.
Thank you, Taoiseach, for your reply. Now, while the Strategic Communications Unit may be gone, it is striking, Taoiseach, how its spirit remains on in terms of the obsession with a certain type of marketing presentation and branding. Instead of being modern communications, what we're seeing is very traditional, actually, old-style marketing. It may use new platforms, but there's nothing modern about the focus on selling messages rather than actually engaging with citizens in a real way. In recent days, the Taoiseach has begun appearing in paid online advertising about Brexit. Can you tell us, Taoiseach, how many views you have bought for your video? And also, with the dramatic extension of policy advertising and the central role played by the Taoiseach and his ministers, most modern communications companies would undertake a review of its effectiveness. So can you tell us, Taoiseach, have there been any studies commissioned on whether the politician-focused advertising you're spending millions on is effective? Have we become a more creative society? Because Minister Madigan and yourself have been appearing regularly in paid advertising supplements, telling us that creativity is great. And Creative Ireland is costing a lot of money, a lot of supplements, a lot of photographs. But I'm not clear, really, in terms of the impact of all of that. And we do know that, you look at the UN Security Council, it's reported that the video that was produced for that campaign was about 100,000. That overall 370,000 was expended on that, but 100,000 on a 5-minute video, which seems to be more about the domestic audience here in Ireland than the international audience. And we have won that campaign before. We have had on previous occasions people elected to the Security Council, but it didn't involve that sort of elaborate razzmatazz and videos of the Taoiseach and other one, and the backdrop and music and all the rest. That's all fine. But people who know what Security Council elections are all about, it's the hard grind of knocking on the doors, and it takes a long time, built up over a number of years in terms of contacts and arrangements made with other countries, alliances developed and so on like that. So I would have to question the need for a 100,000 video production for that particular campaign, and I would appreciate if you could indicate to me the purpose of it and the audience, because the audience seems to me to be more about a domestic one than an international one. And could you indicate if you have undertaken any analysis or any studies have they been commissioned in relation to the effectiveness of all of this?
Deputy Louisa Reilly.
IE portal project, which the Government Information Service has been working with the Office of the Chief Information Officer to develop. You said previously that as part of the e-government strategy 2017-20 that there would be a rationalisation of existing government websites and online services over time. I want to know if the gov.ie portal will in time replace all departmental websites, some of which are a bit outdated and many of which are not very user-friendly, or whether the departmental websites will be redesigned in line with the gov.ie interface. It was also envisaged, Taoiseach, that as part of this e-government strategy, that by last month there would be an online health portal added to the suite of services available through the mygov.ie service. This hasn't happened, so can I ask you, Taoiseach, when will that portal be added, and what exactly will that service provide? How will it direct people, and how will people interact with it?
Thanks very much, Laskin Corla. There are no studies or analyses that have been commissioned that I'm aware of, but I'll certainly give the Deputy suggestion some consideration. It might be a useful exercise to do. Creative Ireland and the UN security campaigns are not run out of my department or funded by my department. In relation to the UN Security Council campaign more broadly, obviously it has different aspects to it. There is the traditional lobbying at diplomatic and political level, and I used the Asia-Europe Summit on Friday in Brussels as an opportunity to do that, meeting bilaterally in a formal context with the President of Mongolia and the Prime Minister of Norway, and also the Foreign Minister of Kazakhstan and the Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, and then obviously had a lot of other interactions on Thursday evening and Friday with a lot of government reps and world leaders, and used that as an opportunity to make our case and our pitch for a seat on the UN Security Council, and should I have the opportunity to continue in office between now and the election in 2020, that's going to be a big part of the work that I do as Taoiseach, and obviously it's happening all the time now at diplomatic level, and ministers are incorporating it into their regular bilateral meetings. Also beyond the diplomatic and political lobbying, there is of course what we actually do as a country, the stance that we take in the United Nations, the positions that we take on important issues, and as part of the budget last week was a very considerable and very large increase in our commitment to overseas development assistance. I often hear political parties in this chamber demanding that we increase our contribution to ODA by X or Y amount, and we exceeded, I think, any figure produced by any party in terms of our commitment, and that now allows us to start moving up the scale again in terms of the proportion of our national income that's committed to ODA. We had been at about 0.5 at one stage, now fallen back to about 0.3, but now we're going to start rising again. And of course, there's our ongoing commitment to peacekeeping, and we're increasing the mission in Lebanon, as you know, taking the place of the Finnish and Estonians who are not continuing anymore. And it is important as well, I think, to have a public awareness aspect to the campaign, informing people what the government is doing and how their money is being spent. Particularly when it relates to overseas development aid, when it relates to peacekeeping, when it relates to our work in the United Nations. And in addition to that, the whole Global Ireland 2025 initiative, which I'm very committed to, which is expanding our diplomatic presence around the world, setting up new embassies, and also expanding significantly the remit and operations of agencies like IDA, like Tourism Ireland, like Board BIA, like Intertrade Ireland. And again, you'll have seen in the budget a real substantial commitment to all of those things. So I think this is a foreign policy and a new approach to foreign policy, whether it's Global Ireland 2025 or whether it's our UN Security Council campaign that is bursting with substance. In relation to gov.ie, I'm afraid I'm not fully up to date on how that project is going. The plan is that gov.ie will become the portal for access to all government departments and all government services. I'm not quite sure, to be honest, how rapidly that is developing. I think it's run out of the OG, the Office of the Director for Government Procurement. And I'm afraid I don't know where we are with the health one just as yet, but I'll certainly find out and advise the Deputy by correspondence.
We'll move on.
We'll move on to the next question, and they're in the names of Deputy Neil Martin and Joan Burton. Taoiseach, questions 3 and 4, I understand they're grouped.
Yes, 3 and 4 together. The leaking of some information from the Scally report before the women and families most affected could be briefed was wrong. The report concerned a very sensitive issue, touching on the lives of women, some of whom are very ill, and of course of families, some of whom are grieving after a devastating bereavement. The leaking of this information was not done with any regard to the interests of the families and the women concerned, and frustrated the plans that had been put in place to have Dr Scally brief the women and families and patient representatives at the same time as the Cabinet meeting and ahead of the publication of the report. The matter is being investigated by a senior official who did not receive a copy of the report in advance of its publication, and I don't wish to preempt the investigation by attempting at this stage to answer questions which will have to be considered as part of that inquiry.
I think when someone in government decided to leak and spin the Scally report, you said at the time that you were disgusted by it and condemned in very clear terms what had happened. Now the question remains whether you were sincere in this or whether you're actually just scared to find the culprit, because the culprit could be very much part of a near permanent obsession with spin in your government. And I think we should be clear on this. I think you know, or it should be easy for you to determine every single person in government who had any access to the report's findings. It seems that it was basically in your office and in the office of the Minister for Health. The leaking of the report, I think, was morally repugnant, without question, given the significance of the issue involved, and as you have said, it frustrated the objective of meeting with the women in the first instance who have been affected by this, and briefing them on the content of the report itself. It was also a clear breach of the confidentiality of Cabinet documents and the confidentiality of official papers. Did you consider, Taoiseach, would it not have been preferable to bring in an outside person with the power and authority to get to the bottom of what was a callous and a very cynical attempt at media manipulation? No question about that. That was the objective, was to manipulate the public discourse in relation to the Scally report in advance of its publication. That's not new. That has happened on quite a number of reports where, in order for government to get its line out first, leaks occur. So can you indicate to me when the senior official that you've appointed will report to you? Because it's about 6 weeks now, and surely the person has some timeline as to when we can expect a report on this investigation. And why did you give any consideration to asking someone outside to do the investigation?
Deputy Louise O'Reilly.
Taoiseach, what was at the centre of the scandal known as the cervical check scandal was the withholding of information, and what happened in the immediate aftermath was that information was selectively leaked into the public domain, drip-fed into the public domain. We had the Minister for Health in here complaining about the manner in which some of this information was being drip-fed into the public domain. In the immediate aftermath of this latest leak, the people involved came out to say that they were incredibly hurt. They had put a lot of faith in the Scally report. They had put a lot. They had put a lot of themselves into that report, into getting to the truth. So I suppose my questions are: can you give us an update as to exactly what stage the investigation is at? My understanding is there were a very limited number of people who had access to the information that somehow found its way into the public domain. It strikes me as a little bit odd that a senior person, given whatever assistance it is that you have provided, cannot identify the person. It's not a case that there were multiple copies of this left lying around. I can't understand the reason for the delay. Have you identified the person who has leaked the report? And if you have, and when that person is identified, will it be the case that that person will be subject to disciplinary action? And can you advise if Minister Harris was aware of the leak in advance?
Taoiseach.
I think at the outset it's important, Lascan Corlett, to say that the report itself was not leaked. The document wasn't leaked. none of the recommendations appeared in the press, nor did any of the findings. What appeared in the press in advance of the report was one aspect of it, and that aspect was that it was Dr. Scalia's opinion that a commission of inquiry was not warranted. So none of the recommendations were leaked, none of the findings were leaked. What was leaked was this aspect, his opinion that a commission investigation was not warranted. So perhaps you could say one line from the entire report was leaked to the press in advance. I note Deputy Martin's allegations. He regularly makes allegations in this House without any evidence to back them up, and certainly has a penchant for innuendo and conspiracy theories. The report, of course, would have been available to more than the Department of Health and the Office of the Taoiseach. It would have been available to Dr. Scally, to his own team, and to many of the advisors who assisted him in putting together the report as well. So the presumption that Deputy Martin is making that only somebody in government or a civil servant or a politician had access to this report is of course not the case. And of course it could have been leaked by somebody who didn't have the report at all, because all that was leaked was one aspect of it, the fact that it was Dr. Scalia's opinion that a commission of inquiry was not investigated. So it could have been done on a verbal basis, and as is always the case, unless there's a paper trail or a documentary trail of some nature, it's very difficult to identify who the culprit is. Certainly if the person is identified, they will be disciplined if they are a civil servant or a politician or advisor. If they're not, obviously that doesn't fall to me. And the only people who know, of course, are the journalists involved who've been asked for their cooperation, that this shouldn't be treated as a normal story. And those journalists who do know have been asked to cooperate out of respect to the women and the families who were upset by this. And of course, the only other person who knows is the person who leaked the information.
A supplementary to Deputy Martin, we have time.
You can't sort of just try and reduce the significance of this by saying it's just one item from the report. It was a very key issue, because the Minister, of course, in the Dáil, in this chamber, had agreed to a commission of inquiry. He came under pressure here on the floor of the House, and for whatever reason he capitulated on the evening and said, yes, we're going to have a commission of inquiry. And you followed suit by saying there would be a commission of inquiry. So it was very significant that prior to the publication of the report, a steer happens, a spin happens. The spin being there's no need for a commission of inquiry. And the cynical or the sceptical might say, well, those in authority, the various stakeholders, the last thing they want now is a commission of inquiry into this. And therefore, let's spin it in that direction via the Scally report. That's one particular possibility here. It's a very significant element that was leaked. And I think it was done with a specific reason. And it was done with a specific reason to undermine the case for a commission of inquiry. Whether one agrees or disagrees, that was the objective of the leak, to move away from the idea that there should be a commission of inquiry into the cervical check issue. And I speak as someone who initially had supported the government in terms of the HEQA-led inquiry. But on the floor of the House, the Minister, under pressure from the floor, caved in and said, we'll have a commission of inquiry. And ever since Scalia's report has reported, the whole emphasis has been moving away from the commission of inquiry. That's the context. Could you indicate, Taoiseach, the name of the senior official who's investigating this? Could you please give us his details and his rank and what department the official is from? And thirdly, may I make the point that you know and I know that media protects its sources. It's a bit much to suggest now that, given the propensity of government ministers to leak to various senior political correspondents and people across the board on a regular basis, that you now want them to, that you're allegedly sincere in your attempt to want them to cough up the source. I think that's breathtakingly cynical.
You should respond, then we move on.
I really would encourage Deputy Martin. He's quite a history in the last couple of years of engaging in innuendo and making allegations against people that in some cases turn out to be false. Like, if Deputy Martin has any evidence that any particular individual or any politician or any advisor or any civil servant or anyone associated with Dr. Scally or his team put this information in the public domain by talking to journalists. But I'd ask him to present that evidence. And if he has no evidence, then he shouldn't make the assumption that it must have been a politician or a member of government, because he has no basis for that. And I think it should be just basic decent politics in this House that we don't make allegations against each other when we've no basis or no evidence for doing so. When it comes to leaks, I often wonder when a leak happens who did it, because you would presume that somebody who did it somehow had a plan or thought to benefit from it in some way. In relation to the aspect of the report that was leaked, the aspect of the report that was leaked, it was Dr. Scalia's opinion that a commission of inquiry was not necessary. Bear in mind, we'd made a government decision already to establish a commission of inquiry, and the government still has no difficulty whatsoever in establishing a commission of inquiry. So, even the innuendo doesn't make sense on this occasion.
We'll move on to questions.
The name of the official who's investigating.
Question. The Taoiseach's not responding to it.
Very basic question.
It's a matter for the Taoiseach.
Please, before the House, give the Dáil information. Who is leading this investigation? You said it was a disgusting investigation. Are you incapable of telling us who the senior official is?
Matter for the Taoiseach.
Investigation. I said it was a disgusting thing to do, to leak it. And it's the Secretary of the Government. Secretary of the Government is leading the leak investigation. But again, that's Concordia. Deputy Martin has a really long history now in this House of making false allegations against people.
Right, we're going to move on.
Making false allegations against people, of pursuing innuendo and conspiracy theories. His constant charge against me relates to spin because he has no case against us when it comes to substance.
5 to 9.
My charge against him is he's obsessed with innuendo and conspiracy theories, and you are.
Deputy Moynihan.
No, it's the Taoiseach.
Taoiseach.
Conspiracy theories about that too.
You, Taoiseach.
Can Corley propose to take questions 5 to 9 together? Committee B last met on the 22nd of October. The committee covers the areas of social policy and public service reform, including education, children, social inclusion, Irish arts and culture, and continued improvements in reform of the public service. The Cabinet Committee system aims to ensure a coordinated approach to delivery of relevant commitments in the Programme for Partnership Government, and provides the opportunity to shape proposals on issues such as equality and disability, which require input from the multiple departments. The aim of government is to ensure that the policies and services approved in advance by Cabinet Committee B bring about sustainable improvements in people's lives, particularly the most vulnerable, and introduce supports and opportunities to help those on the margins of society fulfil their potential and lead full and engaged lives. Through policy interventions at Cabinet Committee level, government has introduced a number of sustainable reforms aimed at improving the lives and the standard of living of those most in need. These include affordable childcare, ratification of the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, advancing a number of important gender equality measures, and the development of an in-school speech and language therapy service, the pilot of which is now underway.
You just mentioned speech and language therapies, but that's not the point I was going to make in it. But there's a chronic crisis out there in relation to speech and language and the availability for young kids, especially even to get diagnosis and to go on. But on the social policy, and public service, does the Taoiseach accept that there is a huge percentage? I would almost go as far as to say that there's 10 to 15% of society outside of any engagement or with services, or that there are communities that are disadvantaged right across the country, not just in the large urban centres, but in rural places as well, and that for generational issues they are outside of the state. They are not contributing to their community, not engaged in their community, and become more and more isolated as the generations pass. And would the Taoiseach not accept that one of the major challenges to society, going back 50 years ago, education and free education has delivered enormously for society, but the next major challenge for those that are at the periphery of society and those that are most disadvantaged is how to engage these people back into communication to society, and it is through education that will there. But there is no sense at government level that there's a coherent strategy either in the Department of Health or in the Department of Justice or the Department of Education to see can we tackle the social isolation that young people and old people from various strands of society feel and are experiencing, and maybe I'll come back to that at a subsequent question.
Our public services are in bits. We know about the public housing crisis. We know about the dire situation in our public health service. One that is less remarked about, but is very severe as well, is the crisis in third-level education. And that crisis was not in any way addressed or acknowledged in your recent budget. And you may have noted that the Irish Universities Association have put out a statement expressing significant regret at the failure of the government to address the funding crisis for third-level education. USI and other student union bodies have also expressed huge disappointment at your failure to address the funding crisis for third-level education and indeed for student poverty. So, do you acknowledge we have a crisis, Minister, that we are at the bottom of the league table in Europe in terms of funding per student? The Association of Universities helpfully put out a graph with their statement comparing Ireland with other countries in Europe, and it showed that where in Finland there's a state investment of 20,000 per student, in Germany 10,000, in the Netherlands 14,000, in Norway 16,000, in Sweden 19,000, in Ireland it's 5,000 per student. 5,000. A tiny fraction of what is invested in third-level education across Europe. And that per student investment is going to further decline because, according to the Minister's budget speech, we're expecting another 18,000 people to enter further education and university over the next number of years, but the budget gave a 1% increase in funding, about 19 million extra euro. Nothing. Not a drop in the ocean. It will be mopped up many times over by the increased student numbers. Do you acknowledge there's a problem here, Taoiseach, and have you any intention of doing something about this funding crisis in third-level education?
Louise O'Reilly, please.
Count Corlett. Taoiseach, I'm sure you were aware that schools built by Western Building Systems are now under investigation by the Department of Education. The structure of these schools, and you just spoke earlier about the services and references being made to how woefully inadequate they are. Inadequate and all as they are, you certainly can't access them if you don't have a school building to go to. So there are students in my own constituency and in yours who are in schools and their parents are worried. They're naturally very, very anxious. What has been found are significant structural issues. These, I understand, relate to fire safety concerns, particularly in Ardgillan Community College. My understanding is that the part of the school that was built by Western Business Building Systems now is closed. The kids are not in school this week. They're off next week like all kids are. But they want to know, are there any plans for those children, for those students? Where are they going to go? Where are they going to be accommodated? There's already serious pressure on school accommodation in North County Dublin as it is. For Michael.
I suppose first of all, in relation to Deputy Moynihan's contribution, I understand and I take some of the points he made. I'm not sure I fully understood the question, but perhaps if you want to come back on the supplementary, I'd be happy to answer it again, or try to answer it once I understand the question. In relation to Deputy Boyd Barrett, I acknowledge the shortcomings and challenges and failures that exist in our public services in Ireland, but listening to Deputy Barrett again and again and again, you would think that we lived in the worst country in the world. here in Ireland, that this was some sort of wasteland, that this was an awful place in which to live, an awful place in which to be a citizen. And yet this is a country that the UN Human Development Index ranks 4th in the world. That's not a measure of GDP. That's not a measure of the size of our economy. That's when you take into account things like health and education and life expectancy and the quality of our public services. And the UN Human Development Index ranks us 4th in the world, up from 10th or 11th place not that long ago. And if a small UN committee made a criticism of Ireland, Deputy Boyd Barrett would be the first on his feet to tell us how awful we are. Yet when the UN Development Programme, with its well-respected Human Development Index, ranks us 4th in the world, he doesn't want to acknowledge that. Again, Ireland is rising, for example, when it comes to the Social Progress Index, has been now for a number of years. He doesn't want to acknowledge that. When we look at the CSO statistics, the Survey of Income and Living Conditions, showing that in Ireland that poverty is falling, that deprivation is falling, that income inequality is narrowing, that inequality as measured by the Gini coefficient is narrowing, again he doesn't want to acknowledge any of that. And he doesn't want to acknowledge the fact that employment levels in Ireland are now at the highest. So, it seems to me that there's very much a double standard here. He wants to come in, use every example of anything that's wrong in the country, but never acknowledge the progress that we are making in this country, and never acknowledge the fact that when you take it in the round, Ireland is a good country. This is a good place to live, and we offer our citizens a lot of opportunities. And yes, we can do better, but if you want to do better, you start by acknowledging what's going well, and then you try to fix the things that are wrong. You don't just rubbish everything and everyone and everything they do. That's a defeatist and nihilistic attitude and won't bring about any positive change for any citizens in our country, in my view. In relation to higher education specifically, the budget provides for an increase of between 50 and 60 million next year. That's funded by an increase of 0.1% in employers' PRSI and comes on top of a similar increase last year. And we've also identified in the National Training Fund a super surplus of about 300 million, and that money will also be available to our higher education institutions. And Project Ireland 2040 includes a pretty major investment in our higher education institutions, in our universities, in our ITs, and you only have to travel around the country and visit our colleges and ITs to see how many new buildings have been built in the last couple of years, and we're going to see a lot more than that. So this is the 3rd year in a row, or at least 2019 will be the 3rd year in a row in which we see a significant increase in funding for our third-level institutions. And we always have to bear in mind it's not just a simple calculation of how much money is spent. If we divided the number of patients, if we divide the total amount of money we spend on health in Ireland by the number of patients, we're one of the highest spending countries in the world when it comes to health. But spending doesn't necessarily result in outcomes. And the same thing applies in education. I think it's a very simplistic and facile analysis just to take the budget and divide it by the number of students or divide it by the number of patients. What actually matters is the outcomes and delivery for people, delivery for patients, and delivery for students. If it was just about spending more money, I think our problems would be very easy to solve. Of course, it's about much more than that. Picking up on Deputy O'Reilly's question in relation to the schools. First of all, I want to say, of course, that what's paramount for us is the safety of students and of staff. It's going to be necessary to inspect about 40 schools that were built by this particular company. We'd anticipate that work will be done this week over the Halloween break, and we'd anticipate that work being completed by the middle of November. In some cases, works are going to be needed, and those works will be done. In some cases, it may be necessary to partially vacate or entirely vacate some schools. In others, it may be possible to introduce temporary measures and do the works over the summer. We will pursue the builder in the courts. That's in fact already underway in relation to some of the fire safety issues. And it does certainly appear to me that corners were cut back in the Celtic Tiger period when it comes to the building of some of these schools, which is truly disgraceful in my view. We're in a very different position now. For the last couple of years, a clerk of works is present every day on site when a school is being built to make sure it's built up to standard. But it certainly appears to us that prior to 2014, 2015, and particularly during the Celtic Tiger period, schools were built without proper oversight. Now we have to go back, make sure they're safe, fix them, and pursue the people responsible.
Thank you, Taoiseach. Deputy Moynihan.
I suppose there's 2 points to my question. One in relation to social policy, and you speak about everything that's right in this country. I preface my remarks by one of the greatest social changes was free education at second level education has empowered 2 and almost 3 generations of people now, and that has certainly worked enormously well. But we have, I believe that there could be as high as 18%, 10 to 15% of society of people that are severely disadvantaged in where they're living, severely disadvantaged because of family backgrounds and so forth, and social problems, drug addiction and everything else, and they're living in all over the country. They're dispersed not just in the large urban centres. And the major policy change or the major challenge to society as we go forward as a society is how we are going to develop a social policy, a coherent social policy that's going to empower these people. Like, people 50 years ago used the education services to improve their lot. They are not engaging with the education services, they're not engaging with the health services, they're not engaging with society as a whole in terms of community activity or anything else. And the major social policy is what's the government's thinking? It has come up with any of the special cabinet committees to look at what social policy should be developed. It's not an easy question, but it is a challenge for society as we go forward.
Okay, can I take 2 very brief supplementaries? Deputy Boyd-Barrett and Deputy O'Reilly.
Taoiseach, there's nothing facile about my analysis of funding of third level education. This is an analysis that has been provided by the Association of Universities. Okay? They're academics. So I think you should take them a little bit more seriously than just trying to score political points. And they are pointing out that we are spending a small fraction of what most other European countries are spending per student. And the analysis of the health, or the comparison with health, is facile from you, because of course it's failing to acknowledge that quite a considerable amount of that expenditure is out of the pocket expenditure by people paying A&E charges, paying overnight bed charges, paying prescription charges. That's all included in the expenditure, and for that matter private health insurance. Public funding of health is a very different matter, but we're talking here about universities. And the point is, we are way down the league table, and our universities are now tumbling in the international rankings, and the Association of Universities, not mind the student unions, are saying there is a very serious problem. And I would have thought you should have acknowledged that is an issue and seek to respond in a sensible way.
Briefly, please.
Taoiseach, you mentioned that legal proceedings are underway in 4 out of 40 of the cases. Are there plans to initiate legal proceedings on the remainder? And with regard to the contingency arrangements, and reference was made earlier to whether or not it's spin versus substance and all of that, there will have to be an information rollout for the parents concerned. There's probably no need to hire an orchestra or someone to make a video about it, but it would be an idea if parents could get timely information. My understanding is the staff in our Gillen Community College moved very quickly to inform parents, but they still don't know what the plans are for the next number of weeks. So there is going to have to be some sort of an information rollout, and perhaps you might comment on that.
I see you have a topical issue later, so I'm sure the Minister for Education will be dealing with that in detail. Taoiseach, very brief response, if you would, please.
Yeah, just in relation to Western Building Systems, yes, there is legal action underway in respect of 4 schools where fire safety related works have been or are being carried out by the department, and that includes Ardgillen. We'll have to see how this issue develops with regard to structural problems in the schools. But if the company hasn't built these schools up to standard, well then, absolutely, it's the intention of the Department of Education and Government to pursue that company for damages in the courts as well. I agree with the Deputy in relation to information. It is very important that parents are afforded with information, and that we give them information as soon as we possibly can. The priority, of course, is safety of students and staff. The second priority is to carry out the inspections of the 40 schools, to get that done as soon as we possibly can, to find out what kind of works need to be done, to get those works done, and to pursue the builder for the costs through the courts. In terms of Deputy Boyd-Barrett's further contribution. I don't think there was a further question, but I did answer it in my previous contribution, which is that funding for higher education is being increased. It was increased last year, and will be increased next year as well. It's important that we make sure that the money is spent as well as possible, and we should judge ourselves on outcomes, not on how much we spend, and that applies, I think, across all areas of the public service. On social policy, again, I suppose I think I understand the question. I don't have the answer. Perhaps if the Deputy has specific examples, you know, that there. Yeah, I certainly do. But what you referred to people who aren't accessing education or healthcare or employment and social protection services. I'm trying to think through exactly who you're referring to.
Thank you, Taoiseach. That concludes questions to the Taoiseach. We move now to questions to the Minister for Health. Deputy Stephen Donnelly, that's your question.
Minister, the question I have concerns the overrun. Obviously, we're looking at a very hefty overrun for this year. Worryingly, that has been locked into next year as well. So I think 625 million is accounted for based on the overrun for this year, which, by my reading, is money that we could be spending and should be spending on Sláinte Care and on scaling up the system and so forth. So my question is, when was the overrun signalled to you? Was it signalled in late 2017, early 2018? If it was, what steps did you take to try and avoid this very significant overrun? And could you give us the details of what has caused the overrun for this year? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cian Corley. I want to thank Deputy Donnelly for the question. A number of areas within the HSE are contributing to an overspend in 2018. These include higher payouts under the State Claims Agency, a shortfall in private patient income, a higher level of spend in the acute and disability sectors, and, for example, the additional costs associated with Storm Emma, which amounted to about 40 million in and of themselves. The overspend in services is driven by non-achievement of planned savings, higher levels and higher complexity of demand, costs associated with meeting national regulatory standards in the disability sector, and the need for additional emergency placements for children and young people with disabilities. Finally, and importantly, an amount of 280 million was provided in the 2018 revised estimates for appropriations and aid receipts from the UK in respect of healthcare provided under EU regulations. These receipts are now estimated at 225 million, leaving a shortfall of 55 million against the provision. The HSE advises in relation to your question that the savings projected to be achieved by year end under the Value Improvement Programme will be in the region of €80 million. The introduction of a savings programme into the HSE's 2018 National Service Plan reflects the commitment that we must have in the health service to achieve greater value and efficiency across the totality of resources at its disposal. With major increases in public funding for our health services in recent years to a level which does now compare favourably with spending in other countries, it is important that the scope to develop services through the improved management of existing resources also receives ongoing attention. In presenting its 2018 National Service Plan in late 2017, the HSE conveyed its view of what it saw as a significant financial challenge in implementing the plan within the allocated budget for 2018. Of course, this wasn't a secret. It was published on page 2 and 3 of the National Service Plan. In response, I confirmed to the HSE that the plan was to be framed having regard to the funding available. The health sector was but one area of several priority areas competing for additional funding in 2018 from the overall fiscal space available to government. I pointed out that over 600 million in additional funding was provided for the health sector in the 2018 budget, and that the HSE's allocation had increased by approximately 20% since 2015, or an average of 6.6% per annum, which is ahead of both the programme for government and the confidence and supply level of increase. Taking the significant 2018 and prior year allocations into account, it is clear that issues of budgetary performance need to be addressed in certain areas, and the HSE should discharge its accountability in this regard under the Performance and Accountability Framework.
Official record, Deputy Donnelly.
Thank you, Ken Corlett. Minister, what I'm hearing from you causes concern, because the HSE, you're telling us, told you towards the end of last year, they said, this isn't a big enough budget and we're going to have an overrun. Now, I'll read back on exactly what you've said, but my understanding of what you've said is that you heard that and you told them that they needed to go back and they needed to come up with a service plan within budget. I'm assuming that is what you did. So can I ask you, if the HSE, you got the budget you got, that the Dáil voted you, the HSE came back to you late last year and said, Minister, this isn't enough money for the service plan, so you got to do one of two things. You got to either increase the budget or we've got to reduce the service plan. Did you instruct them to reduce the service plan to make sure that they could deliver on budget, which presumably you did? And if you did that, then what has happened to lead to a nearly 800 million overrun? I think saying things like Storm Emma and unforeseen events, I don't think that's an acceptable rationale. If you're running a 16-17 billion euro healthcare system, storms happen, flu epidemics happen.
Thank you, Deputy.
You plan for the unforeseen and you make sure you have contingency budgets in place. So can I ask, did you ask the HSE to reduce their service plan to a level that should have allowed them and you deliver according to budget? Thank you.
Well, of course, the HSE didn't just tell me, they told us all in the HSE service plan, as they do most years, the challenges and risks that exist in an organisation like the HSE. And remember, Deputy Donnelly, this is not the first year that the HSE has needed a supplementary budget. If you look back to 2006, where we had long-stay charges repayment scheme of €1 billion, if you look back to shortfalls of 240 million in overrun and demand-led schemes in 2007, 345 million in 2008, 595 million in 2010, 680 million in 2014. This is not, by the way, I'm not saying this as a good thing, but I think the reason we all know that we need to reform our health service so that it can actually deliver value for money and improve services is why we've all signed up to the Sláinte Care plan. The HSE, and the law is very clear on this, the HSE has a legal obligation under the Health Act to present a service plan that it signs up to delivering. So yes, it can highlight risks and it can highlight challenges, and it did highlight those risks and challenges to me. But ultimately, when it submits a service plan to the Minister of the day, it is committing to deliver the services contained within this service plan. That is their legal responsibility that they're taking on. Now, I do think we need to improve the oversight and governance structures. That's why I have appointed Sir Ciarán Devan as the new chair designate of the HSE board. That's why I do want to put a competency-based board in place as well. But you may say, you know, Storm Emma or State Claims Agency doesn't explain it. Well, it does explain a fair bit of it, because if you have, let's just take the State Claims Agency, you cannot predict the level of claims being paid out every year, and it was clear there was an overrun in that area. It is clear that Storm Emma cost €40 million. But it was also clear, let's be honest, that both when it came to our acute hospitals and our disability sector, that there was a significant overspend. Now, when you say what options, you know, what did you tell the HSE to do? Well, what I certainly didn't say was reduce those services, because you don't have the luxury when you're health minister to tell sick people that they're to go home and come back next year. So we have to manage, and that's the situation that myself and all my predecessors have found themselves.
Thank you, Minister. Look, if we in the Dáil vote you a certain amount of money, and last year it was north of €15 billion, and the HSE comes to you and says, Minister, we can't deliver the service plan for the amount of money that you have got from the Dáil, you have two choices. Well, you have three choices. One is you can come back to the Dáil and say, actually, I need an extra whatever it is, whatever they tell you, 600, 700, €800 million. The other is you can go back to the HSE and say, look, I'm sorry, but this is the amount of money that Dáil Éireann has voted me, and we're going to have to figure out how to bring this in on budget. And of course, no one is suggesting that you turn sick people away. Nobody is suggesting that, and you know that's not being suggested. But anyone managing a budget anywhere in the world says, this is what I'm going to deliver, this is the amount of money I have. But the third thing, which is what actually happened, is, if I understand you, is you didn't tell them to adjust the service plan according to the budget. Therefore, they're warning that they didn't have enough money held, and we end up where we are now, which is with a nearly 800 million overrun. So can I ask, through the year, was anything done? Did you instruct the HSE to adjust the service plan or the capital expenditure on whatever it was to bring it in on budget? Thank you.
So that's not what the HSE said, Deputy Donnelly. The HSE did not say we cannot deliver the service plan. The HSE produced a service plan. It was launched by the then Director General and myself. It was discussed at the Oireachtas Health Committee. I'm pretty sure it was debated on this floor. And they produced that in the knowledge of the resources they had available to them. Yes, they did spell out, both in correspondence to me, which has been long since published, and on page 2 and 3 of the service plan, the risks and the challenges that they saw. If you look back through all service plans, the risks and the challenges are always highlighted. So nobody in the HSE said, nor legally could they have said, that we are producing a service plan that we don't believe we have adequate resources to deliver. They have an obligation in producing a service plan that they can deliver within the resources. However, having said that, it is also clear that when you look at the HSE's budgetary performance since its establishment, it has almost always required a supplementary budget. And I suppose the question for all of us in this House, and the question for me as Minister, is how do we endeavour to move to a better place in that regard? I think the governance piece that we're putting in place is a part of it, but I also think reforming the model of healthcare is a part of it. You and I suppose, have somewhat of the luxury of looking at the available resources just from a health prism. Both your party and this government, when we sat down in budgetary talks last year, had to decide how much money we could give to health and had to do our very best within that envelope. And I didn't see anybody agitating for any more than was given on budget day.
Deputy Louise O'Reilly, question 64, please.
Thanks very much, Count Corlett. Minister, my question, as indeed I'd say probably all my questions, are relatively simple. It has to do with the recruitment and retention crisis, and in light of the fact that nurses and midwives have rejected the results of the, or at least those in the INMO have rejected the results of the Public Service Pay Commission. It doesn't strike me that anything concrete is being done to address this that is working, and I'm sure that you will list whatever it is that you're doing, but it doesn't appear to be having the desired impact. Thank you.
O'Reilly, for the question. As Minister for Health, the recruitment and retention of nurses and midwives has and remains a consistent priority for me. Challenges do exist around recruitment and retention of these professions. That's not news to you that that's my view. I know it's your view. And we're operating in an environment of a backdrop of a global shortage when it comes to nurses and midwives. However, despite these challenges, the data shows that we have managed to increase the number of nurses and midwives employed. And I don't think that should be lost from the debate. When the number of nurses and midwives employed by the HSE is compared between this September and last September, it shows that there has been an increase of 1,050 whole-time equivalents, including student nurses. Without student nurses, though, the increase is 1,039 whole-time equivalents. The Deputy refers to a statement in her question made by the HSE in their annual report for 2017, which in many ways confirms what we already know, that we are operating within a competitive recruitment market when it comes to filling positions involving health professionals, not least midwives and nurses. I do believe that the recent pay proposals put forward were a positive step towards making the public health service a more attractive place to work for nurses and midwives. Firstly, the Public Service Pay Commission recommended a 20% increase to the specialised qualification allowance for nurses and the location allowance for nurses. They also were to be extended to our maternity services. In addition, the Commission recommended that the eligibility for a senior staff nurse or midwife be reduced from 20 years to 17 years. The government also proposed to address the issue of new entrant pay, not just for nurses but right across the public service, and this would benefit around 10,000 nurses to the value of around €3,000 each. So I am sorry that the INMO rejected these proposals, but I do very much respect the outcome of their ballot. On foot of the Public Service Stability Agreement, Government is making very considerable resources available to increase public service pay, including in respect of nurses. This is on the basis that this agreement is honoured by all the parties involved. I understand that the INMO will consider its next steps when its executive meets on the 5th of November, but I would like to see all parties, including my own department, coming together during the intervening period to see if there is a way forward. Industrial action is not something which any side wants to see. It's it's not something that patients want to see. I know it's not something that nurses want to see, and I would hope that engagement could take place between nurses and their employer in advance of the 5th of November.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy O'Reilly.
Minister, I have some small knowledge of industrial relations between nurses in this state, and I can tell you, if you don't acknowledge and address the issue of pay, you are leaving nurses and midwives with absolutely no option. I know, you've said it, it's known out here. The last thing that they will want to do is contemplate industrial action, but that involves you giving them another option. You referenced the Public Service Pay Commission as I think you called it a positive step. 94% of those balloted in the Irish Nurses and Midwives Organisation are after rejecting it, so it is not viewed as a positive step by them. Minister, do you acknowledge that pay is a factor, not allowances or any specific element of pay, actual pay, what you and I call pay, what you have in your back pocket after payday, not any one specific bit of it that might apply to you and not apply to your colleagues? Do you acknowledge that pay is central, and are you going to take any steps to address it?
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
What the Government is going to do is respect the Public Service Stability Agreement, which we asked public service unions to sign up to, which they signed up to, and which the Irish Congress of Trade Unions signed up to. I understand that the INMO is a member of the Irish Congress of Trade Unions, and I understand that all parties to the Public Service Stability Agreement have signed up and have agreed that there would be no cost increasing claims for improvement in pay for the duration of the agreement. So that's what the agreement says, Deputy O'Reilly. The agreement that was signed up to by the unions says that there will be no increase in pay above and beyond what's already spelled out in the agreement. This is only a new agreement, and if we start unpicking this agreement at such a very early stage, I don't think that says much for honouring agreements that have just been agreed. We asked the Public Service Pay Commission to do a body of work. We asked them on an expert basis to come together, to analyse data, to hear from all sides, to receive submissions and to make recommendations. They made recommendations. They made recommendations that would have put more money in the pockets of many of our nurses and many of our midwives. And on the top of that, pay rises for new entrants, which is an issue that does need to be addressed. I respect the INMO ballot. They have made their decision in that regard. I want to be engagement with them in advance of the 5th of November to see if we can find a way forward, but one that respects the Public Service Stability Agreement.
O'Reilly.
You missed a very important point out of the Public Service Stability Agreement. It was in other agreements, including the one that was reneged on by Fianna Fáil, which is that the parties reserve the right to go back to the table and renegotiate if the circumstances change. Now, they were quick enough to drag us back, actually, because I was, as my dad say, back in my tools at that stage, drag us back to the table when circumstances changed to insist that there be negotiations on the subject of pay cuts. Now circumstances have changed. We are facing a recruitment and retention crisis, and all of our talk of sláinte care, reform and everything else will come to nothing unless we have the staff to deliver it. Nurses and midwives are the single biggest cohort within our health service. If we don't acknowledge that the agreement, and by the way, other trade unions outside of the INMO are now calling for a renegotiation of that agreement, just as Fianna Fáil did when they felt the circumstances were right with another agreement. So there is scope there to renegotiate, Minister, and I just would like to hear something more positive from you in relation to nurses and midwives' pay. We passed a resolution here where we all agreed that pay had to be central, not for a small group or a section or a single cohort, but for all nurses and midwives.
Minister, to conclude.
Look, I don't want to engage in a back and forth in relation to industrial relations matters on the floor of this Dáil, for the very reason that I do want there to be serious engagement between my department, the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform where appropriate, and the INMO in advance of their executive meeting on the 5th of November to see if there's a way forward. But I do say I have to respect an agreement that all public servants, or certainly the vast majority, have signed up to, called the Public Service Stability Agreement, that ICTU has very much signed up to. That is only a new agreement that does see many benefits for people across the public service. I accept that there's a recruitment and retention challenge, particularly a retention challenge when it comes to people working in the health service. There are a number of measures in place to try and assist with this in the Public Service Pay Commission. I would have hoped that they could be accepted, and then we could have further engagement along the lines that the Public Service Pay Commission references already in its reports. You're right, we need more nurses working in our health service. They are key to the delivery of sláinte care. I do hope a resolution can be found, but that is going to require engagement that takes place in the context of respecting the Public Service Stability Agreement.
Thank you, Minister. Question 65 is Deputy James Brown.
Thank you, Ciaran Corley. Can I ask the Minister for Health his plans for new measures to address the shortfall in consultant psychiatric numbers?
Deputy Brown for the question, which I'm taking on behalf of my colleague Minister Daly. Budget 2019 allocated an additional €55 million for the development of mental health services, and I acknowledge Deputy Brown's commitment to this area as well. The additional funding allocated to mental health services since 2012 has provided for the recruitment of over 1,500 posts in mental health since 2012. In the last year alone, the number of psychiatrists has increased by 14. There are currently 340 consultant psychiatrists in the mental health services and 83 vacancies. The HSE uses locums, short-term contracts and other arrangements to fill many of these posts to support service delivery. In addition, we have now developed our capacity in primary care through the funding of 114 assistant psychologists, a new grade that I have seen firsthand the positive impact they're making, 20 psychologists and 10 advanced nurse practitioners. This will help to manage the demand and improve access to our psychiatry services. A focus of funding for 2019 will now be on early intervention and support services that will assist as many service users as possible in dealing with mental health challenges before they require acute or psychiatric care. The Government remains committed to increasing the consultant workforce, and there is a significant need for psychiatrists. However, it is generally acknowledged that there are difficulties in recruiting and retaining certain grades of staff, particularly specialist CAM staff and consultant psychiatrists. This is an issue not just in our own country, but indeed internationally. The HSE undertakes continuing recruitment in respect of consultant psychiatrists. Campaigns have targeted international events involving prospective candidates, and the Public Service Pay Commission, in its report published on the 4th of September, identified difficulties in attracting consultant applications for many posts at present and acknowledged that the pay rates for new entrants had been highlighted as a factor in this. The Department of Public Expenditure and Reform has published proposals regarding mitigation of the extended salary scales for new entrants across the public service under Section 4 of the Public Service Stability Agreement. Two separate interventions will now take place at point 4 and point 8 of pay scales, involving the bypassing of 2 scale points. This measure will apply from the 1st of March 2019 and will be applied to eligible new entrants as they reach the relevant scale points on their current increment date. Those between point 4 and 8 will also benefit from the first intervention on the date of their next normal increment.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Brown.
Thank you, Minister. I welcome the opportunity to raise the very worrying issue of the shortage of psychiatrists in our health system. The Public Service Pay Commission found that there was particular problems in recruitment in or around psychiatry. They found that there were 458 established posts and only 364 filled or in situ. That's about 79%. But of course, this low level is based on established posts and not on the number that should be in place as required under a vision for change. So the actual number is probably quite lower than that. In June 2018, there were 25 unqualified non-specialist doctors, not on the specialist register, but who were acting as psychiatric consultants. And a practice that the President of the High Court, Mr Justice Peter Kelly, described as scandalous at the time and reported the matter to, I think, HICWA, the Attorney General, and a lot of other areas. And I think it didn't get the coverage at the time it deserved because there was other serious health issues going on at the time. It was clear that there was a very serious shortage of psychiatrists. Yet when the College of Psychiatry sought to increase the number of trainee places by 10%, they were refused and only granted a 5% increase in training places. So while the government says it can't recruit psychiatrists, they also won't train sufficient numbers of them. So I asked the Minister, what are you going to do about this situation?
Minister.
I want to thank Deputy Brown for the point and in acknowledging that there is a recruitment challenge when it comes to our psychiatrists, but also, I suppose, highlighting the fact that the numbers have increased, but there's certainly a number of vacancies. Given its analysis, the Pay Commission proposed that the parties to the Public Service Stability Agreement jointly consider what further measures could be taken to address the pay differential between pre-existing consultants and new entrant consultants, which has increased following the settlement of the 2008 consultant contract claim. The Department of Public Expenditure and Reform and the Department of Health have noted the Commission's view, and consideration will be given to potential solutions which are in line with public sector pay policy and with available budgets. We will obviously now be preparing the HSE service plan for 2019, the very significant budget that is in place for the delivery of mental health services, a budget that will exceed over €1 billion, and will obviously have an additional €55 million for the development of mental health services. Minister Daly also remains eager to look at other ways of supporting the mental health services, and you saw, I think, an example of that through the assistant psychology posts this year, which have been very successfully filled. I think you have 111 of the 114 of them filled nationally. So I accept there's a lot more to do in this regard, Deputy Brown, but we will be looking at how to further progress this in the context of the HSE service plan.
Deputy Brown.
Thank you, Minister. And I appreciate pay is a very significant and important factor, but I think the conditions that many consultant psychiatrists are having to work in is also part of the particular problems they're facing. The consultant psychiatrists were taken out of the hospitals and put into the community, and rightly so, under a vision for change, but the buildings are simply not fit for purpose. Many of the buildings, and I've been in a lot of them, are simply either decrepit or they don't have the proper facilities. And what the psychiatrists tell me is that they're spending an awful lot of their time as well, not only in buildings that are not fit for purpose, but doing, I suppose, roles that is really not under their remit. It's like finding hospital beds, making phone calls and opening letters and so on and so forth, which is really a waste of their time. They should be spending their time with the clients. And I would ask the Minister to in particular look at the conditions that many of our mental health services are provided in, because they're not fit for the psychiatrists, they're not fit for the psychiatric nurses who are working in them, the other allied health professionals, or for the patients who have to attend those facilities.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. To conclude.
Yeah, I agree with Deputy Brown in terms of the need to do more in this regard, and I'll certainly pass that on to Minister Daly in the context of him drawing up plans with the HSE for the service plan for 2019. I would point out that in addition to the psychology posts and the benefit I think that brings to the overall service, we are also committed to increasing the number of psychiatric nurse undergraduate places, which will be increased by 130 per year by 2021-2022. So that's approximately, we'll go from 270 undergraduate posts a year to about 400 posts a year. In relation to improved 7 days a week services, which I think again comes back to your point about the level of the service we're providing. The HSE is now in the final stages of recruiting the staff required to deliver 7/7 mental health service cover for the areas that do not currently have a service in place. It's expected to be delivered in early 2019 as well. So I'll certainly take on board the points Deputy Brown makes as we prepare for HSE Service Plan 2019.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Louise O'Reilly, question 66.
Thanks very much, Ceann Comhairle. Minister, parents of kids who are waiting for scoliosis surgery have described the manner in which the lists are treated as being manipulated, an exercise in manipulation, moving people from one list to another, sending out letters to parents of sick children expecting unrealistically quick replies, and that's their word, by the way. I don't disagree with them as it goes, but that's their word, not mine. Can you give us information about the suspended list for scoliosis surgery and how many kids have actually been treated abroad? Thank you.
Minister.
And thank Deputy O'Reilly for highlighting this important issue and for continuing to return to it as we rightly should as a Dáil. The development of a sustainable scoliosis service has been prioritised by both my department and the HSE over the last year. An additional €9 million was provided to the Children's Hospital Group this year to support the development and the implementation of a sustainable and safe paediatric orthopaedic service for children and young people. The increased investment in scoliosis has brought stability to the service, and the current capacity for services has now expanded. The Children's Hospital Group advises that 446 procedures will be delivered this year. That's compared to 371 last year and 224 in 2016. So we have doubled the number of scoliosis procedures since 2016. 224 in 2016, 371 in 2017, and now 446 procedures. So when you, and I accept they may not be your words, but you agree with them, when you talk about manipulation, let me be clear, the actual number of procedures being done each and every year is increasing and will have doubled since 2016. Waiting list figures for the 12th of October, a few days ago, show 130 patients waiting, which includes patients who have been asked to come in for a procedure, those who have been given a date for a procedure in the near future, because often you need to obviously get the date right that works for the patient, both clinically and logistically, and those who are also waiting for a date for procedure. This represents a reduction of 61 patients, or 32% in comparison to the same week last year, where the list stood at 191 patients, a very significant reduction of 32%. The Children's Hospital Group advises that a number of families were offered the opportunity to have their child surgery abroad this year, but did not avail of the offer. I can fully understand why that would be the case. This year, one patient has had their surgery abroad, having deferred their procedure from 2017. The Children's Hospital Group advises that as of the 12th of October, there were 42 patients on the suspended list for spinal surgery across the group. The placement of patients on a suspended list for surgery is a clinical decision. It is made by a doctor. It is made by a surgeon. It's made by the treating clinician in consultation with other medical professionals, the patient and their families. Patients are placed on the suspended list for clinical reasons, such as being clinically unwell and unfit for surgery, requiring further investigation and procedures prior to the treatment, or their condition being managed conservatively and not requiring surgical intervention at this time based on clinical reasons. Families may also request a suspension for non-clinical reasons, and that too is understandable. They are very much clinical.
Deputy Riley.
Thanks very much, Ken Corley. Minister, my understanding is that 347 surgeries have been performed to date, and what you stated there was the target for this year. So in order to hit your target, 100 more surgeries are going to have to be performed between now and the end of the year, some of which includes the Christmas period. Would you be confident that those 100 are going to be? I wouldn't. I have to be straight with you now. I wouldn't. With regard to the number of surgeries abroad that are offered and not taken. Now, I've spoken to a lot of parents who are involved in this, and I've spoken to their advocates, and what they tell me is, A, that's not a massively significant number, so perhaps you might tell me exactly what the number is, but B, factors that influence it are the availability of follow-up care here. So even where it has been offered, parents can't avail of it unless the follow-up care is available here, and that is not available in some instances. But you might advise how many people it has, and also if you have confidence that 100 surgeries are going to be performed given the performance to date. Thank you.
I truthfully don't have that figure for Deputy O'Reilly, but I will get it for her very quickly in terms of how many people have been offered surgery abroad, I think is the Deputy's question. And I will get her that figure. But I do just need to re-emphasise the point that the Children's Hospital Group advises that clinical criteria for determining a care plan for scoliosis-related surgeries and other spinal procedures is complex. I think we appreciate that. It is based on established clinical guidelines and best practice both nationally and internationally, and these are decisions being made by some really good surgeons that we have operating within the Irish Health Service. Yes, I am confident that the Children's Hospital Group will meet the target in terms of the number of procedures it will carry out, because if you look at the reality, they did 224 in 2016. You might have asked me the same question last year. They got to 371 last year. Now they're going to build on that again to 446. But not only have we seen additional recruitment in terms of our consultants, we've also seen CAPA now doing more work as well, and it's envisaged that CAPA will complete 50 paediatric spinal surgeries in 2018 against a target for this year of 39. So this is a good example of increasing the capacity for scoliosis surgeries in Ireland, which I think is exactly what we need to be doing. And this year the CHG aims to deliver 446 procedures. And as I said, this represents an increase in activity of 99.5% in 2016. Minister. So we have a lot more to do, but we are making progress in this regard.
Question number... Oh, sorry. Yes. Good. Mea culpa.
Minister, there are, and this is very complex, and you've advised the same, but there are complications that are caused to these kids by having to wait. Their condition can deteriorate to the point where surgery may not, in fact, be viable. I spoke to a parent this morning, and she asks me, in the event that children are left with a permanent impairment as a result of the delays, and we all have acknowledged there's delays, okay, whether or not we accept the extent to which they're being dealt with effectively, we all acknowledge there are delays. Minister, would you apologise to those kids, and will you consider offering them some form of compensation, because some of them are going to live with this damage for the rest of their lives. They're only young. And also, Minister, I bring to your attention again, the theatre in Crumlin is still only open 3 days a week, and it strikes me that if that's open 5 days a week, that's really a statement of intent to get this sorted. Thank you.
Minister.
So, of course, Deputy O'Reilly, the funding has been provided to increase the capacity of additional consultants, so even more procedures can be done in Crumlin. The reconfiguration of the existing orthopaedic post in Crumlin is being worked through the Consultant Appointment Approval Committee. Funding for an additional 2 new consultant posts for paediatric orthopaedics has been provided this year. The 2 new posts are currently being processed and are expected to be appointed by the end of this year. These posts are allocated to Crumlin and to Temple Street University Hospital for paediatric orthopaedics, so that existing consultants can focus on spinal surgery services. And the Mater have also been successful in the recruitment of consultants ahead of profile. So we are making a lot of progress in relation to this. I do accept, as you've alluded to, that often children can be clinically suitable for surgery 1 week, and because of the complexity of things can find themselves on the basis of clinical advice not being able to have surgery a week or 2 after. That causes significant difficulties and stress for families. That's why I think the scoliosis co-design team, where we're working with the 3 advocacy groups plus the consultants plus Brian O'Mahony as an independent chair to come up with the pathway of care, is the appropriate thing to do. I am confident that a lot of good progress has been made in this area, but I'm also confident that it's about having a sustainable service so that we don't have to rely on outsourcing, or so that we don't just try and fix the problem this year, but actually can look after our own children here in this country. And this is one area where we are seeing a lot of progress.
Question 67, Deputy Alan Kelly.
Minister, as you know, my neighbour Marion Kelly passed away on December the 1st last year. She was one of the 21 Alpha 1 patients. who were on the clinical trial for Respreza. And last August 2017, HSE said that they wouldn't be reimbursing this drug. There then was a standoff, as you know, for a number of months, where 2 patients, Marion being one of them, after meeting me a few weeks earlier, passed away after being off the drug for 6 weeks. There's been a lot of discussions, a number of meetings. You've met with the family, in fairness to you, on 2 occasions at my request. But it has gone to a standstill. I want to know the status of where the negotiations are with this drug company regarding this very, very important trial, and the 19 patients who are still on it and others who need it as well.
Minister.
I want to thank Deputy Kelly not just for raising this, but for his advocacy in this area, and for indeed introducing me to the family of Marion Kelly. And I've seen firsthand through your own work their dedication to making sure that this issue is resolved for the 19 families, which is something that I share. The HSE assessed the application for the pricing and reimbursement of Respreza, and in August 2017, as the Deputy knows, the manufacturer, CSL Behring, was notified that the HSE did not recommend reimbursement. A number of patients were on an access scheme for this product operated by the manufacturer. That scheme was being run independently by the manufacturer without reference to the HSE. The company notified the HSE that it had decided to terminate the access scheme from the 30th of September 2017. The Deputy knows my views on this in terms of I believe that was a very unethical thing to do, a very inappropriate thing to do. You have a duty of care to people in relation to clinical trials, but we've been through that over that ground before. Following interventions by the HSE, the company modified its decision and agreed to continue to supply the medication free of charge for the patients on the access scheme. Due to the critical and exceptional circumstances, the HSE agreed to fund the provision of the necessary nursing service, something that doesn't usually happen, to ensure that patients could continue to receive the medicine. The HSE, I'm informed, is continuing to liaise with the treating consultant and the company, and has now drafted the terms of an agreement for the long-term care of the 19 Alpha-1 clinical trial patients. This proposal is now being reviewed by the company, and I'm informed that a final agreement should be reached shortly. And I think this is, I want to be very clear before I say the next thing. I view this group of 19 patients as separate and distinct. I think we have a duty of care to these patients because they were on this medication for so long. In relation to the broader issue, in relation to Respreza for other patients, it is open to the company to submit a new reimbursement application to be assessed. As you will appreciate, I have no statutory role in that regard, and I understand that that new application has not been submitted. So 2 distinct issues. One, how do we look after and care for the 19? I'm happy that good progress has been made there. I'm informed that a final agreement should be reached shortly, and that the terms of that agreement have now been drafted. I'm happy to keep directly in contact with Deputy Kelly. Second issue is, in terms of the broader cohort of patients, if the company wishes to submit another application.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Kelly.
Thank you, Minister. And I appreciate the honesty with which you have addressed the question. Unfortunately, I suppose the frustration is that we've been at this juncture for a long time. In fairness, the family were here, as you know, in April. You met with them. We had a commitment from the HSE that there was going to be an agreement as regards the 19 patients very quickly. There was meant to be meetings that were to take place fairly quickly. It didn't happen. Subsequently, there was a meeting that took place in June. That took place. There was a follow-up meeting. There is a frustration here that this is going on now a year, and we haven't got any guarantee that these 19 patients will continue on the drug and it will be administered in the way in which it needs to. We need that guarantee, Minister. We can't allow these 19 patients, outside of all the other patients who potentially need this drug as well. We cannot leave them in this limbo land. It is not acceptable. And to be frank about it, the family of Marion Kelly are actually exhausted. They can't even get phone calls or emails answered anymore.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you, Deputy Kelly. I accept that. I accept that this is going on for a long time, and I'd be very interested in hearing from you directly in relation to who's not responding to emails, so that I can pursue that matter myself. As the Deputy has himself done, I suppose, is separating the 2 issues. The broader reimbursement issue for patients beyond the 19 is a matter I think we'd all accept in the first instance for the company to submit an application. My understanding, I'm open to correction, but the information available to me from the HSE is that that has not yet happened. If that does happen, that application will be assessed in accordance with the laws passed by these houses. But I do think there's a separate and distinct issue, and I'm fully in agreement with Deputy Kelly in relation to this, to those 19 patients. I don't believe you can have people on a clinical trial for so long that then all of a sudden one day the company just decides that we're not providing it anymore, and those people are left in a very, very unenviable and difficult position. I'm very pleased that progress is being made, that the draft terms of agreement are now in place and are with the company for review, and as a result of this question I will further check in with the HSE in terms of a timeline for the conclusion of that terms of agreement.
Thank you. Deputy Kelly.
Minister, I suppose I don't want to be here in another month asking the same question on the anniversary of Marion Kelly's passing, which was the 1st of December. She was in my office not long before she passed away. This is really important for those that are fighting and those families who are fighting for the remaining 19 patients. I want to acknowledge the work of Deputy John Brazel in relation to this as well, and he had a question down to you, the answer of which I was very disappointed with, and is actually the reason that I put this in, along with the discussions with the family who have been on to me, the Kelly family, so much. Number of things here. This needs to be concluded before the 1st anniversary of Marion Kelly's death. Secondly is that these patients, the administration of the drug which is to be paid for, has it been paid for to date? Have all the administration costs been taken up? You might answer that. Thirdly, will you ensure that the HSE directly communicate with Alpha One Group and with the Kelly family on the current status of the negotiations? I personally am losing confidence that the people in the HSE dealing with this are prioritising it to the level that is required.
Deputy Minister to conclude.
So I too hope that these can be concluded very quickly in relation to the administration costs. Quite frankly, Deputy, other than the information I have in front of me, I have no information to the contrary. The HSE did agree, because of the unique and exceptional circumstances in relation to these 19 patients, that it would fund the provision of the necessary nursing services to ensure that patients could continue to receive the medicine. I will certainly check that that has been met, because that is the commitment given and a commitment that will be honoured. I'll also ask that the HSE now arrange to meet with the Alpha One Group and indeed with the family of Marion Kelly to update them directly in relation to where they are in this matter. I hope that both the company and the HSE can resolve this very quickly. I do accept that it's going on quite a long time, and I want to again extend my sympathies and thoughts to the family of Marion Kelly.
Lloyd Barrett, you're taking question 68.
I am on behalf of Deputy Gino Kenny. Minister, who's ill today, Minister, the National Rehabilitation Hospital in Dún Laoghaire in August saw 6 beds closed, bringing to a really pretty scandalous 12 beds closed in the National Rehabilitation Hospital. The 6 others had been closed since the end of 2017 due to staff shortages and other resource shortages. But then in August, 6 paediatric inpatient beds were shut as a result of the inability of the consultant who works out of Crumlin to provide paediatric cover, because apparently they went on unplanned leave. So we'll hear the Minister's response. Can the Minister
Minister.
Thank you. First of all, can I thank Deputy Richard Boyd-Barrett for submitting this very, very important question in relation to the National Rehabilitation Hospital in Dún Laoghaire. As you know, Deputy, the hospital provides complex specialist rehabilitation services to patients who, as a result of an accident, illness or injury, have acquired a physical or cognitive disability and require specialist medical rehabilitation. Services include a paediatric programme which is delivered by a paediatric team based on the campus with clinical oversight provided by the consultant paediatrician, which is based off campus at another hospital. Up until recently, this service oversight has been provided by a consultant paediatrician at Our Lady's Children's Hospital in Crumlin, whose contract includes a 7-hour clinical attachment to the NRH. I'm advised by the Health Service Executive that the consultant in question recently went on unplanned long-term leave, and arising from this unforeseen development, Our Lady's Children's Hospital is not currently in a position to provide consultant oversight at the NRH's paediatric programme. In light of this, the NRH has reluctantly closed its inpatient paediatric services on the basis that it is not possible to appropriately assess and triage new paediatric referrals and medically manage the patients without consultant paediatric input. The suspension of this service is impacting on existing inpatients, those on the waiting list for admission and those who are newly referred to the services and are willing to an assessment by a consultant. The Children's Hospital Group has confirmed that officials are actively working to identify another consultant paediatrician with an interest in disability to fill the vacancy in order to provide appropriate clinical paediatric oversight to the services provided at the NRH. In the interim, the paediatric team at the NRH continues to offer outpatient and outreach services to children. The NRH and the HSE will continue to work closely to seek a solution to this very important matter. Thank you, Controller.
Yes, Minister, the rehab hospital provides incredibly important services, brain injury, spinal cord injury, prosthetic and limb absence rehabilitation, as you said, paediatric rehabilitation. Now, the human consequences of not having these beds open are very severe. I was talking to Deputy Gino Kenny's constituent who contacted us about this today, whose daughter had a brain tumour and had surgery in Temple Street in April. She's been left with a very serious weakness on her left side, needs serious rehab, but is now unable to go into the NRH, still waiting because of the closed beds. And early intervention in serious situations like this is incredibly important. So that's like the human consequence of this. So can the Minister explain why we can't get consultant cover, why we can't recruit a consultant to provide the cover which will allow these beds to be reopened, given the suffering that is being endured by people who really need it? I mean, we need an explanation.
Explanation of Cancorla. Can I first of all welcome Deputy Richard Boyd-Barr's comments in relation to the great work that the Children's Hospital Group do, and particularly the NRH, in relation to these particular people. But the reality is that we have an issue here with consultants. We also heard earlier on some of the other discussions about doctors. There is a shortage here and there is a problem here, and that is something that we're trying to deal with. We have an improvement in recent months. I've seen the return of many people from abroad. I've seen it in the speech and language and occupational therapy service, but we still have an issue here with staff, that we need more consultants, and we have a difficulty there. But can I also say that we remained, and the NRH remains committed to resuming its inpatient services as soon as the resolution to the current issues around the consultant paediatrician cover is found. And the NRH and the HSE will continue to work closely to seek a solution on this matter. The Government does recognise the excellent programme which the National Rehab Hospital delivers and the hospital excellent patient outcomes. But yes, we have to deal with the issue of staffing, and that's something that we're strongly focused on.
Deputy Boyd-Barrett.
There's no doubt about the excellent work that the NRH do, but I mean, to have 12 beds, there was 12 beds closed at the end of 2017. They managed to get funding to get 6 of them reopened, but then another 6 closed because we can't get the consultant in the paediatric area. And if it is related, as was discussed earlier on, to the sort of apartheid new entrant levels of pay for consultants as a result of all of the austerity cuts, that has to be addressed. But we can't, this situation can't go on, and people like the person I mentioned, whose daughter needs this rehabilitation urgently, and many others who will be waiting for those beds and really need this rehab, this is just totally unacceptable. So, you know, we need to sort this out, Minister. We need to do what's necessary and provide the resources that are necessary in order to recruit the consultants to do this absolutely vital
Thank you very
work.
much, Deputy Minister, to conclude.
I mean, of course, I take the point that Deputy Boyd-Barr is raising, and they're very, very important points, and we have to strongly focus on this issue. But can I say as well, the hospital has made a submission to the HSE's National Hospitals Office on the reopening of the 6 closed beds, and the hospital's office supported the NRH submission within the context of the estimates process for 2019. The HSE's Operations Service Improvement Division has also sought to reopen the 6 beds through the winter planning process for the 2018 and 19. However, such considerations will only be concluded by October-November this year, and if successful, the beds will be opened after this date. But the HSE does continue to liaise closely with the hospital on the bed capacity issue, and this is something that I will strongly focus on, because I totally accept your arguments in relation to children and having a disability and needing services, and that's something we have to strongly support.
you very much, Minister. Deputy John McGuinness, yours is question 69.
Writing in July 2018, Carrie Lawless outlined her experience suffering from Lyme disease, and part of that, what she said was, my life became this tiny thing, someone who had worked hard, played hard, travelled extensively, loved hard, lived life to the full. I became a shadow, housebound, a virtual recluse, and one or two good friends to sustain me. That was her experience. She thought about ending it all. This is Lyme disease, and with the protests outside this gate on a regular basis. Minister, what are you doing to ensure that this matter is dealt with?
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
I want to thank Deputy John McGuinness for raising this issue, and I've received correspondence from the Deputy on it, and I know it's an issue you're advocating strongly on. The Health Protection Surveillance Centre has a Lyme disease subcommittee which has been tasked with producing a report which covers awareness of Lyme disease amongst clinicians and members of the public, identification of best international practice in raising awareness about Lyme disease, development of policies for primary prevention of Lyme disease, exploration of ways in which to improve surveillance of Lyme disease, and the development of strategies to raise awareness of Lyme disease, particularly in areas of higher tick populations. The Health Protection Surveillance Centre is aware that the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence in the UK has undertaken a systematic review of Lyme disease, which has resulted in the Institute publishing new Lyme disease guidelines. These are based on the most exhaustive systemic review yet undertaken of the evidence around Lyme disease, and focused on producing recommendations based on best available evidence relating to diagnosis, management and public awareness of Lyme disease. The final report of the Health Protection Surveillance Centre's Lyme disease subcommittee was delayed to ensure that the evidence presented in the Institute guidelines can now be factored into its final report here in this country. I think it's appropriate we should learn from best international practice and experience. I am pleased to inform Deputy McGuinness, though, that the Health Protection Centre's report will now be finalised next month in November, at which point it will be considered by the Scientific Advisory Committee. At this juncture, it would be inappropriate to consider making changes to the testing, treatment and management of the condition. But I am pleased to say that, and I know this is an issue people have been campaigning on for quite a long time for recognition in this country, that by next month we will have the report of the Special Committee on Lyme Disease that will then be considered by the Scientific Advisory Committee of our Health Protection and Surveillance Centre. And I hope that we'll be able to then make informed decisions in relation to how we can improve treatment, awareness and diagnosis in this country in line with other jurisdictions.
McGuinness.
You can't ignore the words of this lady: beat down, broke, defeated, I couldn't face another 10 years. And then you listen to the reply that you have just given. And while work is ongoing on this, it has to be said that this Lyme disease recognition, if you like, campaign has gone on for years with little or nothing being done. And while you're waiting for the report, the fact of the matter is that in France, they apparently, that government has a model of care and understanding in relation to Lyme disease that could be copied by this country. There's no efforts being made to inform the public in any meaningful way. And the only organisation that I see doing this is TikTok. And Anmar writes to you on a regular basis on behalf of this organisation, highlighting the issues, highlighting the costs of going to Germany for their diagnosis and further treatment. And it's extremely unfair that people in this country that have Lyme disease can, like Carrie Lawless, be left undiagnosed from 2007 up to 2017. We're ruining the lives of people.
Minister.
Where simple mistakes are being made and not being recorded.
Well, certainly, Deputy, when you look at my record in relation to this, it's not one of doing nothing. It's one of actually asking that we update our scientific advice here, not just based on our own experiences and our own evidence, but also looking at what they've done across the water in the UK. And we will have that basis of information only next month, which will then enable us to make informed decisions in this regard. It's important to say that Lyme disease can be very successfully treated in many cases using common antibiotics. And these antibiotics are effective at clearing the rash and help to prevent the development of complications. Antibiotics are generally given for up to 3 weeks, and if complications develop, intravenous antibiotics may be considered. TikTok Ireland, a support group that you've referenced, that does excellent work to encourage awareness, prevention and treatment of Lyme disease in Ireland, have requested that the guidelines produced by the International Lyme and Associated Disease Society be used instead of those recommended in the 2012 consensus statement. And also, you'll probably also be aware Deputy McGuinness, that a meeting took place between my department and members of the cross-party action group on Lyme disease only last month on the 25th of September 2018, and indeed TikTok Ireland were represented at that. So I do accept that this is an issue in which there's an awful lot of concern. That I do accept the testimony you gave me there from a person that you've been in contact with, and I do hope that by this time next month we will have an evidence base on which to move forward.
McGuinness.
I just want to impress on the Minister again the urgency of this, because we tend to do an awful lot of reports and we don't learn from other countries. I've highlighted the fact that France seems to be leading the way here, but Canada has a similar approach to this particular disease. And now in New York, the same thing is happening. They're having a cross-department approach to solving the issue around Lyme disease. Now, if all of those countries are taking roughly the same initiative, and if it's being debated within the European Union to have a similar approach across the European Union, then surely we can force, as a matter of urgency, the report to be completed and the appropriate actions then out of that report to be taken. I urge the Minister not to allow this to go on for long more. And I know that TikTok and others they recognise the work that you're doing in this area, but they point out that time is hugely important to them, and that I will ask you to recognise that in the context of action being taken.
Minister, to conclude on this matter.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy. I recognise reports are only as good as the implementation of them, and the commitment that I give you when the report goes to the Scientific Advisory Committee, I and my department will base our actions, and I use the word actions, based on the scientific advice, and I would indeed be happy to meet with you to further discuss those actions and implementation once that report has been received in November.
Question number 70 has been taken by Deputy John Corran.
Minister, this question is on behalf of my colleague Deputy Eamon Scanlon, and it's to ask your views on the campaign to abolish inpatient charges for cancer patients, specifically cancer patients that do not qualify for a medical card and do not have private health insurance.
Yeah, I want to thank Deputy Curran and Deputy Scanlon for the question. Significant progress has been made over a number of years, and indeed over the lifetime of successive governments, in dealing with cancer treatment, with significantly improving survival rates in our country. The National Cancer Strategy 2017 to 2026 aims to build on the progress already made with improved cancer prevention, diagnostics, treatment and aftercare support. The Irish Cancer Society makes a very significant input into the drawing up of this strategy and plays a very positive role in supporting people affected by cancer, for which I thank them. Whilst I very much appreciate the sentiment behind the Society's campaign in relation to hospital charges, making exemptions to these charges on the basis of illness or treatment risks creating inequity within the system. The statutory co-payment, which is capped at a level that is not large relative to the true cost of providing hospital services, represents an important contribution towards hospitals' operating costs. While the overall charges are subject to ongoing review, I think we need to all be honest with each other in terms of the significant financial implications their overall abolition would have. In Budget 2019, we decided to prioritise this year the extension of the GP visit card income thresholds, the reduction of the drug payment scheme monthly threshold, and the reduction of the prescription charges for those with a medical card over 70 years. The Sláinte Care implementation strategy commits to considering all existing charges in the context of the annual budgetary process, and this will allow for priorities to be determined in reviewing and considering the scope for reduction in charges. I'd rather see a situation where we're reducing charges overall rather than a situation whereby we're picking it based on disease or condition, because whilst absolutely you can make a very strong case, as the Irish Cancer Society does, also people with COPD or other conditions, cystic fibrosis and other conditions, could equally make that case. So I think the fact that we're on a road of reform with Sláinte Care, that it is committed to further reducing inpatient charges, that the current charges are capped at a maximum of €800 in any period of 12 consecutive months. I think that is the roadmap to go, and my department will be reviewing eligibility and charges as part of our Sláinte Care implementation, and I'll certainly consider it in that context.
Corran.
Thank you, Minister. Quite obviously, a diagnosis of cancer for anyone is a very, very concerning issue. And I suppose this particular campaign is quite specific in who it addresses. It addresses people that do not qualify for a medical card, and also people who don't have private health insurance. I think if people were relatively affluent, they may well have private health insurance. So it indicates that people are in a fairly restricted budget. And I suppose with many cancer treatments, not all, they're over a protracted period of time. Generally, people are either less in work or not in work at all. They have a reduction in income, and the very time they have a reduction in income, they have additional treatment charges. And while you rightly say you're trying to reduce charges, and you say the maximum inpatient charge in a year is €800, that's a very significant amount of money at a time when you're experiencing a reduction in income. And it is for a specific cohort of people, not those who are particularly affluent, but those who are actually squeezed, who pay for everything and get very, very little in return. And the concern is that that this charge that you talk about being a reduced charge is a really punitive charge for this group of people.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Yeah, I accept that there were a number of issues on which the Irish Cancer Society campaigned for in advance of Budget 2019, and I recognise that they welcomed some of the measures in the budget. They welcomed the fact that we heard their call in relation to rising the price of cigarettes, very supported across this House, the extension of the HPV vaccine to boys, the reduction in medication costs, though they and I want to do more in this regard. And I accept that they also have highlighted very much, as you've done very eloquently, the impact, albeit capped, that large cost can have on somebody at a very vulnerable moment in their lives. And we know the burden of cancer, not just the medical burden and the psychological burden, but also the financial burden, and I recognise that. I suppose what I'm trying to say is I think in addressing that burden, I want to try and do it in a way that is not disease-specific, but does recognise the fact that there has to be an equity of access, that there are many people with a wide range of disease and illness that find themselves going to our hospitals quite a lot. And I would like to use the work that we're doing through Sláinte Care's implementation plan to look at how best we reduce those charges, and I'll certainly look at the Irish Cancer Society's submission within that context.
Thank you, Count Corla. Minister, thank you for your response, and I'm not going to reiterate all the points. As I say, specifically the concern in terms of some cancers is the longevity of the treatment, that it's over a protracted period of time. I indicated quite clearly that for some people it means taking time out of work. They're on reduced or no income, depending on what they have. They probably don't have critical illness insurance, they don't have private health insurance, and at the very same time, their medical expenses. And it's not just the direct medical expenses, the inpatient, but it's the incidentals, as I raised earlier, which is the like of car parking charges and so forth. They mount up for those who are attending and who require ongoing regular treatment over an extended period. If they had private health insurance, if they were affluent, if they were in work, that's a different. But there are a cohort of people who require fairly intensive treatment over an extended period, and their ability to meet these charges is quite restricted.
Minister.
Yeah, I don't think Deputy Kern and I are going to disagree in relation to this. There's no doubt that there's extra costs when somebody has an illness, particularly one that can last a sustained period of time like cancer, and indeed not just a cost to them but a cost to their entire family. I think we all have to work to try and reduce that cost burden. I'm committed to doing that. You referenced the issue of car parking charges, and I heard you speak about that earlier as well. I think you're very much right to highlight this. As you know, I have asked for a review of all car parking charges, and I hope to be in a position to update you on that very shortly.
Now, recommend the Kesh every shot the hen, because talking to Shin on Chapter Breed Smith.
Count Corla, Minister, on this really historical day, and I know most of us in this House are really happy and voted by 10 to 1 to push the bill for a termination of pregnancy forward, but my question is concerning the level of GP care that's available in this country. At the moment it's in crisis. How will it be affected when women want to access termination services in January, and what plans you make to improve the level of GP care in this country?
Sure.
Well, thank Deputy Smith for the question. As the Deputy will be aware, preparations for the implementation of the termination of pregnancy services are at an advanced stage. I welcome the fact that this House passed second stage legislation. Passing the legislation is obviously crucial, but not only that, passing the legislation and making sure that we have the services ready to be operationalised as well. It is envisaged, as the Deputy knows, that most terminations up to 9 weeks of pregnancy will take place in the community setting. A number of medical practitioners have expressed an interest in providing termination of pregnancy services. You would have heard that from the ICGP when they would have given evidence at the special committee on this. Officials in my department and the HSE are drafting contractual proposals for the provision of these services. It is intended that this contract will be available to qualified medical practitioners who wish to provide the services, as well as to organisations that provide women's health services. It is vital that a safe, accessible, woman-centred termination of pregnancy service will be in place by January 2019, and we have provided additional resources in the very recent recent budget to ensure that we can do so. More generally, engagement is due to recommence tomorrow with GP representatives on a package of measures, including service improvements and reform to the GMS contract. I want to recognise on the floor of this House that GPs, like so many people, suffered additional burdens and costs during the financial recession. I want to move to a situation where they find their own career, their own operation in their community to be much more sustainable. I have reached agreement with the Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform to see a multi-annual investment programme in general practice, and I'm delighted that the IMO will be back in my department in trying to make progress on this. We've set a deadline by the end of the year in terms of trying to make progress on this. That's obviously in relation to your broader point about the sustainability of general practice as we ask it to take on new services. But specifically in relation to the termination of services, my department and the HSE are drafting contractual proposals for the provision of these services. We will resource general practice to provide these services. And I do think it's important, and I said this consistently during the referendum, and I said it because I believe it. I do not believe that this is something that will overwhelm in any way the Irish Health Service. It's not often an issue that gets raised in the context of other conditions and other patients seeing their doctor.
Have a better handle on the numbers, etc., but they are quite alarming because the average across the OECD of doctors per patient, per 1,000 patients, is 3.3. In Ireland we have 2.7. Now, unless those figures are going to rapidly change, I think it will require, particularly in pockets where the numbers of GPs seeing more patients than others, like the North Inner City apparently has the highest level of patients to doctors in the country at 1,218 patients per GP. The next in line is a rural area, Laois Offaly, with 1,176 patients per GP. So you could actually have, if you combine that with imposing a 3-day wait, with the possibility of doctors saying, I'm opting out or I conscientiously object, you could actually have flashpoints where this becomes a real problem for accessing the services to terminate pregnancies. But I think we also do need in general to look very seriously at the level of GP care across the country that needs to be addressed. So, for example, there's an alarming 31% of GPs who are currently working are due to retire from the profession in the next 5 years, and how we're going to replace that level of care in a timely fashion.
Thank you, Deputy Smith. So we are providing for extra GP training places, but it's not good enough to just train more GPs. We have to work away to make sure we can ensure that general practice now and into the future is a sustainable career prospect for people studying to be a GP. That's why not only are we going to provide the extra training places, we're also providing a programme of investment. That's why those talks on that general programme of investment is taking place tomorrow with the IMO. The IMO has asked that we set a deadline at the end of the year to try and resolve that and have in place a multi-annual programme of investment for general practice, because I do accept that over successive governments during the economic recession, general practice did take a hit in that regard. Above and beyond that, we will provide, and we are providing, and you saw this in the budget, specific resources in relation to the termination of pregnancy. And one of the things that I did hear from GPs very clearly, I've heard it as I've interacted with the medical colleges, and as you know, I've appointed Dr. Boylan to work with the HSE to make sure these services are ready, was that they wanted to know that there'd be an out-of-hours telephone service medically operated as well. That's an extra support for women, but it's also an extra support for doctors, and I have directed that the HSE have that service in place for January also.
Smith.
Obviously, Minister, we'll get our chance to put in amendments to the legislation, but I do think there's genuine problems in having forcing women to have a 3-day wait, by the time they visit the doctor once, visit the doctor twice, and particularly in the flashpoint areas like parts of rural Ireland and the poorer parts of the inner city, where the level, as I said already, of GPs to doctors is much, much higher ratio. But there's an interesting article in the Times today on the question of conscientious objection, but one of the things the writer points out is that you may find doctors will object to buying into the service not because they have a problem with dealing with terminations, but because they have a problem with a work payment situation. FEMPI and the implementation of SAME saw a cut of 25% to income for doctors, and it hasn't been reversed. So there are numerous problems that have to be dealt with, but my fear here is that having one repeal, having one access to termination, the women and the pregnant people of this country will find themselves with a real problem of being able to access the GPs to deliver that service. And as I say, particularly those in the more vulnerable areas of isolated parts of rural Ireland or the poorer parts of the inner city.
Minister.
In relation to the issue of FEMPI or cuts or investment in general practice, I think I've addressed that by outlining to you the process that we intend to undertake, and there's further engagement with the IMO on that tomorrow. In relation to how the service will operationalise in 3-day periods, I'll save my comments. I think for committee stage where we'll have a lot of an opportunity to engage on that. But my basic premise in approaching this debate is what I said I was going to do during the referendum, I intend to do. We asked the Irish people to vote yes. We published a draft general scheme. That draft general scheme was debated up and down the length and breadth of the country, and I feel, regardless of my own personal views, a responsibility and a duty, I suppose, to move ahead with legislation that's very closely aligned from a policy perspective to what we said we would do during the referendum campaign. Look, in relation to the issue of numbers, and I accept on the issue of termination, you and I are largely on the same page. But I do often hear from people who aren't, or on a different side of this debate, a concern raised in relation to not enough GPs being willing to provide this, or the number of women overwhelming, or awful phrases like that, the service. I don't think that's the evidence. And we saw during the referendum campaign so many doctors put their names forward saying they were willing to provide it. And we did hear from the Irish College of General Practitioners at the special committee in relation to this. So I am confident that we can make progress in this matter.
Now, Deputy John Corran, please accept question 72.
Minister, Budget 2019 announced a couple of weeks ago in the House saw an increase of funding to €75 million for the National Treatment Purchase Fund. My question to you this afternoon is, what additional procedures and treatments would be provided in 2019 as a result of the additional funding?
Sir.
Thank you, Deputy Curran, for this important question. Reducing waiting times for patients for hospital operations and procedures remains a key priority. In Budget 2019, as the Deputy correctly says, we have further increased investment in this area, with funding to the National Treatment Purchase Fund increasing from €55 million in 2018 to €75 million in 2019. That is an increase of over 150% since this government came to office, since the Confidence and Supply Agreement was entered into. In 2019, the NTPF plans to deliver 25,000 inpatient day case treatments. That's an increase of 5,000 from the 20,000 procedures committed to in its waiting list action plan this year. In addition, provision of 5,000 gastroscopes will be arranged by the NTPF. That's an increase of 1,000 from their target of this year. Furthermore, 40,000 first outpatient appointments will be arranged. And I think this is a really important point. We have made a lot of progress, and in fairness, I've heard your own party acknowledge this. When you look at the inpatient day case list, we have seen a very significant reduction from about 86,000 at its peak, people waiting for hospital operations or procedures, to now down to the low 70,000s and projected to continue to drop month on month. So we know the investment's making a difference there. The area we now need to target is outpatients, and that's why I will be putting a particular focus in terms of the resourcing of the NTPF on those 40,000 first outpatient appointments. This year has seen ongoing improvements with the number of patients waiting, as I've said, for an inpatient and day case procedure, now at 72,700 from a peak of 86,100. That's a 16% reduction, and continuing for that reduction to grow in size. The number of patients waiting over 9 months has reduced from over 28,000 to under 19,000 in the same period. That's a 32% reduction. And it's expected that through the combination of HSE and NTPF activity that this trend will continue. And it's expected that the overall number of patients on the inpatient day case list will reduce to around 70,000 by the end of this year and to under 59,000 by the end of 2019. NTPF activity next year will cover approximately 50 high to medium volume procedures, and will be through a combination of treating patients in outsourced facilities and public in-source facilities. I will publish a waiting list plan with the NTPF detailing that, but there will be about 50 high to medium volume procedures that will be targeted in 2019.
Thank you, and thank you for the reply, Minister. In the opening part of your reply, you mentioned that the spending this year has gone up by 150% from what it was a number of years ago. Yes, it has, because it came off the back of a very low base. I'm glad to see you acknowledge and to identify the procedures that are being carried out. I suppose I make the point, and I don't want to play politics with it, but I want to be very serious about it. A decade ago, we were spending more than that, and than the 75 million on the National Treatment Purchase Fund, at a time when the total health budget was considerably less than the 17 billion it is today. And I suppose the concern I have, Minister, is you've quite rightly identified the various procedures, including 40,000 people on the outpatients list that can be targeted this year. I'm concerned that you're not ambitious enough for the National Treatment Purchase Fund, where we have over the last number of years, where these lists across outpatients and so forth, the lists have grown and grown very significantly. And there is an opportunity, in my view, to I suppose, be more ambitious, and to, I would have hoped that the National Treatment Purchase Fund in this year would have been more like 100 million rather than the 75 million, that we would have had a really ambitious programme. And I say that on the day when the Taoiseach stood where you are at the moment, and he said, if anybody has any suggestions for the extra billion in health, please tell him. I'm suggesting a small portion of it might well be directed to National Treatment Purchase Fund with very specific targets, Minister.
I'm not going to play politics with this either, because I accept Deputy Curran's bona fides in relation to this. I would just make the point that the confidence and supply agreement did commit to €15 million. So I think, in fairness to both your party and the government, I think we're doing more than we said we would do together through confidence and supply. I would make the point, and I think the Deputy would recognise this, that the funding to the NTPF is not the totality of funding on waiting list initiatives. In fact, it's still very much at the margins. As you rightly say, the HSE has a budget of over 17 billion, and I do like to make the point, particularly when Deputy O'Reilly is here, that it's not all for outsourcing either, that an awful lot of it can and should be in insourcing. And I've met all of the hospital groups in recent days and weeks, and I have said to them, please put forward your proposals for insourcing. And for example, we've opened a cataract theatre in Mina as a result of that. I would also have to make the point, because I hear this an awful lot, not from you, Deputy, but I would make the point that outpatient waiting lists weren't published up until a few years ago. So when I keep on hearing people say record high, they're not actually comparing like the figures previously were never published. We have seen a lot of progress, for example, in relation to cataracts. At the end of July 2017, we had 10,024 people on the waiting list. That's dropped to 6,626 at the end of September. So we have an awful lot more to do in relation to this. I'm always happy to allocate more funding in this regard, and we'll work our way through this in the service plan.
Minister, and I know some members of this House have an ideological viewpoint that they're opposed to the National Treatment Purchase Fund. I look at it, I suppose, from a pragmatic point of view, that it delivers a service for people who are currently waiting on lists. I do think that you should consider being more ambitious in terms of what's available, and I think we need to consider extending the services enrolled. That it might, so for example, specifically, that we might look at the role that it could play in terms of providing services for children. And by that I mean children who are diagnosed, who require diagnosis, whether it's in terms of occupational therapy, speech and language, and some initial treatments. Some of those waiting lists, as you know, for a young child are unacceptably long, and I believe that a targeted approach from the National Treatment Purchase Fund could have a role to play here, and I think it should be examined, Minister.
Just like Deputy Curran, I don't approach this with an ideological viewpoint. I very much see the National Treatment Purchase Fund as an agency that should be seen as an access fund, a way of making sure that we can have ring-fenced budgets to ensure that our patients can get more timely access to treatment, be that inpatient or outpatient. I am ambitious in seeing the NTPF extend its remit to outpatients. We do need to do that in a careful way, in a way that we make sure that if it is outsourced, that they look after the entire episode of care, that you don't just see someone on an outpatient list and then refer them back to a public hospital list for an inpatient procedure. I agree with you in relation to the assessment of needs issue, and as you know, we have funding in budget 2019, which Minister McGrath now will reflect in the service plan for 100 additional therapist posts. And I certainly don't rule out looking at other ways of using the NTPF if it can be helpful.
The next question, question 73, is with Deputy James Brown.
Minister, can I ask you, in relation to waiting time targets in place for children needing orthodontic treatment in County Wexford and the South East?
Can indeed, thank you very much. Deputy Brown, the HSE provides orthodontic treatment to children who have the greatest level of need and who have been assessed and referred for treatment before their 16th birthday. The HSE aims to commence treatment for the majority of patients within 2 years of assessment, with patients with greatest clinical need being prioritised for treatment. I am aware that there are particular challenges at present in the South East, as waiting times have been affected by difficulties in filling the orthodontist post for County Wexford. The vacancy has been re-advertised, as Deputy Brown may know, with a closing date of the 14th of November. Subject to the outcome of this process, the HSE is hopeful that this post will be filled very early in the new year. In the meantime, there is currently a one-day-a-week assessment and review service in Enniscorthy, with a treatment service being offered in both Waterford and Kilkenny locations. And I very much appreciate that this is far from ideal, but it does ensure that patients from County Wexford are able to access services pending the filling of the vacant position. In order to help address long waiting times, in 2016, the HSE procured orthodontic services and primary care from a number of private service providers, and I understand that 225 patients from the South East are being treated under this programme. So I do certainly hope that we will be successful in filling the vacant orthodontist post for County Wexford. As I've said to the Deputy, there is a closing date now of November in relation to that of the 14th of November, and subject to a successful outcome we will move to fill that post as quickly as possible so that it could be operational early in 2019, which should significantly improve the service for people in the South East.
For me, at this stage, the orthodontic treatment waiting list is simply out of control. Nationally, there are over 18,000 on the waiting list, with 7,500 of these waiting over 2 years. In the South East, there are 3,000 children waiting, with 1,500 waiting over 2 years and over 150 waiting over 4 years for orthodontic treatment. In my own county of Wexford, there are 700 children in need of orthodontic treatment, and over 2/3 of these waiting in excess of 2 years. My office is inundated with phone calls, texts, emails, and people calling into the office absolutely where parents are dismayed at these waiting lists. And the weight of these does have a mental health impact as well. Unfortunately, we live in a society now where perfectionism is increasingly becoming an issue, and children who desperately need orthodontic treatment, I mean, having to wait longer during those teenage years is having an impact on their mental health as well.
I acknowledge the point Deputy Brown makes in this regard, and I will raise it with the HSE in the context of the preparation of the service plan for 2019, and also with the NTPF in the context of their own work on waiting list initiatives. I think it is fair to say that there is a particular issue in the southeast of the country at the moment, and particularly indeed, Deputy, in your own county with that vacant orthodontist post. I would have to say, in fairness to the HSE, they had tried to fill it previously. It wasn't successfully filled. They have now re-advertised it. They do hope to fill the post. The closing date is the 14th of November. I will certainly keep in close contact with the HSE in relation to making sure that if there is a suitable candidate identified on the 14th of November, that everything is put in place to have that person operational and in post as quickly as possible. I will take the broader point the Deputy makes and raise with the HSE in the context of the service plan.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Minister, and I do hope you keep as much pressure on as possible to ensure that specialist is put in place. I mean, we do have children who are assessed towards the end of primary school and are coming up to their leaving cert and still haven't gotten the treatment that they desperately need. Very often it is urgent cases that has to be provided. It is undermining their self-confidence. It is undermining, in some cases, their mental health as well, and I would ask the Minister to ensure that is addressed as quickly as possible.
Minister.
I will indeed, and I'll certainly keep in direct contact with Deputy Brown on this, and I'll ask that the HSE come back to you once the 14th of November has been arrived at in terms of how successful they've been with filling that vacant post.
Thank you very much. Question 74, Deputy Mark McSherry.
Can I ask the action which will be taken to address the long outpatient waiting times in Sligo University Hospital, in which 1,136 persons are waiting more than 18 months for an appointment?
I want to thank Deputy McSherry for raising this matter. In the budget, as the Deputy will know, we have prioritised improving access and reducing waiting times for patients, with funding for the National Treatment Purchase Fund increasing from €55 million this year to €75 million next year. I am pleased to say that increase in funding will allow us to target 40,000 outpatient appointments. I know it's something that you've raised with me before, the importance of using the NTPF not just for inpatient day case, where we've seen progress, but for also now asking it, can it play a role in relation to outpatients as well. To date, the NTPF has approved almost 12,700 additional first-time outpatient appointments, and as I've said, this will increase to 40,000 appointments next year. I recently met with the CEOs of all hospital groups to discuss improving access for patients and requested that they work with the HSE and the NTPF to develop new proposals to address the number of long waiters on outpatient lists in 2019. Sligo University Hospital, through engagement with the NTPF, will now be running an additional ENT clinic every week from November to help reduce those waiting for their first appointment. So this is good news, I'm sure, for people in your own county. Sligo University Hospital specifically and Sálta Hospital Group have demonstrated a clear commitment to reducing the number of outpatients waiting to be seen. Since 2017, 17 additional outpatient clinics have been held for gynaecology, general medicine and neurology in order to increase the number of patients being seen and reduce long waitings. Sligo has also embraced a number of other approaches, including now using virtual clinics for its orthopaedic department, a restructuring of the acute pain clinic in order to allow for referrals to be triaged and treated by a multidisciplinary specialist team, and the development of an ophthalmology service. And indeed the Sligo eye care model, which people talk so much about, is something that I'd like to see rolled out as part of our Sláinte care plans and our HSE service plan in 2019. So, Deputy McSherry, we will have funding for additional outpatient appointments and indeed hospital appointments in 2019. I will work with the Céilteach group to look at more initiatives in relation to Sligo, and I am very pleased that from next month we will have an additional ENT clinic every week in Sligo funded through the NTBF.
Minister McSherry.
Well, Minister, that's good news that there's going to be more money available in 2019, but in terms of the here and now, we have these 1,136 people waiting. When you took office in May 2016, there was 65 in the same category. That's a 17-fold increase in that time. Nationally, obviously, you're aware the outpatient list have hit another record high of 515,547, with almost 150,000 of those patients waiting over a year. So, while I'm pleased that the National Treatment Purchase Funds is finally to be used for outpatients, I do have a concern, being from the North West, the marginalised part of the country, under all disciplines and all budgetary votes, what proportion of the 40,000 will be reserved for the Céilteach group, and in particular Sligo University Hospital and Letterkenny. And it's not just my county, because as I'm sure you're well aware, Sligo University Hospital services 5 counties, at least part thereof. There were 20 people waiting a year plus for an orthopaedic appointment in May 2016. Now there are 475. Ear, nose and throat, I'm glad you mentioned another clinic. It was 51 back in May 2016. Now it's 764. I'll let you come back on that, Minister, before I conclude.
Well, thank you very much. I think when I look at the outpatient waiting list figures for your hospital, if I may call it your hospital, but I accept very much it's a regional hospital that serves a number of counties, but when I actually look at that and look at the specialties, the ENT specialty is indeed accounting for the largest proportion of people waiting for an outpatient appointment in Sligo General Hospital. Therefore, I think it's appropriate that the first area we target with NTBF funding starting next month is additional ENT clinics. I want to particularly thank the hospital, and a hospital, as you know, that is limited in physical space, which is another conversation perhaps. I want to thank them for arranging to run evening clinics to ensure that this can actually be facilitated. I also want to thank them for informing me that they're now going to review the space currently used by the ENT who have longest wait times, and there is a potential to modify existing rooms with the fit out of equipment to create 3 procedure rooms and also a soundproof, a 3rd audiology room, and this would see the hospital being able to see an additional 384 patients annually. So I very much take the point you make in wanting to ensure that the Céilteach group and that part of the country gets its fair share of resources. My message to the Céilteach group, and I've delivered it in person, is to come forward with as many proposals as possible. I even visited Sligo University Hospital where I delivered that message as well. Any proposals that can help drive down lists will be favourably received by my department.
I'd like to see you positively discriminate against the northwest of the country in terms of the 40,000 places that are going to be available or funded through the National Treatment Purchase Fund. And rather than, I suppose, it always worries me when you're putting the onus on the hospital to come up with the plan. I mean, you know, we're driving the bus up here, at least we should be, and if we have people that are waiting for a long period of time to see not just ENT, it's through the full range. I have a list here, though the biggest number is ENT, and that initiative is appropriate. But if they are showing such good initiative on ENT, why not go the extra mile and fund additional clinics across the spectrum with the help of the National Treatment Purchase Fund? Thank you.
To conclude.
It is indeed our intention, as I've outlined to you and indeed your colleague Deputy Curran, we now, with the additional funding for the NTBF in 2019, will be able to see a significant increase in the number of outpatient appointments that we've made. I know your own party has already acknowledged the progress that has been made in inpatient day cases, where we've seen a very significant reduction of 16% from the peak in the number of people waiting for a hospital operation or appointment. We now need to apply that same level of scrutiny to our outpatient lists. I'm very pleased that we're in a position through the NTBF to fund the additional additional ENT clinic on a weekly basis from next month in Sligo. I accept that there's more to be done. I accept that it's your job to make the case for your region. I'll obviously have to approach this with a fairness based on clinical need, and obviously we are driving the bus, to use that phrase, but there's obviously also an awful lot of people employed within the health service to come up with ideas and to put forward waiting list plans for consideration in relation to funding, and I look forward to receiving them.
Thank you, Minister. The final question is Deputy John Lahart's.
Minister, just to ask you the action you'll take to address the long outpatient waiting times in Tallaght Hospital, in which over 6,000 people, Minister, are waiting more than 18 months for an appointment.
I want to thank Deputy Lahart for this question. As I would have already said to your colleagues, Deputy McSherry and Deputy Curran, reducing the outpatient waiting list and indeed reducing waiting times in general is a priority, must remain a priority for government, for all of us in this House and for the health service. That's why we have, in working with your own party, increased the level of funding for the National Treatment Purchase Fund from €55 million this year to €75 million next year, that there will be specific ring-fenced funding of probably around €6 million, though I'm still finalising that figure for outpatient activity. This year we saw the NTPF approve almost 12,700 additional first-time outpatient clinics, and this will rise, as I've said, to 40,000 next year. I have met with the CEOs of all hospital groups. I've also met with the CEO of Tallaght Hospital recently to invite them to bring forward new and innovative proposals to address the number of long waiters on outpatient lists. We now have the funding to spend on this, so I do want to receive as many ideas as possible. To date this year, the NTPF has approved proposals to treat more than 2,200 outpatients across a range of specialties at Tallaght University Hospital, and that's through the provision of an additional 177 outpatient clinics. Tallaght University Hospital has advised me that it has a waiting list decision support system in place which plans and forecasts outpatient demand, allowing the hospital to ensure planned improvements are delivered. Tallaght has also recently recruited new consultants in orthopaedics, neurology and ENT. It's also recently recruited additional advanced nurse practitioners in rheumatology and have additional physio-led clinics in specialties like gynaecology. I think this is very important as well in terms of innovative approaches. I want to thank Tallaght for the work that they have done. In terms of the longest waiting periods when it comes to outpatients, we're seeing a particular challenge again with ENT, dermatology. This is in relation to Tallaght, with ENT, dermatology, urology, neurology, gynaecology and orthopaedics. And I will look at this specifically in the context of the NTPF's outpatient plan for 2019. I look forward to receiving proposals from the Dublin Midlands Group.
Actually, Count Corley, forgive me for, you may have noticed it, you were in the chair all day today. Probably the most mentioned acronym today is NTPF, and you abolished it. And I'm just wondering, I'm wondering as I was listening to you there, in what way had you hoped to deal with this issue going back 6 or 7 years ago? It's all, your answers are all peppered this afternoon with the NTPF. It was a Fianna Fáil invention, Fianna Fáil idea. You scrapped it, didn't want to countenance it in the supply and confidence agreement, had to be kind of persuaded to it. And every answer you've given in relation to hospital waiting lists today has been peppered with NTPF. You mentioned, so that is a genuine question, in what way had you hoped to deal with waiting lists? Well, what was your big idea and your government's big idea? And you've said for the second time this afternoon since I've been in here, Minister, that you welcome ideas. Well, you're the Minister. You're elected. You come from a political party that's meant to be full of ideas. So what are your ideas? Thanks, Councillor.
Supplementary takes us in a slightly different direction, but I'm very happy to engage on it. I always find this point quite bizarre, because if you had been the Fine Gael Minister for Health, or indeed the Minister for Health in 2011, who came into the Department of Health in Hawkins House, good luck finding money to put into any initiative because of the state you left the country in. So my predecessor, I'm honoured to be the Minister for Health at a time of expansionary budgets. Do remember that health budgets had to be reduced, had to be cut during your party's last tenure and my party's beginning of the tenure. So this idea of the NTPF was wound up. Yes, it was, but it wasn't like the then Minister James Riley had lots of options of lots of initiatives to fund. He was left with extraordinarily difficult decisions. I'm not afraid I'm not afraid of embracing good ideas, and I think the NTPF, by the way, is a good idea. I do think the way it was ran in the past was not necessarily the best. It cherry-picked patients. It allowed people who were not necessarily waiting the longest be seen, so it didn't actually prioritise the longest. It had a self-referral system that I think did allow a degree of cherry-picking, and it didn't do nearly enough insourcing. And when it did come to confidence in supply, your party only looked for €15 million in it. In here today, I'm getting criticised for not putting more money into it when we're at 75 million. The NTPF has a role to play. I'm very happy that it is playing a role, but it's important that its role is also about insourcing and not just outsourcing, and it's about targeting longest waiters. And your own hospital, Tala, is beginning to see the benefit of that investment, and I hope we'll see more in 2019.
Thank you very much.
Hospital Minister, Mr Slevin, is very, very innovative when it comes to the NTPF, and I know it covers part of your constituency. But just to get back to our discussion, you guys had a big idea. It was called universal health insurance. Because you abolished the HSE, you scrapped the NTPF. Universal health insurance was going to be the thing that was going to sort everything out. And then you decided, no, that wasn't going to work. And then actually, we need the HSE, having abolished the board, and now actually going to re-establish the board. So I'm wondering where the great ideas are around health and around innovation in health, because you're looking for ideas. Where your great ideas are. I mean, there was several great ideas that brought us into 2011. Each and every one of them has been abandoned. In the few seconds that I have left to me, I do want to focus on the neurology figures in Tala Hospital, because in 2016 there was a waiting list of 480. It's now up to 1,322, close to 1,500. So these are people with, could be MS, Ceann Comhairle, stroke. So rather than figures, Minister, what do you say to the people, families and partners, husbands or wives who come to my clinic who are incredibly anxious? And remember, this is a waiting list just to get the appointment. It's not for treatment. Right. What do I go back and say to my constituents?
Minister, to conclude.
That I'm very pleased that we have now hired new consultants in neurology in Tala, and as you rightly say, a lot of my constituents go to that hospital too, so I accept very much the need for that. Here's my big idea, though, in relation to health. My big idea was not to be the minister who decided to come up with one big bright plan that would last for my tenure, but instead to work with people on all sides of this house to develop the Sláinte Care plan. Your big idea, set up the HSE, clearly didn't work. Next big idea was leave Mary Harney in the Department of Health for years and not have Fianna Fáil ministers touch it. We had big ideas, lots of ministers had big ideas. What we actually need is a cross-party plan on health, because it's going to outlast my tenure, and if you're the next Minister for Health, it will outlast your tenure too. We have a plan, it's called Sláinte Care. It is a plan that every party in this House has bought into, and I think that's the sort of bipartisan approach that people want to see to healthcare policy in this country.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes questions to the Minister for Health. We now move to topical issues. 13 deputies have submitted matters, and the first deputy chosen, believe it or not, is Deputy John Lahart, who wishes to discuss payments made by hospitals to private health care providers. Minister McGrath, are you taking this?
Well, in the spirit of cooperation mentioned by the Minister. Right. Thank you, Minister. I think it would be helpful. I mean, I will appreciate if the Minister, because you haven't advance warning of the specifics of this, you have an idea of what the general theme is, and it's in relation to. It's from a constituent, Minister, who sent a bill and saying attached is a copy of a bill which I received from a particular private hospital, which was paid by this individual's health insurer. It is for 2 stents inserted, a one-night stay at a semi-private ward in the hospital from 11 a.m. on one morning to 11 a.m. the following morning. This individual used all their own tablets. The cost for the medical treatment seemed reasonable. It was in around €1,000, and given the serious nature of the procedure, I think my constituent was happy enough with that charge. But there was a charge of €7,055 for the use of the hospital's facility and bed for a 24-hour period, probably less than a 24-hour period. So I did a little bit of investigating into this. It's an outrageous figure to the layperson. So I did a little bit of investigating into it, Minister, and I have been told that, look, included in that, in a payment to a hospital, would be things like the use of theatre, recovery space by a patient, for a patient. There may be consumable costs, not drugs in this case, and then I suppose what the insurers would call the hotel accommodation costs, as it were, hotel-like accommodation costs for keeping a patient in overnight. that these are probably fees agreed between all insurers and private hospitals. Now, this is a semi-private room, it wasn't a fully private room. There doesn't seem to be a great variation between what the insurers agree with the private hospitals between each private insurer and between each private hospital. So there isn't a hugely significantly different margin between what insurers are paying to private hospitals. But I suppose here's the nub of it, Minister. If this was public care, if this procedure had been carried out for this constituent as a private patient in a public hospital, this is what I'm told, that the rate of reimbursement to a public hospital for a private patient would be in the region of circa €1,000 for this procedure, the insertion of 2 stents. Now, I am told too, I suppose that the nub of the issue and the question I'm asking, one of the questions I'm asking here is, what is the real cost of this? Because I'm told by the public hospital that actually €1,000 probably doesn't cover this, that it's about €500 per stent, that's just for the stent, but that €7,000 is nowhere near the accurate cost of it either. So the public hospital, the private insurers, if I go in as a patient, as a private patient in a public hospital for a procedure, will receive €1,000 from the health insurer, but if I go in as a semi-private patient into a private hospital, they will pay €7,000. And I'm thinking of all the people who scrimp and save, and during hard times there were 2 things that most families kept going, health insurance and the mortgage, and how exorbitant the costs of private insurance are and how linked they must be to these kind of charges from private hospitals. Thanks, Minister.
Minister. Thank you, Concordia. Can I thank Deputy General Hart for asking this very, very important question, and also I'm aware of the particular case as well in relation to what you were talking about. But can I say as well, Concordia, that the charges that apply in a private hospital are the subject of negotiation between the health insurers and the health service providers. The rates for particular procedures are the subject of agreement between the insurers and the medical consultants, while the rates that apply for accommodation and other services in private hospitals are agreed between health insurers and each individual private hospital. Since health insurers can negotiate with private hospitals and with consultants, it is in the insurer's interest to negotiate the best possible rate for procedures and services that they can for their customers, as will control their claims costs. This is in contrast to the public hospital setting, where under the Health Amendment Act 2013, a per diem charge applies, where a patient is admitted to the hospital and the patient opts to be treated on a private basis. Health insurers cannot negotiate with the HSE and the rates set by the legislation. There is an objective in setting such charges from the public hospitals to reduce the subsidy to the private practice, including the changes that were made following the 2010 CNAG's report. It should also be noticed that there has been no increase in recent years in private charges by public hospitals, notwithstanding the significant increase in costs, including salaries. My colleague, the Minister for Health, has no role in the commercial decisions of any health insurer and has no role in the charges for accommodation and other services that apply in any private hospital. It is neither possible nor appropriate to comment on individual procedures without knowing the full circumstances and the clinical decisions involved. In general terms, though, care provided in a hospital setting will always be more expensive than care provided in a community setting, and surgical procedures are way more expensive than medical procedures. I do note that there was a 1% decrease in claims paid by the insurers last year, primarily because of a drop in insurance claims paid to public hospitals. Significantly, from the perspective of the individual patient, it should also be noticed that in our community-rated health insurance market, an individual's premium will not be affected by their own claims history. By law, insurers are not allowed to charge an individual a higher premium based on any of the individual's personal circumstances. Instead, the premium for a health insurance plan is set at a rate where the insurer will cover the cost claims the claims costs that will arise based on the coverage that their customers availing of that plan will receive. Our community-rated private health insurance market is underpinned by a risk equalisation scheme. The scheme involves a community rating levy collected by the Revenue Commissioners from insurers in respect of all policies written. All of the monies collected are paid over to the Risk Equalisation Fund administered by the independent regulator, the Health Insurance Authority. The authority then redistributes the fund back to the market through credits payable to insurers in respect of insured lives to offset some of the additional costs of insuring older and less healthy members. The scheme is exchequer neutral, neither a cost nor a benefit to the state. Thank you, Laskin Corda.
2 minutes.
Minister, for that. Well, the consultants' costs aren't being questioned in this case, Minister. And I do take your point in relation to what you're saying about the state having no role in charging for accommodation. But are you not kind of even half scandalised at the cost? Because there has to be a trickle-down impact of this, of over €7,000 for an overnight stay, inverted commas, a semi-private room in a private hospital. And the point I'm making is I have been informed by people who know far more about this than I do, that, as I said, the equivalent stay in a public hospital for the same procedure would cost €1,000. You've explained why legislation is covering that, and that €1,000 doesn't cover it, but that there's no way it would cost €7,000 either. And I suppose one of the things that might have helped this constituent, because an awful lot of constituents would hand politicians, and I know you'd experienced this too, bills that they've received for treatment that have been covered for by private health insurers, where actually they've been pleasantly surprised by the cost of the consultant and the cost of the doctor or the surgeon involved, but absolutely outraged and left gasping at the cost of the hospital facilities, even for the shortest of stays, particularly when there hasn't been an overnight stay. And look, I know that there has to be cost of equipment and plant and ancillary staff, and I accept that, but wouldn't it help, Minister, if the insurer provided to the subscriber a detailed breakdown of exactly where every single cent of that over €7,000. I mean, if you have hundreds of patients in a hospital in any given week, we are talking about millions being paid over by health insurers. And I have read the reports where the payouts are marginally less last year, resulting in marginally less premia for people. But given the cost of living rises that have been being experienced by people over the last year, whether it's insurance, motor insurance, and now health insurance, surely there is something the government can do, as opposed to just recite what the law is and recite what the position is vis-à-vis the negotiating stance of health insurers with ministers, that they could do something for the insurer when they see the outrageous amounts being charged by private hospitals to their health insurers. Thanks.
Okay, again, I want to thank Deputy John Lara. Of course, I take his point on the excessive charges. I mean, when you see figures like for a routine procedure that exceeded €8,000, and this is a procedure, as you said, for stenting of the heart. And your point about your constituents remains unhappy about the rate of the VHI charge. I mean, these are genuine concerns. But what you're saying, the direct answer to your question is, what are we going to do? Of course, we have to try and do something about that. And can I say, from my point of view, the government and myself are committed to bringing in dynamic changes to improve our public healthcare system under Sláinte Care, ensuring that the right of care is provided in the right person, in the right place, by the right person. Private hospitals have and will continue to have an important role in our national health system. In future, though, I hope that patients will be able to make an informed choice between receiving care in a private hospital, using their health insurance or another payment method, or receiving care in a world-class public hospital system. That is our plan, and that's what we intend to do. But of course, we have to look at the issues of costs as well. But I'd also say to the patients and to Deputy Lahart is, my focus as well has to always be on the safety of the patient. And if it costs a little bit extra to ensure and save the person's life, I will be strongly supportive of that position. But of course, in a health service, we have to always see, when public money has been involved and public services are involved, we have to have accountability, we have to have transparency, but above all, we have to have a quality health service.
Next item, the names of Deputies Jerry Adams and Imelda Munster. Deputy Adams, you have 2 minutes.
Mágad las Concord agus samé wécht an Concordia le chance an aber tapach tak seo flé aniu agus tá Alan Dini and Dundalgan agus Charlie Buraha tar éis struck nucht foi an authentic food company ag Jeru Shaachtan as Shakaitcha. I first wrote to this company, Ira, on the 21st of September, having been contacted by workers and their representatives about rumours that Authentic Food was closing. The company did not respond to my initial correspondence or to representations from Sinn Féin councillors, Rory O'Marahu and Dan Campbell. Instead, on October the 19th, the company went to the High Court. The staff then received notice that the company was allegedly insolvent and unable to pay wages. I met the liquidators this morning. The managing director of Authentic Foods, Nick Basran, claims that the management carried out a comprehensive review of the business to try and find a way to make it profitable over the long term, but he said this was not possible. The Minister has a responsibility to ask what type of review is it that excludes the workers' representatives, that refuses to engage directly with Unite. What kind of review is it that can be manipulated by employers so that these workers have no notice pay, no P45, no reference and no redundancy payments, and no income for 6 weeks? In my view, it's very calculated, it's sharp practice. So will the Minister give the Dáil a commitment that you will investigate whether this is a tactical insolvency? We need to establish if the British-based Authentic Food Company deliberately wound down the Dundalk plant. The workforce have been treated shamefully. They can't access social welfare, and I want to urge the Minister to use your discretion to ensure that the workers get their social welfare payments as soon as possible. I've also spoken to Enterprise Ireland to encourage them to find a buyer for this plant and to ensure them of Sinn Féin support for this. And I would ask the Minister for Enterprise to do everything possible to have this workforce re-employed as quickly as possible. But my main point is, this workforce, these workers, need their social welfare entitlements initially.
Deputy Munster, 2 minutes.
Thanks, Ciarán. Minister, the most pressing issue here is that the staff of the Authentic Food Company factory in Dundalk are now in the desperate situation where they receive no pay or no social welfare payment for the next month. And workers will also not receive their P45 for another month. So unless immediate action is taken, they'll be left high and dry for the next 30 days as we approach the Christmas period. The Minister for Social Protection must intervene, Minister, and put procedures in place to ensure that this matter is rectified immediately. 180 people have just lost their jobs, Minister, and now they face a month with no income, no social welfare to be able to rely on to tide them over. So how are they going to pay their bills, Minister, or feed their families as we approach the next 30 days? And, Minister, what I want to know is, how do you propose to rectify this situation? This mess was brought about. It wasn't of the workers' making. So how do you propose to rectify this, that workers are not left for 30 long days without any sort of payment whatsoever?
I get the Minister's 4 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed, Les Ciarán, and I want to thank Deputy Adams and Deputy Munster for raising this very sensitive and issue here that has arisen as a result of the closure of the Authentic Food Company in Dundalk, and of course for all of us. And I'm sure I talk for both for yourselves as well. I know we're in touch with the employees there. Our thoughts are always with the families that are affected by the closure of a company, and it's a very difficult time for them. And I think we understand that very much indeed. Can I just say a few words? First of all, the Protection of Employment Act 1977 imposes a number of obligations on employers who are proposing collective redundancies, including the obligation under Section 9 and 10 to engage in an information and consultative process with employees' representatives and to provide certain information relating to the proposed redundancies. Section 11A of the Act provides that where the employee believes the employer to be in breach of Section 9 or 10, they may pursue a complaint through the WRC,
That's the Workplace Relations Commission. It is also an offence under Section 11 of the Act, where an employer fails to comply with Section 9 or 10. So following contact from my department, the joint provisional liquidators of the company have advised the consultation process with employees began on Friday the 19th of October and will continue for a period of 30 days. My department, and that's also a Minister of State at the department, and will continue to engage with the provisional liquidators as required. In cases where the employer is insolvent, the Social Insurance Fund provides a safety net for the employees. It is the liquidator's responsibility to seek, on behalf of the employees, payment from the redundancy payment scheme in respect of the statutory redundancy and from the insolvency payment scheme in respect of wage-related entitlements. An eligible employee is entitled to 2 weeks statutory redundancy payment for every year of service plus a bonus week. Compensation is based on the worker's length of reckonable service and reckonable weekly remuneration, subject to a ceiling of €600 a week. In order to qualify for a statutory redundancy payment, the employee must be at least 2 years of continuous service, be employment which is insurable under the Social Welfare Acts, and be over the age of 16. Entitlements covered under the Insolvency Payment Scheme are arrears of wages, holiday pay, sick pay, payment in lieu of minimum notice and certain pension contributions. Payments are calculated by reference to the employee's wages and are subject to a limit of €600 per week, and arrears of wages, sick pay, holiday pay and minimum notice are limited to 8 weeks. Can I say to you, Deputies, my department will ensure that the affected employees receive advice on job seekers' payment and other income supports that may be available to them, and to provide them with the necessary support in relation to returning to work or assessing appropriate education and training and development options. The social welfare team in the North East Division met with the employees of the company yesterday and provided them with the information on the intra-services available locally. An additional information and recruitment event for the workforce will be held in the Crown Plaza Hotel in Dundalk on Thursday the 1st of November next. The event will be supported by other key service providers such as the local employers with job vacancies, and they have also been committed to attend this event. The key message for employees is that the department will provide any redundancy, insolvency and job seeker payments to which they may be entitled to in a timely manner, and will proactively help them to access opportunities available for employment. Finally, the Workplace Relations Commission Services section provides information in relation to the rights and obligations of employees and employers in respect under the employment rights legislation. WRC information officials are available to meet the staff concerned, either individually, can I say, or collectively, to discuss their employment rights, including matters relating to redundancy.
Yeah, well, first of all, Minister, your answer bears no relationship to my question whatsoever. And I would ask you to study my question and come back to me, if you would, in writing about it. There is some small chink of light where you do say that the key message for employees is that the department will provide any redundancy, insolvency and job seeker payments which they may be entitled in a timely manner. I'm asking you now, how do these people pay their rent? Last week they were in work, this week they're not in work. How do they pay the rent? Where do they get the money? So you have the discretion, and you can send a very, very, very clear signal that they get paid now. There are other issues, I don't have time to go into them, which I raised in terms of my question, but they've got to do with these type of liquidations. And there is a responsibility on the Minister if this is a tactical liquidation which is to the advantage of the company and to the disadvantage of the workers. They ignored the unions. They ignored communications from me and from other local representatives. It was willful, it was deliberate, it was tactical. They went to the court, and the people who are the salt of the earth, who give loyal service to this company, are being abandoned. So I'm asking you, Minister, you might not have the chance to study what I have said, but I'm asking you to pick up on this and make a difference in the lives of these workers and their families.
Minister, companies can't be allowed to run amok in this way. They must be compelled to talk to trade unions in situations like this. The worker can't always be the loser here, Minister. They must be protected. The government has to provide that protection, and we've raised the issue of the next 30 days. without receiving any payment whatsoever to pay bills, mortgages, put food on the table. My colleague David Cullinan and I have already introduced legislation, the Trade Union Representation Bill 2018, and I sincerely hope that this bill won't be blocked by government in the same way that previous governments have blocked by government. You need to step up, Minister, and support our efforts to rectify this. And Minister, you must make provision for the social welfare payments for the workers in Dundalk and support our bill when it comes before the committee to stop something like this from ever happening again. So we would like a definitive answer, Minister. Are you going to ensure that workers in the next 30 days receive payments to tide them over until such time as they get their P45?
2 minutes.
Can I say to both deputies, our first thoughts are with the families here that are affected. 180 people have lost their jobs as a result of this. And can I say to you that our response plan was put into place immediately once the liquidator was appointed here. It was put into place over the weekend and put into place on Monday, should I say, but the process started over the weekend and put into place on Monday. An emergency response plan was put into place by our teams in Dundalk, and that was very evident. The first thing, and you've rightly pointed out, is that the affected employees quickly receive access to all income supports available. And support and any supports that can be available for them will be provided with job opportunities. The agencies have been informed of the situation in relation to any job opportunities for people that are affected by this as well. And of course the appropriate education and training. They will get priority here in this area as well. So I think we've acted very quickly in relation to this, and the intro team in Dundalk have as well. They met the workers on Monday afternoon at Ballymascanlon Hotel, as you know, on this, etc. And the priority there was to expedite payments, offer them help and assistance in relation to the public cards registration, all that information. And of course, as I said in my reply earlier, an information and recruitment event will take place in the Crown Plaza Hotel on the 1st of November, between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. That's really important because everybody will be attending this event. You will have ETB, the Education and Training Board, Dundalk IT will attend there as well, the local enterprise offices, the National Learning Network, the revenue will be there, Money Advice and Budgetary Service, the Citizens Advice Service. All the agencies will be there to help and assist these people who have unfortunately found themselves in this particular situation. And we will ensure that those 100 and Deputy Adams, we will ensure that these 180 employees will get priority in whatever skills necessary to upstain them. And I will take note of what you said earlier in your remark. I promise you that. Okay.
Next is Deputy Fiona O'Loughlin, who has 4 minutes to present her case.
Thank you, Ceann Corla. And last week at our Educational Committee, I had the opportunity to wish the Minister well in his new position, and I wish to reaffirm that here in the Chamber. And in fact, on the Saturday that you were appointed Minister, when I heard the news, I was actually driving to the National Parents Council Conference, which I was due to speak at, and I actually pulled in to send you an email to wish you well, and also to raise the exact situation that I'm going to raise here, because it is something that I think is an absolute disgrace in this day and age, that 6 children with special needs are being absolutely denied their constitutional right to education in their hometown. And the 6 children, I'm going to say their names into the record, are Kelly Semple, Joss O'Shea, James Tiernan, Latoya Bowers, Jason Morn and Jack Riley. And essentially these 6 children received a really excellent education in a special ASD unit in Scullin-Villic in Newbridge. And 18 months ago, when we all collectively talked about the next steps in relation to this, it suddenly dawned on the Department of Education that there was no provision whatsoever made at the next level when these children would leave the ASD unit. There were many conversations, many meetings, many phone calls, many emails, and in fact I brought the parents up to an education committee where we were dealing with the whole area of special needs so that they could have a sense and understanding of how we dealt with these issues. Having said that, 9 weeks since the 1st of September, when these children were told they were going to have a place in St Conleth's Community College in Newbridge. These children have not had one day nor 1 hour of education. Now, if the shoe was on the other foot and children were not going to school, the State and the Department would be bringing them to court for non-attendance to school. Minister, the delays in opening the extension of the school, and it's not the school's fault, I'm not blaming them, and the opening of the ASD unit are absolutely directly impacting on the education of these children and impacting on their families also. All children, including children with special educational needs, have a right to an education which is appropriate to their needs. Education should be about enabling all children in line with their abilities to live full and independent lives, so they can contribute to their own communities, to cooperate with others and to continue to learn throughout their lives. And yet, these 6 children are yet to start their school year, despite commitments that were made in January 2018. And at a particular meeting in January, they were told by the principal officer, the parents were told by the principal officer of the Department of Education in charge of special education provision and the head of operations, NCSE, that should there be any delay, that alternative accommodation would be put in place for the 1st of September. And that absolutely hasn't happened, and it's absolutely disgraced. The parents feel very let down by the system, and I can understand that. This system is meant to support and to nurture their children. I do understand this morning that KWETB lodged an application with Kildare County Council to open part of the ground extension. However, this can take up to another 3 weeks, which leaves us well into November. And again, I just want to say, Minister, it's completely unacceptable that these children are still waiting to start school. They still have no date when they can start school. There's no alternative accommodation in place. There's no home tuition in place. And yet that commitment was fully given in January in relation to those 6 children.
I'll just go straight into the substantive issue here in this answer here. I know there is a preamble here around the general allocation of money in this sector. The NCSE is aware of emergent need from year to year, and where special provision is required in an area, it is planned and provided for. The NCSE sanctioned a new special class in St Conleth's Community College to meet the identified needs of students in Kildare, and the relevant teaching and SNA support has been allocated to the school. To this end, the Department of Education and Skills is providing a standalone extension to St Conleth's Community College in Newbridge. This extension will provide 4,602 square metres of additional accommodation, including a PE hall and a 552 metres squared of accommodation for children with special needs, to complement the existing 3,072 metres squared building. The Deputy will know that the Department devolved the project for delivery to the Kildare and Wicklow Education and Training Board. The contractor was appointed for the project in October 2015. Unfortunately, the project was significantly delayed, primarily as a result of contractual issues. Though progress has been less than satisfactory throughout the project, I am pleased to be able to tell the Deputy that the building work on this project is now complete, which you obviously will be aware of this from your conversations with the Educational Training Board this morning. A small number of snagging and defects issues which remain to be rectified and which prevented the extension being ready in time for 1st of September have now been addressed. Additionally, some further drainage issues have emerged and which led to a further delay in the completion of the project have been resolved. I know how disappointing this has been for the school community and obviously the pupils concerned and their parents, and how the difficulty arose in the first place. It is, however, in the nature of any building project that unforeseen issues can arise. The objective is always to deal with these as quickly as possible to minimise delay, and this has been the focus of KWETB and its design team. When a building is completed, certifications for the constituent components are required to be registered with the local authority for the purposes of demonstrating that the building complies with the building control regulations. This was done yesterday, as was pointed out, and the local authority is required to turn this around within 3 weeks. But what I would implore here and ask here after hearing your intervention, if possible, that turnaround time can be brought into a more realistic time frame. At the end of this week, we the schools rise, and then there's the week off. But I think to give maybe parents a bit of certainty in this issue, I think it would be something that I would like to see personally. Whether that can happen or not, I know that it is a 3-week turnaround, but if that were possible, I certainly would support that. KWETB is actively communicating with the key stakeholders in respect of this project, and the school management is in regular contact with the parents concerned to keep them informed of progress with the project, and met with them recently in that context.
Thank you, Minister, and I do appreciate your good intentions in relation to this, but when you said at the start about, about supports and school places being planned for and being provided for, the whole kernel to this is that these places were not planned for, they were not provided for. And last January, basically a sticking plaster was put on the problem, and the problem is going to escalate in the whole area, because as of last year we only had 18 classes that were actually suitable or available for children with special needs leaving primary schools, leaving mainstream primary schools. In this situation, another 3 weeks means 12 weeks, which means 3 months that the children have not been in a situation where they had any type of education. And that's been completely wrong. The impacts for any child staying out of education for this long can have lasting effects on and impacts on their progress in school and in learning, and especially for children with special needs. And Minister, and I know in fairness that you are there only a week, but officials in your office did tell the parents that alternative accommodation would be in place by the 1st of November, and obviously at this point, the 22nd of October, we heard nothing about that, and now it's been pushed back another 3 weeks. Minister, last week there was a reply to a PQ that I submitted, which stated, in the meantime, the National Council for Special Education is continuing to work with the school and the parents to ensure that the appropriate supports are in place, including application for home tuition. No supports whatsoever have been put in place for these 6 children and for their parents, and that's absolutely completely wrong. Having said that, home tuition is a very poor substitute for children used to attending school, and it does only amount to a maximum of 9 hours per week. And from day one we said that wasn't going to be acceptable. Alternative avenues must be considered to have these children in the classroom to ensure impact on education is minimal. And let this be a lesson going forward to the Department Minister. And to the Minister in relation to other situations like this around the country. It is simply not good enough.
Minister has 2 minutes.
Yeah, look, I agree with the importance of this issue, and every child, every young person deserves access to education and has a right to that education. And I don't know the specifics of what was offered or whether the homeschool tuition was offered, but I mean, just for the public record, up to 20 hours can be made available for home tuition. I don't know why that wasn't taken up or why that wasn't organised, but obviously that's a question that we can explore further. But up to 20 hours a week can be provided for homeschool tuition. And what I would be saying here today, if the Council have to take that 3 weeks, that we need that in place for the week after Halloween. If that can be arranged, I'd be happy to facilitate that. And obviously that doesn't compensate, as you rightly pointed out, for the physical building being in a space with their peers, and where people may feel isolated enough because of certain situations, but to be with their peers is where they want to be learning. That's the first and foremost. But I'd be happy to stay in touch with you on this, Deputy. Thank you.
Move on to the next. Now we have 4 deputies: Deputy Farrell, Smith, Byrne, and Deputy O'Reilly, and you have 1 minute each. And I would ask you to observe that.
Thank you, Corla, and congratulations on your appointment, Minister. I'm very pleased for you personally, and I wish you every success. Minister, I just wanted to raise this issue, obviously affecting a school in my constituency, but also others. Phase 1 of the development of our Gillen Community College started in 2009 has, as you are perfectly aware, had elements of the school closed. And what I would like to know, Minister, is how promptly the 4th year students are going to be rehomed. Obviously they've been asked to stay home, which is by and large not acceptable, but I do appreciate the unknown element in this particular story. but also how long these works are going to take and what assurances you can give parents across the Balbriggan community in Argillan that this project will be completed as soon as possible, and what assurances you can give that the state will not be left holding the can on this, because I think it's completely unacceptable that this situation has arisen, and that we would find ourselves in a position where we may have to close other schools, not just Tyrrellstown that was announced today, but others across the country as well, as a result of shoddy workmanship.
Minister, your troubles at the beginning are in battalions, not in single spies, and this is a big one. The structural safety assessments to be carried out on 30 schools by Western Building Systems are very, very important assessments, because what's at stake here is the lives of children who attend those schools, and I think the seriousness of that should not be lost on this House. If you were in opposition on education, you would be saying to Fianna Fáil on this side that they started a real problem by abolishing rigorous independent control inspections carried out by local councils in 1990 and replacing that with a system of self-certification. Obviously there's a legacy of the Galway tent and all the rest of it that goes with that tradition, and how that has proved to be a disaster. But what faces us now is the urgency of making sure that schools that house children are absolutely safe. And I suppose what I'd like us to try and discuss here is how in the name of God this happens. Is it that competitive tendering itself is at the root of the problem here? Because what's supposed to be cheap and efficient ends up costing the state far more, and also could end up costing lives.
1 minute. Margaret, I just want to say how absolutely horrified I am by your description of the problems this morning. Minister, I put a shiver down the whole country's spine as to what's been happening in our schools. But I do have a number of questions. Why are these issues arising now, only over 1 year after the audit on a fire safety basis was announced by the department? Western Building Systems have stated in the media that a substantial completion certificate was actually issued by the Department of Education. Is this the case? Can you confirm that the Department of Education, in the words of Western Building Systems, certified this work as being appropriate? If the department didn't do that, has the department ever checked works themselves independently, or have they always relied on certificates of completion, whether under the old regulation or the new regulations? When did the appointment of clerks of works start? I understand that that only started 1 year ago, and that it hasn't been done even with the new regulations. Minister, it seems clear to me that Western Building Systems should be eliminated from public tendering at the moment. You are required to show significant or persistent deficiencies in the performance of a public contract. There is no doubt that they have reached that threshold. Can you confirm as well that the statute of limitations is still in force, that there's still a period to sue Western Building Systems and other professionals that may well be involved in negligence here?
Thank you, Lascam Corla. Minister, I just want to start by wishing you all the very best in your new position. Bit of a baptism of fire, but sure. I do think it's interesting that we have Fianna Fáil deputies come in here and they criticise the suitability of this contractor to carry out a government contract when they in fact awarded the contract, but I don't think that's going to be lost. I don't think that's going to be lost on people that they were in government when the contract was awarded. Minister, I have some questions, and these come via parents from Ardgillan, parents of kids in Ardgillan who have raised them directly with me. When will fourth years know where they're going to be accommodated? Will they be accommodated during the works on a permanent basis? Are you going to set up and ensure that there are information sessions and a steady information flow to parents? And how long have concerns existed with regard to Ardgillan Community College? Because I think parents are concerned that maybe people in the department knew this ahead of time, and that they were maybe the last to know, and maybe you can put their minds at rest. The
Minister's 4 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Lascam Corla. I know there were specific questions there, maybe I'll get back to in the supplementary, but I just, for the purpose of the record of the House and what's happened over the last number of days since I was briefed on this last Thursday, I just want to update the House. I want to thank the deputies for raising this matter, and before I put on record the specifics, I want to assure the House that the health and safety of students and staff are of paramount importance, and that any and all actions taken to date are predicated on ensuring their safety. Ardgillan Community College, Balbriggan, is a 1,000 pupil school under the patronage of Dublin Dún Laoghaire ETB with a current enrolment of 910 pupils. Phase 1 of the school building was built in 2009 as a design and build D&B contract completed on behalf of my department by Western Building Systems. This was followed by Phase 2 in 2015, delivered by a different contractor. A fire safety assessment of Phase 1 was carried out and necessary works were being undertaken to remediate issues discovered during the assessment. During the course of these works, additional issues of a structural nature were identified. Opening up works in 2 classrooms took place last Friday, and following an inspection by a consultant engineer on behalf of DD LETB, significant structural issues were discovered. Having considered the engineer's advice and in the interests of the health and safety of the students and staff of the school, DD LETB, in consultation with my department and school management, made the decision to close Phase 1 of the school building immediately. A structural assessment was carried out today at Turtlestown Educate Together National School and at the adjoining St Luke's National School. Some of the type of issues identified in Ardgillan Community College were found, and both schools are being closed as a precautionary measure to allow for further detailed investigations. This development impacts 1,200 pupils and their parents, and I'm aware also there are 2 creches on the same site. My department will work closely with the school authorities in relation to interim accommodation solutions for them. The target is to have interim accommodation solutions in place for the pupils as they return to school after the mid-term break. The department acknowledges the disruption that school closures have on families and parents, students and staff of the affected school, and they will be fully updated, kept up to date with developments, and we will have a direct communication line coming from the department for the schools as well. And just to update the House, every school in the original 30 bundle of schools were contacted today by the department. The department now intends, as a result of this news this evening, to conduct structural assessments on all remaining schools constructed within Western Building Systems. So we're going to do a structural assessment on all of them, even up to the schools built post-2014 after the building control regulations came in. So this will involve some 40 schools in total. This initial structural assessment has been commenced this week as a matter of urgency. We'll continue to do that this week. We'll continue to do that at a very, very fast rate and urgent rate next week as well. School authorities will continue to be kept fully informed of developments, and what we'll also do tomorrow is we'll outline a time and a chronology of which schools will be contacted first and which schools will be assessed. I want to assure the deputies that at all times the key priority of my department is the health and safety of students and staff. I also want to provide assurances that every effort will be made by working closely with local authorities and communities to identify solutions that will provide alternative accommodation for the students until matters have been resolved with their permanent school buildings. The question around Ardgillan, I can come back to this in relation to when do we look to have the students back in Ardgillan. We hope to have them back in the week after mid-term, so
You'll have
Monday week.
2 minutes, so deputies, I want to remind you 30 seconds.
Thank you, Dáil Éireann. Thank you, Minister, for your response. I think, Minister, given you're only in the role a matter of days, I think you'd be as shocked as I am, and indeed all of us are, in regards to the developments here that have directly affected 1,200 pupils, but no doubt will affect many more. I think it's particularly shocking and an indictment of very poor both construction techniques and indeed oversight of the construction industry in the past. You know, the fact that children's lives are being put at risk, never mind the teaching faculty and management teams of those schools. I wait with interest the results on the other schools that are being investigated, but I sincerely hope the Minister and the Department will be in a position to reaccommodate everybody as quickly as possible and ensure the safety of the children across these schools. Thank you.
Smith.
Of answer, Minister, but I think it begs other questions, and the question it begs from me is not just the structural assessment of the schools and the number of children and parents who are going to be displaced, in their lives as a result of it. But could we have a structural assessment of the system and the use of public procurement tendering processes that put us in this place? This isn't the first competitive tendering process that has been made a hames of in the last few weeks. Look at broadband, look at cervical check, look at the bus tendering process. I think we need to assess the structural reasons, the hows, the whys, the conditions, that departments sit down and say, yeah, let's give this crowd such and such a contract, or let's give the broadband contract to this crowd. The criteria is obviously a whole mess and is ending up costing the taxpayer, the state and ultimately the lives of children and their families very, very expensive outcomes.
Thomas Byrne, 30 seconds.
I raised a series of questions and I would be grateful if the Minister would answer them. We can PQ them certainly. There is the issue of Western Building Systems who are still looking for contracts. The Minister for Public Expenditure is there in relation to procurement. He has to show that there are deficiencies in their work. And I want you to confirm, Minister, that you will say that that bar has been reached and that Western Building Systems should not be getting the benefit of state contracts anymore. They should be out, and too much has been put up with them. This started off as very serious fire safety deficiencies, and now we find even probably more serious structural deficiencies. They need to be gone, and we need to get proper standards, and we need the Department of Education inspecting these projects themselves and not just leaving it to outsiders.
Finally, Deputy O'Reilly.
Minister, did I hear you correctly? You said that all pupils that aren't at school at the moment will be re-accommodated after the Halloween break, and perhaps maybe in correspondence you can provide more detail on that. For Ardgillan, yeah, no, specifically on Ardgillan. You say in your response that during the course of the works in Ardgillan, additional issues of structural nature were identified. Can you indicate when those issues were identified? Because as I have said, parents are worried that there was information that was known that wasn't communicated to them, and perhaps you can provide myself and other TDs from Fingal with a timeline of who knew what and when, so that parents' minds can be put at rest, because they are concerned. They are still sending their kids to the school. They want to know that it's safe.
Final response from the Minister.
There's a lot of specific questions, and certainly what I want to do, and I've just met with my officials before I came in here, I've asked them to make themselves available to the opposition tomorrow. They're meeting together at 10:30. They'll make contact with the opposition spokespersons, and I suggested the committee members as well on education to do a full briefing, because this is a very serious issue now that's on our hands. The question that Deputy Thomas Byrne raised in relation to WBS. I met with the Attorney General today. I talked to him about future contracts. Personally, and this is coming from me, personally, I just could not stand over a situation emerging where we already have 2 schools, one in Ardgillan, and hearing some of the feedback in Ardgillan, no wall ties, wooden panels not bolted to steel girders. It's just unacceptable what's happened here, that students and teachers and staff's lives have been put at risk. So what I would hope to see happening tomorrow is that we'll have also an outline and chronology which schools can be inspected next. I'm not working on the basis that it's 2009 to 2014 to 2013 anymore. There is an issue here with WBS, and we have to be vigilant, and certainly I know there's a lot of litigation, and I'm advised as the Minister to be careful what I say in terms of litigation, but I won't be careful in what I have to say when it comes to lives. And there will be, because of this decanting, so many lives will be disrupted. Parents who already live very busy lives and the most precious thing to them are obviously their children, but time is also a precious thing. So we need an all-community approach. I'm imploring to my colleagues across the House here today, and I know I've got it suggested from yourselves, that we try to work together on this. And there are serious questions. There are serious questions as to how we got here, as to how these buildings were allowed to be built in such a short period of time, 24 weeks, for 3 months to build a 2 to 3 story building. These are the questions, and I will try to keep you updated as best I can, and try to keep the communication open, and my officials are going to be working very, very hard in ensuring that happens as well. I'd just like to thank the deputies for raising this issue tonight.
That concludes topicals. We move on to the Finance Bill 2018, order for second stage and second stage. So when we have some spokespersons here, I will call on the Minister to move the technical motion. Just give it a few minutes, maybe, Minister. Motion that the bill, that the second stage be taken now.
I move.
As agreed, agreed. And I call on the Minister to move the second stage reading.
Thank you, Count Corley.
The bill be read a second time. You move.
I move.
Minister.
2 weeks ago, I made my budget statement in this House. I noted that a decade has now passed since the financial crisis. In a very dynamic and ever-changing global environment, the Irish economy does continue to strengthen and grow. A record number of our citizens have jobs. Our public finances are balanced. We have made progress and the darkest of days have passed. But the House will be aware of the many risks that remain to us from abroad, for example, as we confront the greatest of challenges, that is Brexit. And of course, the House will be aware of the many social challenges that we face across our country, the needs that we have to respond to in terms of shelter, in terms of housing, the further progress we need to make with regard to public services. All of these are reasons why we need to continue to enhance the underlying strength and the resilience of our economy. In order to build this resilience, we must continue to manage our public finances responsibly and keep our tax base broad, stable and sustainable. When I made my budget statement 2 weeks ago, I said that Budget 2019 was designed to secure our future. It's a progressive budget with an emphasis on strengthening our national finances. It aims to be responsible, to reflect a modern and caring Ireland that aims to position ourselves well at the centre of a changing world. Many of the changes required by the budget are contained in Finance Bill 2018. I will shortly set out the bill in more detail, but firstly I'd like to look at some of the key themes running through it. The Finance Bill delivers on our commitment to continue to make targeted changes to the income tax system within available resources and make steady and sustainable progress in reducing the income tax burden, focusing on low and middle income earners. To ease this burden, the bill will increase the entry point to the higher rate of income tax for all earners by €750, raising it to €35,300 in the case of a single worker. The third rate of the universal social charge will be reduced from 4.75% to 4.5%. As I said on Budget Day, the Government believes that workers enter the higher rate of income tax at too low a level of income. The impact of these changes means that the top marginal rate on incomes up to €70,000 will be reduced to 48.5%, and fewer people on incomes around the national average will have any income subject to the 40% rate of income tax. The bill will also provide for a modest increase in the ceiling of the second USC rate band from €19,372 to €19,874 to take account of changes in the minimum wage. I'm also happy to confirm an increase in the home care credit of €300. This brings the value of the credit to €1,500 per year and is expected to benefit around 85,000 working families. For self-employed workers, the earned income credit will be increased by a further €200. And to support the single affordable childcare scheme, I propose to amend Section 194A of the Taxes Act of 1997 to ensure that payments to childcare providers under the scheme do not give rise to tax liabilities for the parents. It isn't my intention that payments under the scheme should give rise to tax liabilities for parents or guardians. In the absence of any legislative relieving provisions, the payments made under the scheme would fall to be taxable as they're made on behalf of the parent and guardian as a contribution towards creche fees. The effect of the proposal will also be retrospective to ensure that payments already made under similar administrative schemes are also exempt. Moving to the area of enterprise, the bill contains a number of measures relating to the key employee engagement programme, the employment and investment incentive, and the start-up refunds for entrepreneurs, which seek to advance the enterprise agenda. The take-up of the key programme to date has been limited, so I intend to double the ratio of share options to salary and to increase the total value of options from €250,000 to €300,000. Currently, the company can grant options to the particular employee director up to a maximum of €250,000 in any 3-year period. I now propose to change this while keeping the €3 million overall limit for companies, and employees are not restricted from entering into future arrangements with future employees. As deputies will be aware, I asked my department to arrange a comprehensive review of these incentives with a focus on their efficiency and effectiveness. Having considered the recommendations contained in the recent report by Indicon Economic Consultants, I am proposing a package of measures. First, I am proposing changes to the application procedure for incentives to a largely self-certification model. This should address the most significant problem with the current design scheme, which relates to delays in the application process. While primarily self-assessment, it is important to note that under the proposed new arrangements, companies may ask the Revenue Commissioner to confirm that they have met the requirements for general block exemption regulation compliance. I think this is a fair support from many companies and investors, given that they may not be too familiar with EU state aid rules. Second, the new text also provides for a specific investor eligibility regime for investment in very small enterprises, the Start-up Capital Incentive. In particular, and in accordance with the EU state aid rules, connected persons are permitted greater freedom to invest in limited amounts in very small start-ups. Third, the section includes a very substantial consolidation and updating of the current text of Part 16 of the Taxes Consolidation Act of 1997. The aim is to make the scheme more intelligible for stakeholders. In addition, the draft brings forward a number of technical adjustments to incentives which seek to simplify and clarify legislative provisions. It also includes an anti-avoidance measure where, in the case that a holding company sells a subsidiary and the money is returned to the holding company must now return the capital to the investors immediately, rather than at present where it can retain the proceeds for the remainder of 4 years without triggering a clawback of the relief. And then finally, in light of the substantial review just undertaken, I'm also proposing extending the EII and SURE scheme by an additional year to the end of 2021. This is consistent with the procedure set out in my department's tax expenditure guidelines. I intend that other issues raised in the Indicon report will be addressed in a subsequent finance bill. Looking now to the film industry, the film tax credit acts as a stimulus to the development of an indigenous audiovisual industry to support the expression of Irish culture and the creation of quality employment opportunities in the state. The relief is currently scheduled to end in 2020. I'm now providing for a 4-year extension to the credit until December 2024 to provide credit to provide certainty to this important part of our economy. To support the development of the scheme beyond the current established hubs, I'm also introducing, subject to state aid approval, a new short-term regional uplift for certain productions made in areas designated under the state aid regional guidelines. The regional uplift will commence at 5% and will be phased out over 4 years on a tiered basis. Turning now to the farming sector, I acknowledge that income volatility is a very significant difficulty for farming families and that 2018 is turning out to be a particularly difficult year. I propose to make the income averaging scheme available to a greater range of farms. Income averaging allows eligible farmers to calculate their taxable income as the average of their income in the current year and the previous 4 years on a rolling basis, thus smoothing their tax liability over a 5-year period. I propose extending the income averaging scheme to farmers with self-employed, off-farm income farmers whose spouses have off-farm self-employed income, with averaging only applying in respect of farm profits so as to ensure its availability to the entire sector. In addition, the bill renews for a further 3 years the 25% general stock relief on income tax, the 50% stock relief on income tax for registered farm partnerships, and the 100% stock relief on income tax for certain young trained farmers. Before I move on to look at other sections of the bill, I wish to address our commitment to the ongoing process of international tax reform. I announced in Budget 2019 the introduction of 2 new measures from the Anti-Tax Avoidance Directive and ARID, an ATAD-compliant tax regime, and the new Controlled Foreign Company Rules, or CFC rules. They are designed to prevent the artificial diversion of profits to offshore entities in low-tax or no-tax jurisdictions. The new ATAD-compliant tax regime will impose a charge to tax at 12.5% on unrealised gains where companies migrate or transfer assets offshore such that they leave the scope of Irish tax. It replaces a pre-existing focused anti-avoidance exit charge with a new broad-based exit tax. The introduction of both these measures, in addition to the commitments to further action set out in the corporate tax roadmap published in September, clearly demonstrates Ireland's commitment to ensuring that our tax regime is stable, legitimate and transparent to support continuing investment and job creation in the state. I'll now take you through key elements of the Finance Bill. Deputies will appreciate that in the limited time available to me, I won't cover every single section. Part 1 of the bill deals with the USC, income tax, corporation tax and capital gains taxes. Sections 2 to 5 deals with the income tax measures I've already outlined. Section 9 extends the benefit in kind exemption for electric vehicles until the 31st of December 2021 to support policies to reduce carbon emissions in the transport sector. Having regard to value for money and tax equity considerations, it also applies a cap of €50,000 on this exemption, such that an electric vehicle with an original market value exceeding this limit will be subject to BIK on the amount in excess of €50,000. In Section 14, I propose amending Section 205A of the Taxes Consolidation Act of 1997 to extend the same tax treatment for awards under the restorative justice process to women who were resident in institutions associated with the Magdalen laundries. Section 15 is a technical amendment. Section 16 introduces new accelerated capital allowances for gas-propelled vehicles and refuelling equipment, which I signalled in my budget speech. Section 17 amends and commences a relief introduced last year in Finance Bill 2017, subject to a commencement order, which allows a benefit to employers who incur capital costs on equipment and/or buildings used for the purposes of providing childcare services or fitness facilities to employees. Section 20 relates to the relief available to certain start-up companies in their first years of trading, 3 years of trading, Following a review performed by my department, I am extending this for a further 3 years to the 31st of December 2021. Section 21 proposes that the amount of interest paid in respect of loans used to purchase, improve or repair a residential property that may be deducted by landlords will be increased to 100% from the 1st of January 2019. This change is an acceleration of the rate of restoration of the full value of this relief. Section 23 deals and relates to EII and SURE. Section 24 deals with film relief, and Section 25 deals with CFCs, which I touched on already. Section 28 amends Section 603A of the Taxes Consolidation Act of 1997. In broad terms, this provides relief from capital gains tax on the transfer of a site by a parent or a civil partner to a child of the parent or a child of the civil partner, where the transfer is to enable the child to construct his or her principal private residence on the site. This section has been amended to allow both the child and his or her spouse or civil partner to benefit from the relief available under the section. Section 31 amends the definition of a sugar-sweetened drink to ensure that certain categories of beverages will not be subject to sugar-sweetened drinks taxes where they do not meet a minimum calcium content of 119 milligrams per 100 millilitres. The amendment fulfils the commitment made to the European Commission as part of the formal EU state aid notification process for sugar-sweetened drinks taxes. Section 32 confirms the budget increases in the rates of tobacco products taxes and minimum excise duty for cigarettes in support of public health policy. Section 33 provides for an increase in the rate of betting duty and betting intermediary duty with effect from the 1st of January. The rate of betting duty is increased from 1% to 2% for bookmakers and remote bookmakers, while betting intermediary duty is increased from 15% to 25%. Section 35 provides for a vehicle registration tax or VRT surcharge of 1% on diesel cars in recognition of growing air pollution concerns from pollutants emitted in high amounts by diesel vehicles. Section 37 extends the VRT relief for hybrid electric vehicles until the 31st of December 2019 in support of climate change policy. Section 41 gives effect to the budget increase in the VAT rate applying to tourism activities with services and goods currently applying at a 9%, increasing to 13.5% from the 1st of January 2019, with the exception of newspapers and sports facilities. The section also provides for a reduction in VAT on digital publications from 23% to 9%. Section 46 provides for, as I announced in Budget 2019, the extension for a further 3 years to the 31st of December 2021 of the Young Trained Farmers Stamp Duty relief. It must be notified to the EU authorities and is therefore being made subject to a commencement order. The section also contains a number of amendments to ensure that a number of stamp duty related provisions in legislation comply with EU state aid regulations and reflect current practice. Section 47 provides for the taxpayer having a right of appeal to the appeal commissioners against a decision made by Revenue in relation to a claim for the repayment of stamp duty, which is not currently being provided for in the legislation. Part 5 of the bill deals with capital acquisitions tax, or CAT, and includes Section 50, which amends the dwelling house exemption to ensure that properties which have been placed in a discretionary trust are brought within the assessment criteria for determining if the beneficiary meets the conditions to qualify for the exemption. Section 51 addresses my budget announcement to increase the Group A tax-free threshold, which applies to gifts and inheritance from parents to their children, from €310,000 to €320,000. This will apply to gifts or inheritances received on or after the 10th of October. Finally, Part 6 of the bill deals with miscellaneous matters, and here I just want to mention that Section 53 makes a number of technical amendments to facilitate the operation of the tax appeals process. As is customary with the Finance Bill, there are still a small number of matters under consideration that I may bring forward at committee stage, and of course I'll also consider any suggestions put forward during our debate here over the next couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ceann Corley. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this Finance Bill. At the outset, I suppose it's worth reminding ourselves what the passing of the Finance Bill means. Along with the Social Welfare Bill, it ensures financial stability over the next 12 months. Indeed, it was with that same purpose that Fianna Fáil approached discussions for this third budget under the Confidence and Supply arrangement. As in 2016, in the aftermath of the election, we recognised that Ireland needed political stability in order to properly face a more politically unstable world. For if we were to have instability that Sinn Féin crave, we as a country would be in no position to have our voices heard in Brexit negotiations. There would be nobody to articulate the Irish perspective of this crucial period in European history. I'm left questioning whether this is their preferred position, to be honest. For they failed to take responsibility in the Northern Ireland Assembly, they failed to take responsibility in Westminster, and here now, as in 2016, they failed to take responsibility either. We do not shirk that responsibility. This budget was certainly not one we would have written, and it is fair to say that it is not one we wholly agree with, but it is one where we have had an impact, we have had an effect, we have delivered change in direction. The budget has followed the previous two budgets in that it is broadly progressive. Under this budget, the burden is lightened for those less well off. This is as it should be, and it stands in stark contrast to the successive regressive budgets imposed under the last government that were so decisively rejected in the election of 2016. Core to that progressivity, and the subsequently core to the Confidence and Supply arrangement, is the principle that available exchequer funds should be split 2 to 1 in favour of investment in vital public services over tax cuts. The reality has been that for the last two budgets the ratio has been closer to 3 to 1, and in fact in this budget it has been more like 4 to 1. This is a far cry from the budget of 2016, which was opportunistic in nature and designed to woo the electorate. The electorate were having none of it, for they knew the country was crying out for investment in public services, and they knew that the recovery was not in fact being felt by all. From a fiscal point of view, there is no doubt that the situation has improved, but it would be a huge mistake to assume that we are out of the woods. Key vulnerabilities exist. We are still running a deficit despite where the economy is in the business cycle. By any measure, this could be perceived to be a risky strategy. 2/3 of the adjustments required were put in place by the last Fianna Fáil government, and ever since, the final third has proved elusive for this one. Yet we are still projected to borrow money next year to pay for the services the public require. This is despite the fast pace of economic growth and the extraordinary explosion on corporation tax receipts. It is for this reason that Fianna Fáil called for the establishment of the Rainy Day Fund. I welcome the legislation published earlier today, and we will engage constructively to ensure that the legislation gets through efficiently. When the next downturn comes, we do not want to see tax increases and cuts in public services to be the only option on the table. We do not want to be in a position where the government of the day raids private pensions. A sound fiscal policy based on balanced budgets and an appropriately funded rainy day fund will offer flexibility in those future circumstances. There are those in this House who offer an alternative: to spend more and to ignore all the economists and the economic commentators by not establishing a rainy day fund. With a national debt of over 200 billion, nearly 43,000 per household, this is downright irresponsible. What would Sinn Féin and Labour do in the event of a downturn? Would they turn to the international markets? And this week we've seen the market reaction to Italy's policy. Would they run to Europe for help again? I fear that this would fall on deaf ears. Make no mistake about it, their policy to borrow more now and to leave no fiscal buffer whatsoever would leave Ireland hugely exposed. Put simply, they would have to raise taxes and cut spending. This is in effect what they are calling for. Brexit continues to be the most serious challenge Ireland faces today. The prolonged political turmoil and the political uncertainty that has come with it remains a dark shadow over Ireland's economic prospects. We are now almost 5 months from Brexit, and yet we are no clearer on whether an agreement will be reached and what that agreement will entail. We support the Government in their negotiations and we hope that the best deal possible can be achieved come March 2019. It is critical that a hard border is not established on this island and that the Good Friday Agreement is protected. However, I have serious concerns about the Government's readiness here at home, and it would be remiss of me or my party to simply ignore them. The Government succeeded in deceiving itself and others that the backstop was guaranteed and that Northern Ireland would be protected. Instead of engaging with opposite numbers in the UK and Northern Ireland, the Government chose to go on an all-out spin offensive. The result, I'm afraid, has left Ireland and Irish business dangerously exposed. We now know that only a third of the required customs officials will be operational by March 29th. This is based on a transitional arrangement which is growing more unlikely by the day. The Government will not tell us how many officials exactly will be needed if a no-deal Brexit were to become a reality. Businesses up and down the country are crying out for support, but the Government have failed them and failed to hear them, I'm afraid. Time and time again, yes, we've heard of Brexit support schemes being announced, but precious little has followed. For the much-lauded Brexit loan scheme, only 10 companies have reached a sanction at finance provider stage. Only 127 companies have availed of the Be Prepared grants from Enterprise Ireland, and 160 only have received Intertrade Ireland's Brexit readiness vouchers. Only 47 market discovery grants have been issued by Enterprise Ireland, and most shockingly of all, given the vulnerability of the agri-food sector, the low-cost loan scheme for farmers and fishermen announced last year has yet even to be established. That could tell you that Government is not supporting business. They've announced many initiatives, as I said, yes, and we acknowledge that, but they have failed to deliver any significant impact. For the schemes that do get established, are overly burdensome and complex, and many businesses simply do not have the resources or the time to apply for them. The Government needs to address this matter urgently. While Fianna Fáil entered into the confidence supply arrangement to provide stability, it would be a lie and it would be disingenuous to suggest that it has been plain sailing. The crisis in housing and health continues to be stains in our society, with thousands homeless, including children, and tens of thousands lying on hospital waiting lists. As I said previously in the course of the budget, housing is the key test for this budget and this Government. Instead of focusing on glossy reports and fancy announcements, the Government simply needs to build social and affordable houses. The dire record of Fine Gael to provide adequate, affordable housing for the citizens of the country must stop. Now is the time for real ambition and genuine delivery. The 60 million announced to tackle the homelessness crisis is welcome, but belated. We should not have to wait until almost 4,000 children are homeless before action is taken. Local authorities must be given far more autonomy to build social housing, and the cutting in red tape that we've seen as announced should help, and we hope it does help in that regard. Young people aspiring to settle down and have kids are finding it harder and harder to get on the housing ladder. The 100 million fund for the building of affordable housing will help, but as always with this Government, implementation will be key. Turning to the finance bill, it is regrettable and short-sighted that we've seen little movement on private landlords. They are leaving the market in their droves. 2,000 were lost this year alone. That's at least 2,000 houses out of the system at a time of grave urgency and crisis. There is no move in the bill on mortgage interest relief for landlords who facilitate long-term leases. I will engage with the Government in the meantime in an effort to bring in such amendments at committee stage. In relation to health, we welcome the further funding given to the National Treatment Purchase Fund, but it has to be said it is modest when it is compared to the crisis that we face. As public expenditure spokesperson, I think I had my duty to highlight the long-term funding issues facing the health vote. Every year for the past number of years, we've seen the HSE demand extra funding just to stand still. A fraction of that bit then being offered on budget day, overspend the following year, followed by a supplementary payment at the end of the year for health. This carousel approach to budgeting will have a detrimental impact on the state of the health services for decades to come. The Sláintecare report sets out a sustainable pathway forward for a public health service. Yet the Government has failed to give it the backing that it so richly needs. Without a financial foundation, we fear that the Sláintecare report will not do what it says on the tin. The confidence supply arrangement clearly states that cuts in universal social charge ought to be directed at low and middle income earners. This was in recognition that low and middle income earners were not feeling the recovery that the government was telling them that was happening. The changes made this year are modest, but when added together to the changes in the previous two budgets, they are more significant. I acknowledge that without indexing our tax system, that nearly 80,000 workers will face a natural tax increase next year. In this respect, the marginal band needs to be changed in recognition of that fact. However, the increases in the home care and earned income tax credit could be more. Progress has been made, but I do feel it is time that the self-employed are given an equal credit to PAYE workers in recognition of the risk that they take. I would prefer to see a €2,000 home carers credit in recognition of the huge service they provide to children and those living with disabilities. The income tax changes taken together are modest, but they are necessary to keep our tax system competitive. Keeping our competitiveness in mind, our small businesses and enterprises need far more support. I have spoken already about how exposed our SMEs are to the impacts of Brexit. There are similar problems when it comes to enterprise taxes. No movement yet on capital gains tax for entrepreneurs. Our CGT rate of 33% is far in excess of our main competitors, so much so that businesses and SMEs are struggling to get credit and finance that they require to grow and create jobs. The take-up of the EIS scheme and the KEEP scheme has been far short of where it needs to be. We welcome the changes in the finance bill in this regard, but wonder, do these changes tackle the complexity of the schemes? We commit to working with other members of the Finance Committee to make sure that the changes we make to these schemes help in that regard. I welcome the extension of tax relief for start-up companies until the end of 2021. I must take the opportunity to highlight the lack of movement on the exit tax, both in the budget and the subsequent finance bill being discussed here. Typically, the dirt rate was linked to the exit tax rate on the early extraction of pension funds. While I understand and acknowledge the need for an exit tax, I do believe it is unfair to overly tax such extractions, especially when the money is needed for serious health expenses for the individual or loved one. I would urge the Minister to look at this and to at the very least equalise the exit tax with the dirt rate. The Minister announced on Budget Day that he was increasing the betting tax from 1% to 2% on amounts wagered in the state, and that the betting duty on the commission earned by betting intermediaries will be increased from 15% to 25%. Healthy gambling is enjoyed by thousands of people around the country, but it would be wrong to ignore the fact that gambling addiction is a serious blight on society. And it is in this light I would encourage the Government to look at the independent bookmakers who will be put under real pressure because of this change. The Government's failure to deal with problem gambling and their delay in bringing in any meaningful regulation in this regard must be addressed. For example, the Gambling Control Bill, passed way back in 2013, has yet to be implemented. If this Government is serious about problem gambling, it would put the right regulation in place to tackle the problem. Climate change is the challenge of our generation. Ireland cannot relinquish its responsibility in this regard. We signed up to the Paris Accord and we are accountable to European regulations. Sadly, this Government will see the targets outlined in both missed, and missed by quite a long way. It is shameful that the National Development Plan was not climate-proof before it was published. I am disappointed the Government has not done more work on carbon tax. And I think, in the context of imminent announcements by Bord na Móna in relation to their decarbonisation programme and its effect on the Midlands region and the job losses that will not only affect families but whole of communities, the Government cannot sit on its hands and do nothing about the repercussions that will ensue. In this regard, as a side note, I have written to the Taoiseach on this matter, requesting that he set up a just, sustainable forum where funding from within the carbon tax take and possibly from the EU in relation to funds it can distribute in this regard when you have over 500 jobs lost in a region for such reasons, can contribute to help and assist the stakeholders involved, can help and assist the communities, their representatives and the relevant departments in an effort to ensure that there is alternatives and that there is innovation and enterprise is rewarded and that those regions have a future not only in a decarbonised world but in the provision of alternative forms of energy for which the region has been synonymous for many years. And while I acknowledge that increasing carbon tax would essentially increase the cost of motoring, we cannot simply ignore it on the whole. We need to agree a path forward similar to that which was put in place in relation to snatcher care and how to address this fundamental challenge. The benefit in kind extension for electric vehicles and the charging of those vehicles is welcome. However, I must ask the Minister why a cap of 50,000 on the original market value was put in place. The only viable electric cars on the market at the moment are expensive by their very nature, and I fear that this change will leave many with no alternative but to get rid of their electric vehicles. The mortgage arrears crisis continues to be a major issue facing thousands of families across the country. Banks, in response to pressure from the ECB, are selling their distressed loans to vulture funds. The government seems to think that this is the only solution to the mortgage arrears crisis. Nothing could be further from the truth. Banks should not be outsourcing their dirty work to vultures. They should be working through their bank loans books. Fianna Fáil has been particularly active in this regard. Our bill to establish a mortgage resolution office is still requiring a money message from the government. This bill would remove the bank veto. We introduced legislation to regulate vulture funds. I acknowledge the government's support for this bill and the work being done by officials in the Department of Finance. My point is that there is not simply one solution to mortgage arrears. By putting in place modern and fair laws to deal with mortgage arrears, we will provide sustainable solutions to genuine arrears cases, leaving strategic defaulters at the mercy of the courts. The government have done precious little when it comes to high mortgage interest rates. The response has been the same as always, that the market will sort it. Well, guess what? The market has not sorted it. Irish customers pay higher interest rates than Greek customers, and I refuse to believe that an Irish mortgage is more risky than a Greek mortgage. Caps have been imposed in many European countries and the sky has not fallen in. No progress has been made to ban cashback offers, which too serve only to cloud the judgment of customers. There has been no movement or particular movement being made to better enable credit unions, either individually or collectively, to enter mortgage market or to introduce much needed competition in this area. As we know, An Post is planning to enter the market, which is to be welcomed, but this, I fear, will be to the detriment of the credit union sector. No movement has been made in establishing special purpose vehicles to enable the credit union movement to invest in social and affordable housing. The government have relinquished all responsibility for such an initiative, apart from allowing them to create their own vehicles, as one of the credit union bodies are in the process of doing. They offer other essential services to local communities in towns and villages throughout the country, and their viability and their future and their potential is paramount to vibrant communities. We fear that many of these credit unions will fail if they're not given the authority or if they're not allowed to lend on a longer, more profitable basis. And it would, as I said, be a huge blow following many others to rural Ireland. Concordia, the explosion of corporation tax receipts, while positive in the short term, represents an ever-increasing risk to the Exchequer. If just a handful of major companies change their structures and move activity and assets out of Ireland, the Irish state would lose billions in tax revenue. On another front, we have to be prepared to protect our 12.5% corporation tax rate. We must resist European efforts to establish a digital tax and a common and consolidated corporate tax-based proposal. However, we must engage, we must cooperate with both our European and OECD colleagues to ensure that there is a fair and transparent global tax regime whereby companies cannot hide tax revenue in tax havens. In this context, I welcome our cooperation with BEPS process, and I acknowledge the changes made in the Finance Bill in this regard. My colleague Deputy Michael McGrath has consistently highlighted the significant issues facing Tax Appeals Commission and the backlog in appeals. An open and transparent tax appeals regime is crucial for businesses. We need a consistent and fair tax system, and it is vital that the issues in the Tax Appeals Commission are tackled and the backlog is reduced. In increasing the VAT rate for the tourism sector, the government put many companies around the country under pressure. While Dublin-based hotels are booming, the same cannot obviously be said for many companies throughout the country. I would urge the government to look at supports for that sector so that these VAT changes do not represent the death knell that so many others would say is in store for these smaller establishments. In concluding, Ceann Comhairle, Fianna Fáil has honoured its side of the confidence supply arrangement. We will not vote for this budget, but we will facilitate its passage. This budget is a fairer budget because of confidence in supply and because of the influence that Fianna Fáil have had on it. We need action now from this government in the area of housing and health. No more spin but real action. We will engage constructively at committee with all members in order to tackle some of the issues outlined here today, and I am sure that will be outlined during the course of the coming days. We look forward to bringing forward amendments and discussing those amendments with others in order for the committee to arrive at a conclusion, and one that we can be proud of and insist will have the effect we desire on our state.
Jascan Corlia agus an buíomh son an Jesh Lorcher and Billa Aragages and Shaw Inu agus Billa Comishia Falchi again Ring. I'm glad of the opportunity to speak on the finance bill here today. I was listening to the contribution of Deputy Cowan when he was criticising Sinn Féin's position on Brexit. Never one to try and stick the boot in, even though it's acknowledged by government that we're being actually proactive and supportive. But when I was sitting here listening to it, I was actually thinking if he was one of the Fianna Fáil members who voted in your last Ardèche for an electronic border, a frictionless border, and asked for automatic logging in of all trade between Ireland, the North and Britain, very much akin to Jacob Rees-Mogg's plan and Theresa May's plan that everybody else throughout Europe has criticised. But was the plan, the motion that was adopted by Fianna Fáil are at their Ardèche, or maybe he's more in line with his councillor from Louth who's been calling publicly for a hard border. So sometimes it's very difficult to figure out which way Fianna Fáil is blowing on these issues, but the one thing's for sure is that they're going to try and stick the boot into somebody, despite the ramifications that Brexit could have on my own constituency on the border counties and indeed the entire island of Ireland. That being said, I do want to focus in relation to the finance bill, and as usual, we're speaking about a piece of legislation that, in a way, our hands are tied because of the prohibition of placing down substantial amendments that may have a cost to the Exchequer or a cost to the state or the persons. That archaic ruling, which is based on two bases, one on the Constitution, obviously, and the other one is in the standing orders of this House, which takes a very strong interpretation of how we deal with these issues. In my view, it needs to be removed so that the finance bill debate becomes a real debate and that we can substantially place amendments down that aren't ruled out of order and can have them discussed to improve and strengthen the legislation that is before us today. The budget was a bad budget in my view. It was not what Ireland needs at this point, and it reinforces the mistakes made in the last number of years by eroding the tax income base, while other sustainable avenues for revenue such as wealth, profits and higher incomes were not tapped into. In the meantime, the books are balanced, only what everybody recognises as temporary corporation tax receipts, and there was nothing of significance in the budget that screamed that this was the budget for a country facing the uncertainty of Brexit. And much of what we've seen today is very, very similar to what happened during the Charlie McCreevy era, and I would again, maybe ask Mr Cowan to go and look at just what happened at that time and, taking lectures from Fianna Fáil about irresponsibility. This is the party who stood over there and gave standing ovations to the Minister for Finance as he cut the legs out of people in this state, as he's cut the blind pension, as he sent families, countless families, to airports as they had to say cheerio to their sons and daughters, as you destroyed the potential of local communities, and that's the responsibility that he lectures me on today. And the problem is, when we look at where we are at now, did we have a rainy day fund then? It was called the National Pension Reserve Fund. Did we have balanced books? Indeed, did we have surpluses? Yes, we did. And now we're going to have the same in the next number of years, and they're both positive things. Did we cut income taxes at that point in time? Yes, we did, just as we're doing now. Did the total amount of income tax actually increase year on year during that period? Yes, they did, just as they are doing now. Did we have an unreliable tax base that was balanced in the books and creating a surplus for us? Yes, we did. It was stamp duty, and today it is corporation tax. And that is why what is happening now is very, very similar to what happened in the past. And the crisis will never, ever present itself in the exact same way, but there are serious questions in relation to what we are doing in this finance bill by again following the mistakes of the past. There was nothing in this budget that showed that this was a country that learnt from the mistakes. There was nothing in this budget for the renters, for low paid, or those living week to week. The income tax and USE cuts this year will amount to €284 million in a full year. That's €284 million the government and Fianna Fáil say is not needed for our health service, our childcare service, or for indeed building houses for those that are homeless or in those that are on the waiting list. And in the three Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael confidence and supply budgets, we've seen €750 million in tax cuts have been made. That's €750 million that has been taken out of the most sustainable type of tax that we have. And at the same time, we know that countless people, countless citizens are crying out for investment, whether it's in home care packages, whether it's in health, whether it's in education. They are looking for investment, but what seems to be the trend over the last number of years is again to hollow out the tax base. There's an inaccurate idea that everybody got a £5 a week, but that isn't really what happened. The truth is that the low-paid worker or average-paid worker was lucky if they got anything. The government's own figures published on Budget Day recognise this fact. It tells us that a single worker on €20,000 a year will receive €14 over a whole year as a result of the tax changes, far from the £5 a week. And at 30,000, that worker will get €39 a year, not even €1 a week. And self-employed married person on 70,000, they gain €15 a week. Some gain in 1 week what others won't even gain in a full year. And what logic is used to decide that a worker on €175,000 needs €589 more in their pay, while a worker on 18,000 doesn't get an extra cent, as rents multiply and insurance goes through the roof? And that's the truth behind this budget, and how the spoils have been dished out by both Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. Those figures tells us what we need to know about this budget is more the same. It's tax cuts that benefit the wealthiest and the most, while public services suffer without the necessary investment. And, you know, we all had this, and we know that tax cuts can prove to be very popular in terms of votes. If we need a reminder of that, it's your own posters, Minister. It's the abolish the USC posters, you know. I'm sure you have them in storage somewhere. Like the nonsense that was perpetrated during that general election, and Fianna Fáil no better, wanted to get rid of 90% of the USC. Indeed, Labour just followed suit. They were going 80% of the USC, taking over €5 billion out of our tax base. Crazy stuff. But now we know that plan is gone, and we have another plan which is merging the USC with PRSI. And there are arguments, very strong arguments. Indeed, all the international evidence will suggest that that's where we are weak in terms of PRSI. But where is the plan? There's not even a paper published at budget time, and any requests that we have in terms of freedom of information are refused because of the budgetary time frame. But it appears to me that there's no coherence, there's no vision. It's just blind cuts after each year after year, snipping away at the tax base, just like Fianna Fáil did during the Charlie McCreevy era. And there are some positives in the finance bill which I want to acknowledge, and one of them is that there is further progress for the self-employed credit. But the Minister, you need to make up your mind, do they deserve equality or not? And the idea that you're dragging this out and for another year is simply not on. These employees should have got equal treatment, and this should have been equalised in 2019. The headline budget change this year is in the issue of the VAT change, and restoring profitable sectors to pre-crisis rates of taxation makes sense. I wish to distinguish between the hotel sectors and raise a very grave concern about how this increase has been passed on by some businesses. I'll start with this concern. I believe, having been contacted by a number of different employees, that the VAT increase is now being passed on. The VAT increase has not been passed on to the customer, but instead been applied to workers' wages. And let me be clear how this is working. It's completely unacceptable. It's probably illegal. And I urge the Minister to back me in a call for businesses not to try and use the VAT increase to cut employees' wages. The VAT rate must be applied to services, and that's basically it. If a company can absorb the cost by reducing its prices, so be it. But this cannot be at the expense of workers who, for example, are paid mainly on commission-based on that price, and it is scandalous abuse, and it cannot be tolerated. These are very low paid workers who part of their wages is made up of commission, and it is post-tax, post-VAT commission, so they are now taking a reduction in their wages but for doing exactly the same work because the VAT has been increased in their sector by nearly 50%, the 4.5% increase. On hotels, Minister, you'll know that I've long argued for the removal of this special rate. I first proposed this 2 years ago, and the question needs to be asked how many hundreds of millions of state has forgone because it hesitated in relation to this proposal. The price reduction was never passed on in the hotel sector to customers, and the Department's own report shows that very clearly. Hotels in Dublin, Cork and Galway are extremely full by any international standards, and the revenue per available room metric shows Irish hotels are among the busiest and most lucrative in Europe. Of course, I'm very familiar, coming from Donegal and that whole western region, that not every hotel is in the same position. But this ongoing subsidy is not justified, shouldn't have been justified last year, indeed the year before, and I believe that you did hesitate on this, and you shouldn't have. Where I differ with the Minister is that I believe the increase should have been limited to the hotel sector. Lumping in restaurants, pubs and hairdressers and others was the wrong thing to do to increase those sectors up to 13.5%. I believe that there's no justification for a 50% increase in VAT on these services. The Minister, you went too far on that issue, and I think that that is going to cause a lot of pain to those sectors, and indeed may cause job losses as a result of it. It is far too sudden, it's too steep a change for these sectors to take place in one year. I want to signal that major changes to the flexibility granted by the EU on VAT rates and applications are hopefully coming down the line, and they need to be used, and this will present a huge opportunity to recast our VAT system in a more socially oriented way, such as looking at zero rating for mountain rescue equipment, for example, for defibrillators, for adult bike helmets, to name just a few. And I had the opportunity to attend the Bumbulance. They came to Donegal, where a number of the deputies were at, and unfortunately, one of my own close family members has reason to use that over and over again, and it's been a great help to the family in terms of the air Bumbulance and the Bumbulance itself. But the idea that they're charged the type of VAT that, this is done by voluntary contributions, people out cycling bikes the length and breadth of Ireland, rattling buckets, and the state takes a lot of that those donations that are raised to buy this equipment, these ambulances, and to kit them out is not acceptable. So we need to be looking at the changes, the flexibility that's coming from the EU, and making sure that that we are more socially oriented in terms of how we deal with our VAT system. Another year, we see the Finance Bill promise to do its best to clean up Ireland's reputation when it comes to a role in terms of international tax systems, but another year and another failure in my view. The main element of this failure is that the exit tax, yet again, despite government spin, this is actually something we are legally obliged to implement. I see no logic in why the 12.5% rate was chosen. That is the rate applied to profits, while what we are talking about here is capital gains, which are charged at 33% normally. I accept that the old exit tax was not fit for purpose, but it seems that the Minister cannot let any opportunity pass without adding just a little bit of Irish exceptionalism for corporations. The same goes for the implementation of the multilateral convention under the BEPS programme, a step we were obliged to take, but where the minimalist approach was taken by opting out of Article 12. And this is a pattern that's undeniable. It is why the government opposes public country-by-country reporting. It is why we are appealing the Apple case decision, and why the Minister simply refuses to do the sensible thing and include pre-2015 onshore assets under the 80% cap that he brought in last year. Minister Noonan made a disastrous decision when he lifted to 100% the cap, effectively allowing corporations write off all of the profit. The current Minister has closed the barn door a bit, but refuses to clean up the mess. €750 million, that's what's at stake in relation to that policy position alone. €750 million each year for houses, for flood defences, for roads, for rails, that could be on the cards, except that Fine Gael and indeed their partners in Fianna Fáil will not tax these billions of assets, and that is shameful, Minister, in my view. The Minister will note that I referred to capital spending because I accept that corporation tax bonanzas will not last forever. Using those windfalls for infrastructure is the logical thing to do while they are here. It was reported yesterday that the Fiscal Council is going to increase their warnings about using one-off funds for permanent spending. And they are right, of course, because Fine Gael refuses to raise taxes or make savings, and so we enter another year of fantasy budgeting. And we had it last year, and we had the major hole that was clearly recognised. I pointed out myself, the CEO of the HSE pointed out within weeks of the budget, and you buried your head in the sand. But if corporation tax receipts do collapse, the Minister can't say that he wasn't warned by this side of the House, or indeed by other bodies that have flagged this issue. Can I make the point about rents? We have rents now at record levels, and so are the waiting lists in terms of housing. On the supply and demand scales, it is all one-sided, yet the budget and the finance bills say we will help the landlords. And indeed, Fianna Fáil are arguing that you didn't go far enough and you should do more to help the landlords. And what type of analysis is behind such a move? Every week we see the scandalous examples of landlords renting smaller and smaller spaces for higher and higher prices. It's not all landlords is the refrain, but that at this point it is renters that need a break, not the landlords. And my biggest problem with 100% relief for landlords is that there are no conditions attached to it. We already have 100% relief, which is if you take in some social housing tenant. So that attraction will now be gone. There should be strict rules as to prices, as to tenants' rights, as to security, but instead this budget simply throws money at a group of people who control all of the pieces. Sinn Féin's alternative is a rent relief equal to 1 month of rents for all renters not already subsidised by the state. For this to work, there needs to be a rent freeze, and there needs to be a rent freeze anyway, but actual relief is also needed for renters at a time when they have sky-high rents. This is what the headline should be, not an unconditional, unlimited tax break for landlords as rents spiral out of control. Can I mention, in terms of the betting tax, like the hotel VAT change, I welcome in principle the adoption of another Sinn Féin position on increasing the betting tax, although I must acknowledge it was the Minister for Finance 10 years ago, in 2008, that announced the increase of the betting tax to 2%. It was never given effect to, and there was issues in relation to that, and there is issues with this as well. I do strongly disagree how you're raising this tax. A simple jump to 2% of duty will hurt smaller local bookies, and it's not an exaggeration from them. It's true, and it does threaten jobs. I've sat down with numerous of these bookmakers. I've looked at their accounts. It's very clear this is going to wipe out their profits. The 1%, the additional 1% will wipe out their profits. The customers will move to the larger operators. Betting is a vice, and it does enormous damage to our society, and it should be taxed to reflect that fact. What I have been proposing for a number of years is to increase the tax to 3%, but to insist that it's paid by the punter. And that's the crucial issue. The rate is crucial, but also that it's on winnings and paid by the punter. That way, every bookie would be equally affected, and the larger dominant market players could simply not absorb the cost, giving themselves another edge over local independent bookies. It would also mean that betting duty would cover the cost of the Horse and Greyhound Fund, which currently needs to be topped up from general taxation. I'm sure we're going to look at this in detail at committee stage. In a way, the change is the worst of both worlds. It is just enough to be absorbed by Paddy Power and the likes, and just enough to ensure disaster for small bookies in remote rural areas. And I urge the Minister to really consider this at committee stage, and we will be bringing forward amendments. Minister, I was deeply disappointed to see no change in the rules of bailed-out banks. They're entering a period of high profitability, but because of built-up losses, the rules will allow them to do so tax-free. Ireland is almost unique in the OECD in having neither a time limit nor an actual cap on losses being allowed to be carried forward to write off profit. And I don't believe the situation is acceptable in the context of the damage done by the banks. They want to return to normality for bankers' bonuses and pay, but won't tolerate a return to normal tax situation where profits are taxed, and it cannot go on for the 10 and 20 years that is planned. Under our proposal, we would bring in a 25% cap. The state would have brought in another 175 million this year as a result of that measure, and each year going forward until the losses were exhausted. It is a hugely missed opportunity, and the Minister, I do acknowledge, you did commission a report following on from last year's finance bill, which showed that even a potential drop in value of the state's share value would be more than offset as a result of the recurring value of taxes raised. It's an absolute disgrace that you haven't dealt with this, or indeed even looked at the banking levy. There's a number of issues I want to mention, but I'm running out of time in relation to SMEs. I note the changes to the KEEP scheme, and I think that we need to scrutinise that at the committee stage. I'm disappointed that you haven't dealt with R&D. R&D should be changed. There's a huge concentration in R&D at the larger corporations. We have 167 of the large cage divisions getting €543 million, while over 1,300 only claimed 127. What should have been done there, Minister, and I'll finish in this year, is we should have increased the rate to 30% for SMEs and reduced it to 20% for the larger divisions. And the second thing, and the last thing here, is we should have introduced a scheme like there is in the north, where SMEs can avail of this and easier access to this. And it's something I just want to put on notice that I will visit at committee stage.
Thank you, Cahir. Look, there are a number of specific points I want to raise on the technical detail of the finance bill, but I do, before I go into that, want to make a point in relation to the rainy day fund, and we are still at pains to understand the necessity for such a fund, and we're wondering if this fund was just conjured up to make Fianna Fáil look, fiscally responsible, and if this is a Fianna Fáil tool or if it's a Fine Gael tool, and we'd like to see a little bit more, I suppose, transparency and openness about that, because it may sound prudent on the face of it, but taking 1.5 billion from the strategic fund, it is de facto just a change on paper, and it's not new money, as it were. And we'd like to know where this new fund will be invested, or is it simply a bailout fund for the banks? And we've argued that the money should be invested in affordable housing and to bring about real social recovery, if you will. And I was hopeful that the Minister would speak maybe in greater detail about the Rainy Day Fund in terms of how that will come into being, as it were, and whether or not it would be dealt with specifically in the context of this bill. That's the first point. The second point is just in relation to action on climate change. We're all well versed now on the IPCC report, and I was hopeful that between the Minister's speech on Budget Day and the actual publication of the finance bill, that we would have seen some real and meaningful action in relation to climate change. And we can't ignore the Climate Change Advisory Council's advice in relation to taxes on carbon and mitigating that in a way that ensures that those people who have fuel poverty or dependent on the fuel allowance would have certain allowances within that. But we can't continue to ignore this, and we do need some real policy interventions that result in drastic changes in human behaviour, and they have to start this year, particularly in the context of that IPCC report. And I'm happy that there are certain members of that panel who will be addressing the Climate Committee shortly, because I think it's important that we do hear from them in relation to radical proposals that we would like to see coming from government that perhaps, you know, we in this House, I speak for our party, would support if they were forthcoming, or that if we as a committee or as members of this House proposed certain interventions, that they would be taken seriously by the government, because I do not think we can afford to let this one go this year, or let another fiscal year go without making some real interventions or policy changes in that respect. On the universal social charge, a worker on the living wage of 24,500 will gain just over €20 a year from the USC changes, but someone earning 70,500 or more will gain €126. So 3 times the wages, but 6 times the tax cut. And that's something we'll be, you know, arguing more on in relation to the committee stage of the bill. 4 in 5 workers will gain nothing at all from these changes. The highest earners will gain, you know, up to €150 a year. When you add the universal social charge and income tax cuts together, someone on 70,500 earning 3 times more than the living wage, which is 24,500, gets 14 times the level of tax reduction. And that doesn't speak for the squeezed middle, because the squeezed middle have been completely ignored in that conundrum. So it wasn't really a budget for the squeezed middle in that context. It was a budget for those people who were on higher incomes. The USC cut and the income tax thresholds move both cost between them approximately 284 million. And every one of us in this House could have thought of very good ways in which to spend 284 million in terms of delivering better public services. Not to mention much more economical steps that we could have taken to deliver concrete benefits to people who need it the most, you know, in terms of free of charge school books at primary and secondary level. That would have cost €40 million. Pay all public sector workers a living wage of, you know, perhaps 39.3 million. So we would argue that it wasn't really a solid budgetary decision. The home care tax credit is good for those with incomes, but not all carers will benefit equally from a tax credit approach. You know, direct services like respite would be fairer and arguably you know, more useful to many carers. Section 8 rightly removes accommodation and healthcare being treated as taxable benefits in kind for members of the Defence Forces. That's something that we would welcome. We would like a closer interrogation of that measure at committee stage. And Chapter 4, Section 22, you know, rightly removes the rent-a-room tax relief from short-term lettings, such as Airbnbs, without affecting relief for students in digs, as well as for regular lettings. We have a proposal in relation to supporting microbreweries. We have put forward an amendment for the benefit of the Minister's officials. That would be amendment of Section 78A of the Finance Act 2003. That's relief for small microbreweries. Section 78A of the Finance Act 2003 would be amended in subsection 1A by substituting 60,000 hectolitres for 40,000 hectolitres. So 60,000 for 40,000. This won't actually increase the alcohol tax rebate they can claim, but will allow them a greater output while still being classified as microbreweries. And as we know, the EU permits up to 200,000 hectolitres for microbreweries, so we would be well inside the limits by going from 40,000 to 60,000. Section 25 introduces the controlled foreign company rules as required by the EU Council Directive on the Anti-Tax Avoidance Directive, and this is an example of how the EU is moving rightly to reduce aggressive tax avoidance practices across the Union. The ATAD, along with the OECD BEPS, the base erosion and profit shifting process, which shows how countries are coming to grips with tax avoidance by multinational companies. And, we would openly acknowledge that Ireland is complying with these new rules and has cooperated, as we know, with the OECD process as well. And so we should. But we have to think about what this means for Ireland in the medium term. Are we ready to replace our reliance on foreign direct investment, with the next phase of economic development? What is that phase, and are we ready? And I would argue that we're not. We should be giving this much more serious thought. I was hoping that there would be more measures in this bill in relation to industrial that would reflect a better industrial policy to allow for the fact that as other countries lower their rates to Ireland's rate, if you will, it does have a knock-on effect in relation to our competitiveness and the argument is whether the writing is on the wall in relation to the corporation tax rate vis-à-vis its competitiveness. There's no arguing the fact that it must be retained. The point I'm making here is whether or not we need to shift our industrial policy to reflect the reliance that we have on FDI, and whether or not we should be more aggressively targeting new markets for exports. And I'm sure that's something that the Minister will come back to us on. The Section 30 exit tax that applies on people taking assets out of the jurisdiction and out of the EU, it's arguable that this new measure has not been adequately explained by government. It transposes Article 5 of the ATAD, the Anti-Tax Avoidance Directive, into Irish law. We had an exit tax for individuals that was charged at the capital gains tax rate of 33%. This apparently closed a certain tax loophole that was being exploited. This will now be superseded by the new tax, although there is still a measure to block the tax loophole, and the new tax will be levied, as I understand it, and again I seek clarification, at 12.5%, which is the corporation tax rate, rather than the 33%. But the 33% will apply if the measure is used for tax avoidance purposes. So how will you be able to identify what is, a tax avoidance purpose? And that's going to be quite difficult. What is happening is when assets are moved abroad, including intellectual property, we're taxing unrealised capital gains, and question arises as to whether or not you wouldn't tax them at capital gains tax rates. There is no sale, we acknowledge that, and therefore no realised capital gain, which poses cash flow issues, but the asset or wealth gain in monetary terms is the same as for a realised gain, but it just hasn't been crystallised. And then why tax it then at the lower rate? In relation to excise, the definition of a sugar-sweetened drink has been expanded. The added 50 cents on a packet of 20 cigarettes. The price of cigarettes is now typically 12 to 13 euros. This mightn't do much to deter committed smokers, but it does help deter younger people from starting the habit. But there is an argument for ramping it up further, but it is regressive on those in lower incomes who are addicted. The Healthy Ireland survey found that 22% of Irish adults are smokers, 18% smoke on a daily basis and 4% smoking occasionally. That still translates to a figure of about 830,000 smokers in Ireland. It's quite a significant figure. The price of cigarettes is only one part of a broader campaign to help people quit smoking. And we acknowledge the HSE's quit helpline and the measures in relation to warning labels and so on. But is the pricing mechanism actually working? Has it reached its limit? And does it have a higher proportionate cost, for poorer people? There's another angle to this, which is slightly obtuse, but I'm going to read it for the record anyway. Is Brexit now going to result in the potential for smuggling? Because if the UK moves into a mechanism whereby they have control over their VAT. And if they levy, for instance, zero VAT on cigarettes, are we going to see a return to the duty-free cigarette regime that we had seen in the past? That's something, if the Minister has time just to address that, or whether or not they have scenario planned for that, we'd like to hear more. Just in relation to the betting duty, our proposal to lower the costs on SME bookmakers is to ensure that the betting duty is passed on to the consumer, as only the larger firms can absorb the costs. We have one example where betting duty is currently 1% and defined by revenue as bets entered into by a bookmaker or remote bookmaker with persons in the state. In our alternative budget for 2019, we call for a betting duty to increase by 2% to a new rate of 3% at a yield of 104 million. The government's budget calls for an increase of betting duty to 2%, and that yield is 52 million, if I understand it correctly. The betting duty was much higher in the past. It was up to 20% on turnover. And let's be clear about that, it was on turnover, but the purpose of betting taxes are similar to excise on alcohol and tobacco as a tax on vice, and I put that word in inverted commas, designed to lower the incentive for people to consume. Compared to other European countries, betting duty in Ireland is actually relatively low. And in economic terms, taxes that are primarily designed to change behaviour rather than raise revenue
adjournment of the debate, and you will have over 5 minutes left when we come back to it.
I move the adjournment.
Thank you very much indeed.
Huh? No, until
has passed the Markets in Financial Instruments Bill 2018 without amendment. Very shortly we'll move to private members' business. Deputy Eamon Ryan to move the motion, or Deputy Catherine Martin, you're going to move the motion.
I move.
You move. You have 20 minutes.
20 minutes, isn't it? Gurv Margaret. How did we get here? It is beyond frustrating that it has come to the point where Deputy Ryan and myself have to bring the waste reduction bill again before the Dáil. This government has blocked and obstructed at every possible stage the opportunity for this Dáil, and in particular the Oireachtas Committee on Communications, Climate Action and Environment, to do its job, to deliver and to work with legislation which is already past second stage. Former Minister Naughton consistently refused to issue a money order for the waste reduction bill because this government doesn't want to act on climate change. And my understanding is that the new Minister with responsibility will continue that refusal here tonight and take the cynical step of kicking the can down the road with a national review. This government doesn't want to take action on plastic pollution. You don't want to take action on the health of our seas or our environment. You seem to have to be dragged kicking and screaming at a snail's pace into the very smallest, tiniest amount of climate action you can possibly get away with, as slowly and reluctantly as possible. There are school children in primary and secondary schools up and down this country who are doing more to protect our environment than this government. Children throughout the length and breadth of the country. So many people get it. It's a pity, a shame, that you wouldn't take your lead from these young people, from the youth of our country who are demanding action on plastic waste. And you need to sit up and take notice, Minister, because you are way behind the curve on this. These aren't problems and challenges we have a whole lot of time to deal with. The IPCC's report 2 weeks ago showed us that the clock is ticking on climate action. We have 12 years to make a real difference. But by the time this government waits around and twiddles their thumbs with a review, as you did when my Green Party colleague Senator Grace O'Sullivan put forward a bill to ban microbeads 2 years ago, and you're only getting around to doing it now, our precious marine environments will be even more beset with plastic. We'll reach a point not that far into the future where we'll have to change our phrases and idioms. It'll be "there's plenty more plastic in the sea than fish in the sea," because plastic will outnumber the fish. We've seen time and time again, when the cameras are on government, they say the right thing and run slick PR campaigns with cameras on. But away from the bright lights, they don't care. In a keynote speech to the European Parliament and during his election campaign for leader of Fine Gael, the Taoiseach made all right the noises, said all the right things. It was to be his main focus, he said. Ireland would be a laggard no more, he proclaimed. But we are further behind than ever before. Similarly, with this bill, the government says the right things in Dáil debates, they brief the media on the issue positively, but when the substantive work needs to be done in the committee rooms here, it's a different story. Government shamefully uses administrative manoeuvres to block progress. The truth is, you are more interested in protecting yourselves and your electoral prospects than protecting our rivers and streams and seas and lakes. This bill is an important bill. It goes to tackle the core of the plastic problem that plagues our country and our world, the trillions of disposable products that are used for just a few minutes but can pollute our environment for centuries. We can be in no doubt that plastic is wreaking havoc on our marine environment, killing dolphins, choking turtles, and degrading our most precious habitats. It is absolutely vital that we act, and just as absolutely vital that we take that action now. In Ireland, we are producing 210,000 tonnes of plastic every year, and according to the EPA, only 40% of plastic packaging is recycled. Ireland uses and disposes of 200 million coffee cups annually. The measures in this bill are necessary, and you know it. So what exactly is government afraid of? Or is it more likely that you simply don't get it or don't want to get it? Disgracefully nonchalant about one of the most critical challenges facing us. This is an opportunity to lead, but you are content to wait until you are pushed when these measures become mandatory under EU rules. The Irish public know these measures are necessary. We have seen drowning in plastic on BBC. We watched Blue Planet 2 in horror. We read the story of the whale which died from eating more than 80 pieces of plastic rubbish. We've seen the photo of a stork trapped in a plastic bag and the photo of a turtle with a straw trapped in its nose. The Irish people know we need to take action for our future and our children's future. The Irish people believe we can still make a difference. They want to make a difference, and we can have change. And the Waste Reduction Bill presents an opportunity to have a real positive impact on tackling plastic waste. But you choose cynical, further delaying tactics, like the national review that you will shortly outline, further slowing down the process of real change. But it's not really a surprise, given this government's appalling track record on protecting our environment. You have a national development plan that wasn't even climate-proofed. Your party minister, Fine Gael, recently had a Green Week, not comprehending the irony of attributing just a single week in the year to being selectively green, where you tried to pass off the blame and responsibility for your own policy failings to the people of Ireland, deflecting your own failures. The Taoiseach himself highlighted the benefits of switching to a reusable coffee cup, while at the same time government is blocking the waste reduction bill. The level of shallow doublespeak, contradictions and evasive inconsistencies beggars belief. Minister, all the facts and figures about plastic that I have just outlined and that my colleague Deputy Ryan and deputies across this House will speak of for the next 2 hours, all of them have been said in this House before. We had a second stage debate on this bill facilitated by the Labour Party, and the Oireachtas Committee have done detailed work on investigation and analysing the impacts of this bill would have and recommended it progress to the next stage. Parties across the political spectrum and independents, including senators and MEPs, have called for similar schemes, and the bill is supported by 60 tidy towns and the Friends of the Earth Sick of Plastic campaign petition, which has more than 15,000 signatures. But here we are, and government refuses to allow the waste reduction bill to progress. Now, I look forward to hearing what the Minister has to say, and I wish you well in your new role, Minister, but I am afraid it will likely disappoint anyone who cares about plastic waste. And I believe government intends to abstain on our motion and to initiate a review on the best way to tackle this issue. But isn't that what committee stage is for, Minister? To tease through legislation forensically and tweak it to make it as fair and effective as possible? So, I'll tell you the best way to make progress on this issue. Listen to all the experts. Listen to the activists. Listen to the youth of our country. Listen to the school children. Listen to the legislators and respect the voice of the Dáil here tonight and issue the money order for the waste reduction bill and let the members of the Communications, Climate Action and Environment Committee do their jobs.
Deputy Ryan.
Look, I'm afraid I learned something today, that I'm still an innocent and gullible young man. For there I was at lunchtime today, Minister, and I thought to myself, I was on the news at 1 discussing this motion we'd have here tonight, and I felt in my heart and hearts that actually we were going to make progress. And I thought that because today was a day when the latest scientific survey coming out, research showing that plastics is in our food chain, it is in us. And tomorrow I know that the European Parliament is going to debate the new plastics legislation coming from the Commission. And from what I hear, our government is going to stand firm and support, and no doubt the Fine Gael deputies will be there saying, we're going to go for 90% recycling rate for plastic bottles, which has been the contentious part of our bill, the only contentious part. And I said to myself, they'll surely support it tonight. And all summer we've had Fine Gael ministers. I saw Minister Charlie Flanagan there at some convention or other. How good they are, Fine Gael. Look, we've got a glass bottle on the table. And the Taoiseach's there in a coffee shop tutting anyone who might use a cup. And getting it completely wrong in the environmental message, because all you're saying is it's about the consumer to do it. It's nothing to do with us. We need to change. We need to make it easy for people to do the right thing. We need to be radical in taking the plastic out of use because it's doing such harm to the environment. It's using up resources. It's polluting our air as well as our seas. And what we hear today and we fear today is also polluting our own bodies and selves. And I thought to myself, surely they would support us. And even then on news, when I get the news, oh, it's good news, Eamon. The news reporter says that the government are not going to oppose your bill. I said, that's great then. We're making another step forward, the sort of step we made when Deputy Pringle's bill, divestment bill went through. We can do it in this Dáil, or when we banned plastic bags that Fianna Fáil did, fairness, years ago, or the smoking ban. There are loads of examples when we make steps forward, and I thought today was going to be one of those days. I came out, I was walking down the corridor, and a journalist pulled me aside, government aren't doing anything, they're not going to give a money order, they don't want this to proceed, they're doing another review, a do-nothing exercise from a do-nothing government on the environment. And I don't think we need to rehearse, I think we need to debate here the politics of this, I'll be honest, because the contents of the bill are as simple as it gets. We published it, God, it must be almost 2 years ago now. Banning single-use plastic items like cups, papers, knives and forks that could be easily replaced. Putting in a levy on those cups so that we switch towards reusing reusable cups or a compostable cup instead, and setting up a new compostable municipal collection system so all those new paper or card-based items are collected and are turned into compost, not into plastic waste. And thirdly, most importantly, introducing a deposit refund scheme on plastic bottles and cans, which would operate as follows, relatively simply. 20 cent put on the container when it's sold. Refund going to the consumer when it's brought back. Paid for by increasing the contribution from the business sector, the people manufacturing them, from currently about 50% to $0.01 per container. Also funded by the really high quality recycling material we would collect in this process, and this has been done in so many countries over the world. This is not something you need a major new review. This is not going to the moon or anything extraordinary. This is tried and tested in so many different jurisdictions. Also paid for by the savings we would make by not having to spend so much on litter collection in our most beautiful spots, and any of us who are involved in litter cleanups in canals and beaches and elsewhere know that that's it. This is one of the big litter problems. The very definition actually tends to be worst in the most scenic spots, because that's where people tend to go when the weather is good, and they unfortunately leave behind the plastic bottles and the cans. And rather than us having to spend all our time picking them up, you create a system where the evidence shows internationally that you get those recycling levels of 90% of those bottles when you have a deposit refund scheme. And there's no other. I'd love to see the department or anyone presenting evidence of what is the alternative you have to achieve. You're going to go out there tomorrow in Europe, the Fine Gael members are going to be beating your chest, thinking, aren't we great, we're going to 90% target, and in the Dáil here at home you're refusing to support the legislation that would actually deliver it. And you're saying effectively, Taoiseach, today, the nonsense he said today, oh, this is European legislation. Well, in this instance, there was a party here which was willing to present the legislation way ahead of the European Commission. And we've just been blocked ever since by Fine Gael, and now the Taoiseach today pretending, oh no, this is European stuff, it's nothing to do with us. Such rubbish. So we need to act. And we can act. We do not have to wait to Europe to force us to do something. We're well able to do it ourselves. We've shown it in the past. The Irish people are good at this. When we start doing things, we actually like it, and we like to be actually good at this, rather than being all the time being seen as the one that Europe chases after when we fail to deliver the environmental directives that are in place. And this is also, in my mind, good for business. We were inspired in writing this bill by Ellen MacArthur and the work she's doing, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, in working with business. It's not kicking business. It's time companies like Coca-Cola and others who are in the UK saying, oh, we're supportive of this position, and in Ireland saying we're not. I mean, that's not sustainable. And I think repack, if we're to achieve the levels of recycling and packaging we need to do, they can't be just there defending the status quo. Business has its responsibilities here, but also it's proper business. How can you be out selling a brand when you're part of this littering, wasteful system where every kilogram of plastic we use is creating 6 kilograms of climate emissions in the atmosphere? We need to make a leap towards environmental sustainability. I mean, what's been shocking to me, I don't know you other members who've been on the Thomas, who were on the Climate Action Committee. I mean, I don't know you, but I have been shocked in the 4 presentations we've had from the Secretary-General so far to that committee at the absolute lack of vision and ambition and sense of leadership and direction. And I fear they're getting their signal from the political masters, because how could that be the case that every department is coming in with no ambition, no sense of what the scale of what we need to do? And in plastic, it's not just the provisions of this bill. I mean, the good thing about this bill is that it's using existing legislation. It's even giving the government significant time. It's not saying we have to do it tomorrow. It's just saying we're going to do it to industry. It's just giving a signal to the public service and to industry, yes, we're going in this direction. And you have 2, 3, 4 years to make it happen. So if we're going to do a review, fine, you've got 4 years to do the review. But send the signal. Show some leadership. Be willing to be brave. Rather than playing political games, Taoiseach saying, oh, this is Europe really, it's nothing to do with us. Well, I think it does have to do with us and this Dáil. And it's not the only step. If we take this step, then we take the next step where we go to all the retailers and say, you're going to have to cut out the use of non-necessary plastic packaging. And we also go to them and say, you're going to have to cut out the non-recyclable plastic packaging. And we know we have to do this. We know within Europe this is going to happen. But why would we always on every occasion say, well, we won't do it ourselves, we wait for someone to tell us to do it, which is what I fear, Minister Bruton, you've been advised from your department. And that would be a shame. Lastly, I think it's a shame for this Dáil that the government are willing to use a technicality, the need for this to have a money order, to denigrate and lower the importance of opposition legislation. Particularly where that legislation, as I said, is absolutely bang in tune with what the European Commission and what the Parliament is going to say tomorrow we have to do. We happen to be a year ahead of it, so this is not outside the ordinary or not outside conventional thinking in policy terms. It's absolutely in tune with where legislation elsewhere is going to go. But for the government to do what's done, we just consistently stall it, having done our research in the detailed scrutiny stage, and refuse to issue the money order, and to come out here today and say, oh yes, we're all in favour of this, but actually we're going to put in a technical key to stop the whole thing happening, I think is a real wasted opportunity and doesn't recognise that this Dáil actually, minority government isn't just all about the government doing as little as possible and stopping anyone else doing anything. There is actually strength in this Dáil when it does pass legislation which sometimes comes from outside, other than the government side. And I think it's been a useful process in terms of doing the scrutiny, and yes, we could do more scrutiny and be involved in the committee stage. That's what you do. You test out the argument. But the process here has been wrong. The process was wrong where in the committee and the final stages of our discussions of this bill, it was done in private rather than in public, where the Minister was arguing all these reasons against the bill, but it was not in public, it was in private. And it's been wrong in the sense that the department's story has changed every few months. We're told, oh, no, we'll do the levy on the cups, and then, no, we won't do the levy on the cups. And I'll tell you what then, oh, we're going to do a pilot scheme in Cashel and Tipperary, as if you can hermetically seal Cashel and County Tipperary and know which is a Tipperary bottle and which isn't a Tipperary bottle, other than if it's Tipperary water. The story's changed at every turn, and we've been blocked at every turn. Well, it's about time we stopped blocking environmental aspiration and inspiration, and we start actually working collectively to make a leap, because this state needs to make the leap. We need to make the leap to be a green country, and we can be a green country. Our people are dying and ready to do this. We know this bill has public support like no other we've ever done. And it's been blocked by Fine Gael. Well, every time you come out now with the latest video and social media thing about how great Fine Gael is in the environment, I'm sorry, your record is shot if you not let this through to debate at committee stage. That is not an unreasonable ask. We would be willing to amend the bill, we'd listen to every argument, we'd look at every figure, we would do the sums in every different way that one would want, the department might want to come at us. But doing another review where nothing really happens, nothing's ever done, and we wait for Europe to tell us to do it is not good enough.
Deputy, I'm going to call on Minister Bruton now. You have 10 minutes, and before I allow you to speak.
Thanks very much indeed.
I wish you well?
And thanks for the.
Can I wish you well in your new...
Thanks very much indeed. Yeah, no, and first of all, I'd like to thank Catherine Martin and Deputies Catherine Martin and Owen Ryan for tabling this motion. I absolutely believe that we need an effective policy to tackle plastics and the excessive use of plastics in Ireland. The figures that I have, and I'm sure the deputies are more familiar than I show that our usage of plastic at 58 grams per capita is 80% above the EU average. We have a chronic reliance on plastics, and we need to start to sort that out. I think plastic represents more than a quarter of all the packaging waste generated, and I think our recycling level is at or about the EU average, which is acceptable at one level. We haven't fallen behind, but is far from where we need to be. And I think the deputy, throws aspersions on, the enthusiasm to endorse, for example, the 90% target for the recycling of plastic bottles. I think it's very important that we should endorse such a target, just as we need to deliver on the 55% target of recycling all of our plastics. I think these are important targets that we need to not only sign up to, but develop the policy instruments to make them happen. And, you know, while I fully recognise the passion of the advocates that have set out a list of proposals here, I think even Deputy Ryan himself recognised that there are other possibilities that we ought to be considering, and that an effective strategy needs to look across that full range and pick the ones that are going to deliver effectively. I very much welcome the decision of the EU to ban 10 particular items of single-use plastics, which have unfortunately been indicated as sources of the really chronic problem that is emerging with the pollution of our oceans. I understand again from the EU data that as much as 500,000 tonnes of plastic from the EU makes its way into our oceans, and it is really important that we get to grips with those targets. So I am in no way casting, as you suggest, denigrating the role of the Oireachtas or casting aspersions on the efforts of others, and I look forward to being able to implement a very strong range of initiatives to ensure that we do meet those responsibilities that we are signing up to. But I think, particularly Deputy Ryan, who's been in my position himself, would understand that for government to come forward with a set of proposals, we have to have done some fair and objective evaluation of what they call in the business a regulatory impact assessment. In other words, we have to make sure that we are picking the most effective policy instruments to deliver on our ambitions. And, you know, the Deputy asked what sort of things could we consider. I think there are quite a range of things that we could consider, apart from the outright bans that the EU is bringing forward, and which we couldn't introduce. We can't introduce bans because of the interference with trade without an EU endorsement. But we do have plenty of opportunities ourselves within our own policy instruments to address this area. We can extend producer responsibility. I know that Deputy Ryan and Deputy Martin would be keen supporters of that. And I do believe we need incentives and levies to look at various points in the supply chain to see how do we change the patterns of behaviour. We need much better labelling so that people in their own homes who are making decisions about recycling can make those decisions effectively and correctly. We need better packaging design so that we don't have mixed materials that make it hard to recycle. So there are a wide range of policy instruments, and I include among those the ones that you have listed in your own motion here today, such as a deposit retention scheme and the levy on disposable cups. I think those are certainly measures that we should give absolute consideration, and I'm determined to do that. I'm not even a week in the job. Well, I suppose I'm a week in, probably a week and an hour in the job, if bearing in mind the time I got up to the park last week. But I'm absolutely determined that we will proceed with this speedily. I will commission the work we've promised to evaluate these issues speedily. I will come back to the House as quickly as I can with the outcome of that evaluation. Now, I know you indicated, we should just go ahead into committee stage, and surely committee stage is where we can thrash this out. But I'd have to beg to differ. Committee stage is back as it's a political arena. We don't have economic evaluations or the sort of evaluations. And to be fair, I did look at the Oireachtas report, and they have set out the sort of things that we need to consider, and they're fairly fundamental. Like, will a deposit return scheme increase recycling rates, and is the infrastructure there to support it? How do the proposals fit with a system that has a high level of curbside collection? Are there alternatives which may offer the same or better environmental returns? Is the existing infrastructure in place to make it work, and so on? These are pretty fundamental questions about how we can deliver on the ambitions that the deputies have set out. And committee stage of a bill, and I've been through many of them in my years, they are not an arena where people sit down and tease through evidence of that nature. Committee stages are largely political debates where people set out their view and another view, and then there's a vote and it's a count of numbers. I think we need to have the sort of evaluation that can give us an outcome in terms of reducing our level of reliance on plastic, which is, as I say, 80% higher than in the rest of Europe, improving our recycling rates, which I've seen different evidence in the committee report that suggests that we are ahead of Europe on average. Elsewhere I've seen that we're behind Europe on average, so I'm not going to try and claim that we're doing well, because we certainly need to do better. And we need to look at these items and others. I mean, one of our own candidates, indeed, in the Taoiseach's constituency, sent me an idea today of reverse vending machines in beauty spots, where people can actually, without having to have a barcode and all that would be involved with a deposit return scheme, could have it in particular spots. That may be something that would add to, if you like, the choice that we will make. There's no doubt we also need a stronger outlet for recycled plastic, and I think that's very clear in the Commission's own work in this area, that if we continue to have recycled plastic regarded as a second-rate material and is not being admitted into the supply chains of the big branded products, we are handicapping ourselves in achieving the circular economy approach that we want to achieve. Equally, we need to get a standard for compostable cups so that they can be clearly marked and separated in the waste stream, so we can avoid the reliance on plastic materials. So the reason why I'm saying that we are not opposing this, we're abstaining on this, but we are taking time to evaluate these issues, is that we cannot impose costs without having clearly understood who bears the cost, and will it work, and how will it work. Now, I know the Deputy said, what he wanted is a signal, and the legislation is a signal. But honestly, you've been around this House long. Legislation is much more than a signal. Legislation introduces obligations that have to be enforced and policed and delivered. They're not signals of how we feel. They are the vehicles through which we implement policy change. So I have to take the time to ensure that I'm in a position to stand over the validity of the choices we're making. So I think all I can offer the House is the assurance of, I suppose, I wouldn't like to count the number of years record that I have here, but that I do take this issue intensely seriously. I think it is part of a much wider range of issues that I have been given the responsibility to respond to, and I appreciate the passion that people feel for this, because I think it is hugely, hugely important. And I think, I hope that people will give me the opportunity to try and work in this area in a constructive way with all members. But my responsibility always has to be that I have to be able to stack up the evidence. Since I was in small pants as an economist, I have to be able to stack up the evidence to back up the policy decisions that I make. I've trained in the ESRI, I've come through that school, and I will act when I have that evidence, and I will not unnecessarily delay, and any suggestions that are being made here that in some way we're against this agenda are quite beside the point. I'm determined to make an impact in this area. I've been given the privilege to take it on. I'd like to thank the Chair for your kind words, and while I know the sponsors of this motion aren't happy with the position I'm taking, I certainly hope that I will be able to come back and vindicate what I've done by the actions I take.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now, Deputy Timmy Dooley and your colleagues, you have 20 minutes.
Thanks very much, Cahill. I'm sharing my time with the indulgence of the House. I think I have 6 or 8 minutes and the other members have split 2 minutes each. Minister, can I take this opportunity to congratulate you and wish you well in your new department. You certainly bring to the department a wealth of experience which I think this House and the country will benefit significantly from. I might just respond to your statement in relation to your own knowledge and history and background as being an economist with the ESRI. I think when it comes to climate change, we're going to have to look at doing things entirely differently to the way things were done in the past, and the old norms that applied to the way in which the economy grew and the economy developed and the kind of reliance that we had on staple entities within needs to change dramatically. So whilst the experience you have will be helpful, I think in relation to climate change and how we deal with the environment, we'll have to somehow turn it on its head. And I hope that you will, as I know you will, participate in that. I want to thank the Green Party for bringing this motion to the House. As you know, as I stated on behalf of our party at second stage and again at the Communications Committee, we will work with the Green Party and the Labour Party and others to try and bring this to fruition, whilst we have some slight differences in relation to how it might be implemented. In principle, we agree absolutely with it. We had a similar bill with a lot of detail that was knocked at the first hurdle because we had thought it through too much that it failed to get through, notwithstanding new politics failed to get through the onerous requirements of not just the money aspect of it, but indeed other preventative measures that the government have within its armour. Earlier today I met with Trócaire to discuss the need for urgency to be injected into the debate around climate change and sustainability. And it can be far too easy to be paralysed by the scale of the problem or to believe that the issue will be addressed by somebody else. The UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's report has been absolutely clear. A fundamental shift in the mindset of policymakers must now take place. It is not a problem for some future set of national politicians. It's a problem for all of us right now. Fianna Fáil recognises that Ireland must take decisive action to address it. It will require a significant shift from everyone, and in parallel there will have to be proper sustainable investment in public transport, bioenergy, biofood and bio-waste production. Work is ongoing at the Oireachtas Committee on Climate Change, but this report must become something that's tangible, something which is accepted across the House and something which is acted upon. Each and every member of this House knows the issues which need to be addressed. We now need the political will to ensure that they are. The time which is wasted now is putting off the inevitable will only result in harsher measures in the future, and that is in nobody's interest. The bill which is at the heart of this motion would form part of that fundamental shift in thinking. There are issues in this bill which will require additional work, and I know that Deputy Ryan and Deputy Martin are very cognisant of that and have from the outside accepted the necessity to work our way through that. And I believe, as I said, that's accepted by all sides. These can be worked through at committee and later stage if a money message is forthcoming as a result of tonight's motion. And whilst I've listened intently to what the Minister has said, I do hope that when he has done his detailed analytical work and accepting the new realities which we face, that will be forthcoming. That being said, at the very core of the bill is a desire to address plastic waste and to reduce the levels entering landfill. This is both timely and necessary. In Ireland, an estimated 983,380 tonnes of packaging waste was generated in 2015. This is about the same weight as 19 Titanics on top of each other. This is unsustainable. Back in 1997, the Fianna Fáil-led government set up REPAC, an organisation of Irish businesses that supports recycling. Since then, Ireland's recycling rates have increased dramatically from 15% in 1998 to 66% by 2011. This was a step change, but results of the IPCC report show that we must go much further. Recycling can only go so far. Reduction must also play a role. This was part of the reason that Fianna Fáil introduced a levy on plastic bags in 2002, a policy change which drastically reduced the number of plastic bags consumed in Ireland from about 328 bags per capita to just 21. And indeed, McKinsey has shown how consumer goods companies can reduce overall packaging costs by 10% by making simple design changes. We must empower and encourage producers to work to reduce the level of plastics which is used to create packaging in the first place. We must also develop and improve the circular economy. It is my belief that individual consumer behaviour can only go so far in reducing the volume of waste that is sent to landfill. We could have 100% compliance in recycling our recyclable waste, but this is worth little if we do not drastically cut the amount of overall waste. A major study by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation in 2015 found that using a circular economy approach could boost Europe's resource productivity by 3% by 2030. Far more work is needed in this area to promote the development of this vital space. Fianna Fáil supports the creation of a waste reduction task force which would be responsible for identifying ways to incentivise waste reduction in the public and private sectors and promote the circular economy. This will also benefit the consumer, who will also be responsible for disposing of huge amounts of unneeded packaging. Those of us who have become a little bit more conscious of the impact of the materials we put back into our recycling system or into our black bin have come to realise that even where one makes a concerted effort to recycle material or dispose of it appropriately, there is too much packaging associated with the products we consume. Much of this is associated with the marketing techniques which we have to work to reduce this. We have to incentivise behavioural change among both those designing this packaging and those who purchase them. Recent documentaries such as the Blue Planet 2 and the Drowning in Plastics have exposed the deeply distressing effect of this plastic on waters and oceans that are thousands of miles from land. At the current rate, there may be more plastic than fish in the ocean by 2050 by weight. This problem is transnational, and so are the solutions. But Ireland can and should be at the forefront of ending this scourge. Thank you.
Fianna Fáil are supporting this motion on preventing single-use plastic waste and want to acknowledge the Green Party for bringing it forward. It's a positive move. And while we do need to take on the challenge of single-use plastic, and while they're convenient cups and tableware, they have a very significant environmental impact. Not just the way that they're visible along the road, the cost of putting them together and cleaning them up afterwards. And I think a great many people had been surprised when they learned that lots of the coffee cups that they weren't recyclable due to the plastic coating. And we see it more and more that people are making a great effort to switch over to reusable cups. Because there is a willingness and a goodwill out there to deal with environmental issues. While Ireland has had a strong record over recent years in making improvements on recycling, there is place for so much more to be done. And I think the idea of a deposit, it can change behaviour. We saw it very much with the plastic bag levy when it was introduced, and we were the first to do that, and it really changed the use of plastic bags, so that now reusing the plastic bag is more the norm. The bill in this that the motion relates to, as I understand it, it's lighter on detail on how the policy proposal should work, and it might need further consideration to make it more workable. But that's doable, and we should be moving towards that. One aspect I believe that could be considered is where people, when they would be returning the plastics, that instead of getting money back, that they could get a credit onto a leap card, and in that way promote public transport as well. The recent IPCC report, it was real stark, and there really needs to be a greater urgency in taking on the challenges that are there with climate change. And I've no doubt that there is a willingness there from the public to take it on. Mullum and ruan seo, tá úsáidne na capáin plastic tasíonn iad a leidú bhaillis an timplacht, agus tá roinn fiosú gur féidir dhéanamh leis an bille seo, agus féidir sin dhéanamh mar braham go bhfuil an dathóla na measca phobal chun dulling leis an fhadhb seo, agus mullum and ruan.
Fianna Fáil supports the principle of this motion wholeheartedly, and in supporting this motion we'll work constructively with our colleagues to improve and build upon what is in the interest of creating a different Ireland that we can pass on with pride to the next generation. I was struck when I read the first line acknowledging the gravity of the crisis caused for wildlife and for rivers, lakes and oceans by the quantities of plastics which are finding their way into the environment. Our oceans and our wildlife within the seas are suffering and need protection from the devastation caused by throwaway plastic items. It was devastating to hear Annalise Murphy, Olympic sailor, say that a plastic bag cost her in the Rio Olympic Games. While competing, a plastic bag stuck on the rudder of her boat, and it cost her quite a few places in the race because of that. At the current rate, there will be more plastic in the seas and oceans than fish by 2050, and I have to say that is indeed a very worrying statistic. I think our way forward is the next generation, and green schools in Ireland, they are leading the environmental management and education programmes, there is no doubt about that. Promoting long-term whole school action for the environment Green Schools is a student-led programme with involvement from the wider community. The programme is operated and coordinated by the Environment Education Unit of Antasca. The work of the students in collaboration with teachers, parents, councils and the local authority is second to none. Children learn the principles of reusing, reducing and recycling from a very early age and caring for the environment. These children can teach us a thing or two, and the habits they learn as children will stay with them for a lifetime.
Chair. Sometimes I think we are literally in this country drowning in plastic. Everywhere we look, we see plastic in the form of packaging, in the form of disposable cutlery, coffee cups, water bottles, and that indeed is both a local, national and a global situation and issue, and I would say a crisis for all of us. Any analysis of roadside waste in my own constituency in Kildare, or indeed I'm sure any part of Ireland, would show a very high proportion of disposable coffee cups and of single-use water plastic bottles. Apart from the very unsightly waste around our roads, around our streets and around some of our most scenic spots that we have, the cleaning up costs the local authorities and local community groups considerable resources. But even apart from that, there's a huge threat to marine life, and there is an unknown risk or an impact on people's health. Research shows us that some plastic items can take 400 years to break down. Now, that's absolutely shocking, and it is estimated that 2 to 5% of all plastics produced end up in the oceans, causing very significant problems. Much needs to be done, and definitely the state absolutely needs to lead the way. For example, one measure which the Education Committee recommended recently was the provision of free drinking water in schools, and the reason that we made that recommendation was to try to bring our students away from fizzy carbonated drinks. But it would also have the impact of not having plastic bottles, and I think, you know, that's one small measure that could make absolutely a huge difference and minimise the need for plastic bottles. I want to commend my colleagues in the Green Party and Labour Party for bringing this bill forward, and indeed making the sale or free distribution of single-use tableware that cannot be composted, making that illegal by 2020 is to be welcomed, and of course introducing the bottle deposit scheme available also. There are some issues that as a party we need to address, but we will do that at committee stage. I commend the bill.
Jackie Carroll.
Thank you, Chairman. This bill has two aims. Firstly, the bill seeks to make the sale or free distribution of single-use tableware that cannot be composted in a domestic composting facility illegal by 2020, and that's a good development. Secondly, the bill seeks to introduce a bottle deposit scheme available in Ireland, whereby people who would pay a small deposit fee when purchasing beverages, which will be then returned upon the return of the empty can or bottle to a return facility. This will be estimated to cost around 200 million. REBAC have expressed concerns over how this scheme might affect their nationwide recycling infrastructure. which has proven effective in raising Ireland's recycling rate from very low levels to among the highest in Europe. We will work in Fianna Fáil at committee stage to address these concerns. Though convenient, single-use tableware can present a major issue for Ireland's environment. In one area of County Kerry, 30% of roadside waste was made up of disposed coffee cups, closely followed by plastic bottles. This creates unsightly waste around some of Ireland's most scenic and visited roadways and waterways. Cleaning it up also costs local councils and community groups considerable resources. In the United Kingdom, up to 3 billion coffee cups are thrown away every year. Currently, the vast majority of these cups cannot be recycled as they are coated with plastic. That being said, certain producers and retailers are leading the way when it comes to more recyclable or compostability. Fianna Fáil supports the principle of this bill wholeheartedly. We recognise that recycling can only go so far, and it needs to be complemented by measures to simply cut down on the amount of waste that we produce on a daily basis. Indeed, this was part of the reason that Fianna Fáil introduced a levy on plastic bags in 2002. A policy change which actually reduced the amount of plastic bags consumed in Ireland from about 328 bags per capita to 21. We need to find and support initiatives that cut down on unnecessary packaging and reduced waste.
Ireland is the top producer of plastic waste in Europe, generating an average of 61 kilograms per person every year, almost double what the UK produces. We produce the equivalent of nearly 2,000 water bottles, 5,550 disposable coffee cups per person annually. 30% of the EU's plastic is recycled. The equivalent figure in Ireland is 34%, 39% is incinerated, 31% goes to landfills. More than 60% of plastic waste still comes from packaging, but only 40% of that packaging is recycled. In 2015, Ireland generated 282,148 tonnes of plastic packaging waste. China accepted 7 million tonnes of the world's plastic scrap in 2016, more than half of all that waste plastic exported globally that year. Of course, that market is now closed. There are some of the statistics I took from paper articles and from environment groups who have been putting material together on this for a long time. And this is a huge challenge which faces the Irish public and the Irish government and the Irish legislators, and it must be tackled. And if it wasn't for our tidy townspeople and our community groups, the amount of plastic that would be lying around our towns and villages and rural areas would be 10 times worse than it is at the moment. And I believe that Fianna Fáil, in supporting this bill, will continue to work to make this happen, continue to work to do the right thing, because we did introduce the plastic bag levy and we did introduce repack. We are prepared to do things to make the environment better. And I can assure you, as a rural deputy, if I was to show you the amount of emails I've got from my constituents, you would not believe it. So it is an issue the Irish public want tackled, and we have a duty and we have a responsibility to answer that call and respond.
Firstly, I'd like to compliment Deputy Martin and Ryan for their bringing forward this motion tonight, and I have to compliment you on your opening remarks. I thought it was very passionately spoken and heartfelt as well, and also to congratulate you, Minister, on your new role in environment. So I'm happy to be supporting this motion tonight and this evening because I sincerely believe that we are not doing enough to protect our environment. It is critical that the policy proposals must be fair, workable and effective by ensuring that we have buy-in from the key stakeholders if we are to succeed in the sea change in terms of attitudes and behaviours that need to be harnessed to gain respect for our environment and our landscape. Minister, in my eyes, illegal dumping has become the scourge of rural Ireland and continues to be a blight on our beautiful drumlins across Cavan and Monaghan. Unfortunately, we see it every day on our roadsides, waste made up of disposable cups, plastic bottles and other forms of waste that create the most appalling collage of plastics, degrading our most scenic roadways, walkways and waterways. Cleaning it up comes at a huge cost to our local authorities in terms of human resources and, of course, expense, not to mention the futile exercise of following the perpetrators through the courts, only to achieve a fine that in most cases will never be paid. It is not an exaggeration, Minister, when I tell you a significant number of hours are taken up in my constituency office from very concerned and conscientious constituents appalled by the deplorable behaviour of others who are abusing our scenic sites in a very intentional way, dumping all sorts of illegal plastics, mattresses, furniture and all sorts of general house waste which could easily be disposed of at recycling centres. But these culprits know all too well that illegal dumping cannot be tolerated in scenic areas in particular, and council have to react quickly and remove it. At our own Castle Lake in Bailieborough in County Cavan, which is a real beauty spot in the county, we were scourged over the summer, particularly the summer months, with campers leaving their rubbish and waste plastic bottles behind them. Numerous incidences in beautiful spots like Bono and quiet countrysides where dumping continues to be a scourge for the residents and local people in the area. Minister, in protecting our environment, we need to bring forward practical solutions that incentivises waste reduction, that cuts down on unnecessary packaging and reduces waste. We need to start protecting and appreciating our beautiful landscape and environment. We need to act.
Now I'll move on to Sinn Féin. Deputy Brian Stanley, 10 minutes.
Thanks, Chair, and I welcome this opportunity to address this motion. I want to congratulate the Minister on his new appointment. Look forward to working with you and challenging you on this, on issues such as this. It's an issue. You're the fourth minister that I've dealt with in the last nearly 8 years, Minister Bruton, on this issue. Because in the last Dáil I had the brief of government and environment with Phil Hogan, we had Alan Kelly, and with Dennis Naughton. And if you do anything, you need to make a start at this. The game is up in terms of plastic. We've heard here tonight, and I want to congratulate the Green Party for bringing this issue forward here again. You know, the issue here is the consequences is absolutely horrific. It's constant and it's doing huge damage to our environment, and we need to face it now, not later. Plastic was the so-called great material of the 20th century, but it's now turned out to be the scourge of the 21st. And if we don't act, if we don't put new policies in place, if we don't take action, we're going to face a problem that we will not be able to overcome. We support in Sinn Féin, we support practical action on plastic pollution and indeed on other pollution. And we're not just highlighting the problem, we're calling it out. We've put forward a comprehensive bill last year outlining the establishment of a deposit return scheme as called for in this motion. The Sinn Féin bill had other provisions on illegal dumping, household bin collection, etc. The Green Party bill, while I recognise that it's limited in detail, we're prepared to work with your committee to improve that. There is very little in the bill in terms of how the deposit scheme would work. We have some more information tonight in the motion, but the proposal is good and we need to move ahead with it. The policies of reduce, reuse, recycle are needed now more than ever. And Minister, you talked a lot about recycling, but recycling is only the second least worst option. We need to reduce at source. We need to eliminate at source where we can. We need to reuse. Recycle is way down the chain. It's good if we can, if that's the only option open to us, but we need to take other actions first, such as to eliminate waste at source or reuse. We have to ask how we're dealing with the waste. Of course, the Chinese market is now closed. We can no longer dump it on the Chinese. Other states like Thailand and Vietnam are also moving in the same direction. So, what do we do? Do we find another country to ship our waste out to, or do we deal with it ourselves? We see that essential change is needed in how we treat the environment, and there's a vital need to create change to combat climate change at all levels. We put forward in Sinn Féin waste reduction bill, microgeneration bill, an extensive paper on biogas, and a policy document, Power in Ireland 2030, all in the last number of months. So we see this as essential. We see this bill tonight as being essential, as being another part of that, and working with other parties here in the Dáil to get that necessary action. And we don't see it in Sinn Féin as this creating a big burden, because Phil Hogan and some of the rest of the ministers looked at it like that. They said, oh, we have a recession. We have to deal with recession first. But this should be seen as a way of getting out of recession. And this will actually drag us into a recession if we don't try and adopt and build new industries, new green sustainable industries, and get rid of the old industries. That's what we need to do. Build our image as a green island. We should be a leader We shouldn't be behind with everything, and that's the way we are at the moment, with climate change, with the production of plastic and a whole lot of other things. So the figures in terms of the plastic pollution, they're immense, they're horrific, and they can't be overstated, and they've been outlined here tonight with great detail. It's estimated that 2.5 or 2 to 5% of all plastic produced finishes up in the seas and oceans. There was a study there last year from the University of Galway. It found that 70% of the deep-sea fish sampled in the North Atlantic had ingested plastic. 80% of the prawn population in Dublin Bay apparently has ingested plastic. Nice thought, isn't it? The pollution problem, of course, is also in our rivers and beaches, and without action, there may be more plastic than fish in terms of weight by 2020. A report by the Austrian Environmental Agency reported today shows that microplastics are being found in the human digestive system, and that this could affect the digestive immune system or immune response and could aid the transmission of toxic chemicals. That's a terrible thing to state. In August, a report conducted by Antashka highlighted shockingly that only 8% of Irish water was judged as clean. Ireland, of course, the top producer of plastic in the European Union. And I said earlier on about us being a record in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. So we're laggards, instead of being out in front. It's estimated that 983,280 tonnes of packaging waste was generated in 2015, almost 1 million tonnes. 528,000 plastic cups every day disposed of, a lot of them on roadways around the state. 32% of plastics escape collection systems. Where's all that going? And once this plastic is in the environment, it's difficult to extract. And people mentioned earlier on about tidy towns committees, community groups, people in rural areas picking it up. Walk along any country road, particularly after Christmas, when the vegetation starts dying back and you see the full horrors of what's being dumped out on the roadsides. And the problem is the length of time that will take to decompose. And with 90% of the plastics, and this is the other real problem about being derived from fossil fuels, the scourge of plastic has a double negative effect in terms of carbon emissions and greenhouse gas emissions, because it's produced from the oil, it's produced from fossil fuels, and of course there's emissions in terms of production as well. So it has having a double whammy. We have to remember that a deposit return scheme in itself will not solve all of these problems. A ban on single-use plastic in itself will not solve it, right? But it is part and a significant part of the bigger picture and the bigger pieces of the jigsaw that need to be put together, the many elements to be put together, working to create that kind of change that's necessary and the revolution that's necessary. Banning single-use plastic and deposit return schemes deal with the end of the chain. But this is the key. We have to stop the conveyor belt that's churning it out, the machines that are churning out the plastic, constantly feeding, churning out that plastic into society, millions and millions of tonnes of it. We need to concentrate on that. We need to put a halt on the manufacturers and stop that unnecessary waste at source. The best way, Minister, of dealing with a problem, and I think you'll agree with this, is not to create it in the first place. The easiest way to solve a problem is don't have the problem. But I'm not naive enough to think that we can do it overnight. We have to change, and you are delaying with it, and I agree with the Green Party on this. It's very frustrating. Nearly 8 years ago, I remember talking to Phil Hogan about this, and here we are now, all of that time later, and we can't put it off any longer. And it's not a huge technological problem. Other countries have these schemes up and running. We'll go at our own expense to the other countries, and we'll talk to the people. I'm willing to do that if necessary, as part of a delegation here from the Dáil. We'll go and look at how it works in other countries. It can't be rocket science. We all see it. If we go on holidays, we can see it working in other countries. Let's go do that. And let's put a bloody scheme in place. We can't keep denying that we have this issue in front of us that it's terribly complicated to deal with. And I don't want to oversimplify it. The scheme I put forward wouldn't put a levy or wouldn't put a weight on the exchequer, because it would be self-financing. And this one can be as well. This one can be as well. So there's no reason why we can't do this. So, we have to try and move on this, and we have to move on it very soon. Government policies, need to change. The householder has a role to play. I have a role to play as a citizen. I won't use the word consumer, banned it from my house, and I want to ban it. I wish to God we could ban it here as well, because we need to start talking about people and citizens. We're not consumers at the end of a bloody conveyor belt or something like that. So just, we need to put an obligation at the starting point, the obligation on the manufacturer in the first instance, and each of us must play a role. And one of the things we can start doing is handing back the packaging, taking out all the rubbish that comes in the newspapers and leaving them in the shops. We don't need to bring it home with us. So we must reduce waste at source and eliminate it. But of course, and I welcome the fact that it's in the motion here tonight in relation to medical devices, there is an exception has to be made there for syringes and other equipment that's needed. So many people need single-use plastic, for medical reasons on a daily basis, and we need to just provide for that and to protect that. So the switch from plastics in society is necessary and it's urgent. That's the message I want to give you tonight. You're new in your position. It's urgent that we do this. The material was not so widespread 50 years ago. In fact, it was hardly here. So we can look ahead by just taking a quick look back at how we managed without it. And we can plan for change. But the government need to think and act differently, and act at levels and put policies and practices in place to end plastic and create alternatives. And the good news here is that you have the opposition with you. You're hearing it here tonight. This is not something you have to come in and battle us with. Yeah. The game is up in plastic.
Sherlock, please.
The game is up in plastic, and a government that doesn't take this into consideration, and political parties that don't take it into consideration, the game will also be up for them.
Deputy Sherlock, please.
Thank you. I rise on behalf of the Labour Party to support the private member's motion that is before us here tonight, and to thank the Green Party for putting this before us. To our minds, it speaks to common sense. There is the scourge of single-use plastics, which is a blight on our environment, on our landscape, and there is a clear demand now amongst the people, as articulated by the majority of members in this House through this motion tonight. There's a clear view that we must now move towards the elimination of single-use plastics on a practical basis, because if we are to give any serious consideration to the IPCC report, which we're all very familiar with at this juncture, if we do not take radical and drastic action, that will have serious permutations for humanity. And I'm not given to verbosity, Cathaoirleach, but I think that IPCC report, when you look at the stark figures that are contained therein, there is very little time in global historic terms for us to do something radical in order to potentially turn things around to a more positive vein. And this, to my mind, is a practical motion. The legislation has been given its assent by the members of this House. Don't be fooled by the fact that the government are abstaining on the motion tonight. Don't read that as the government assenting to the motion. It is, as has been said by Deputy Ryan, a delaying tactic. The money message is a mechanism that has been used as a very blunt instrument to stunt the progress of opposition bills and motions in this House. And we demand action on this issue now. And if the majority of the members of this House are saying that we want to support the motion, that should, in any democratic process, give rise to action by the government, out of, at a minimum, sheer respect for the democratic process. So we do need radical action. I think the deposit refund scheme is something that we are all familiar with. We have seen it in operation. It works in many Western European countries. It's based on a system of pragmatism and common sense. And why can't we, for one moment of clarity, seek to move in a direction which seeks to, speak to the issue of single-use plastics? Because we all realise, as consumers, as citizens, that if we don't tackle this issue, that the scourge of single-use plastics, particularly around our coastlines, is going to get worse and worse. And I speak here as somebody who is a sea kayaker. It's something that I do as a pastime, if you will. There is nothing more beneficial than to be out on the ocean in a boat on your own steam, so to speak. And it would depress you to see the amount of plastic that you witness on beaches which are washed up on every tide, or when you get out far enough, which are floating there. And we as an island nation with a proud maritime history, need to do something to tackle that and to take leadership on this issue. If not for this generation, for future generations. And I look forward to the intervention of some of the members of the IPCC who will be before the House to address the Joint Committee on Climate Action, because I think it will really bring it home to us here just how stark an issue that this is. Because I think we need to be jolted into action. And sometimes in this House we're in a bit of a bubble, and sometimes the people outside the House are closer to what needs to happen in terms of actions. And I think they look in towards us and they demand action on this issue. And it's not an insurmountable issue. It's an issue that can be tackled with some cooperation and collaboration. And I think the motion here speaks to a pragmatic approach to this issue, where you move towards a phasing out eventually, ultimately, of single-use plastics, but as an intervention. In the meantime, you have deposit refund schemes, which every other country, as I've said, have that, and it is commonplace. We also need to look at the issue of investing back into the idea of creating glass bottling plants. And maybe that's something that has been spoken about tonight. It certainly has been spoken about heretofore. And going back into the idea that we become producers of glass bottles, and you incentivise further the constant reuse, if you will, of materials. And that's just common sense. It's something that we always did in this country before plastics became so omnipotent, if you will. So I think there is a demand here. There are so many worthwhile causes throughout Ireland now. I make reference to Clean Coasts Ballinamona down in East Cork, which is out there every weekend cleaning up beaches and doing a mighty job. And what you're seeing in that is people power. It's people coming together, communities coming together across the generations. And it's not radical action, it is just they want to be able to walk on pristine beaches again. They want to ensure that water quality is of a certain standard. And it brings me on to the point about the banning of microplastics, because I still have a bill in gestation that has reached committee stage. The committee have analysed the microplastics bill. I'm waiting for a money message on that as well. And we can't have any more stalling tactics on these issues. And I acknowledge the fact that the Green Party first brought through the microplastics bill. We took up the cudgel on that, and we're waiting for government now to publish their bill. There is a bill there in gestation, I know that, and I welcome that. But we want to see it published, we want to see it out there, so that we can all examine that. Because if we do not ban microplastics, I don't need to tell members of this House or anybody watching in what the permutations are of the constant presence of microplastics in fish life, and what the permutations of that are for humans ultimately. You don't have to go too far to witness the insidious damage that microplastics are causing, and other plastics are causing to bird life and flora and fauna. So I think we have an opportunity here in Lascion Corla to pass a motion in this House, but it is meaningless as a motion if it's not followed by action. And I think what you have here is a willingness on the part of this House and every member of this House to try and bring about a radical change in terms of our attitudes towards plastics, and to try legislate for changes in human behaviour in a practical way.
My good. Paul Murphy.
Sharing time with Deputy Smith. Everything about the government response on this issue, in my opinion, is utterly cynical, and the government has to be completely called out on it. Their approach on the question of procedure makes a joke of the supposed democracy of this Parliament. Their approach on the substance of the issue makes a joke of any commitment to tackle the issue of plastic pollution. It's a very good motion, but I don't mean any offence to the movers of the motion to say that, the most substantial element of the motion is simply calling on the government to recognise the support which the Dáil has already given to a bill which was passed last year, and then approving the issuing of a money message, i.e. stopping using a technical measure to prevent a bill that has been passed by this Parliament from proceeding and being debated at committee stage and eventually passing into law, as is the democratic will of this Parliament. And the fact that the Green Party deputies are forced to use private members' time to bring forward a motion to say that a bill that has already been passed should be being blocked by the government is utterly outrageous. It's utterly cynical by the government, not just on this issue, but on other issues. For example, the sex ed bill, whereby they allow bills to pass second stage, or are forced to recognise that bills pass second stage, and then simply stop them there because they're not in the limelight anymore. It's an utter disgrace. And to be honest, the government's response in the debate tonight adds insult to injury, because after this debate, government's going to abstain. We're going to pass this motion with no vote on it whatsoever. We're going to have 2 votes of the Parliament in favour of this bill coming into law, and it's still not going to come into law, because they're still not going to pass the money message, and they're still going to go to Europe and say, oh, we're in favour of taking action, etc., etc., and they're just watching the clock wind down on this parliamentary term, knowing that then all the bills die and they've done absolutely nothing about it. It's an absolute disgrace. It's good that the Greens have brought this motion to call them out on it, and we need to do that more, because I think they get away with it. On the substance of it, the unwillingness to implement this legislation underlines the lack of willingness to do anything on the fundamental issue, apart from rhetoric on climate change. We saw it in the budget a couple of weeks ago. The point has been made in terms of how urgent this problem is, that every single minute a bin truck worth of plastic is dumped into our oceans, with the consequence that by 2050 we'll have more plastic in the oceans than we will have in fish. And that interacts with nature that is in the oceans. It causes starvation in marine animals and birds because it can't be broken down and it fills their stomachs, so they can't ingest actual food. It gets entangled in coral reefs, blocking light and oxygen, releasing harmful toxins which allows disease to set in and kill the coral. And then, of course, it ends up in humans, with a study last year in Ghent University saying that each European is possibly ingesting up to 11,000 tiny pieces of plastic every year. The approach of the government on these issues, or certainly the approach of Fine Gael, was summed up in their Green Week, what was it, a couple of months ago, which was like something set 20 years ago, in terms of the idea being that it's all about individual responsibility. That's how you're going to tackle the issue. But plastic proves the point that it's not only about good individual choices. People don't make choices in a vacuum. They make choices in a capitalist society whereby a lot of the choices have already been made for them in terms of plastic packaging and so on, that are driven by the needs of profit, in terms of logistics, in terms of marketing, etc. And so what we need is regulation. What we need is bans of single-use plastics, of non-recyclable plastics, fundamentally of all oil-based plastics. But I'd go further than that and say we need to tackle those who are behind the plastics, the same companies that are behind climate change, big oil. Fundamentally, we can't control what we don't own. They need to be taken into public ownership, and we need to use that control to end the use of oil-based plastics whatsoever, and completely phase out the use of any fossil fuels.
No surprises, Minister, but I'm disappointed with your first outing as Minister for the Environment in opposing this bill and as using the money message in a way to prevent it going forward. Most of it's been said much better than I could by Deputy Murphy. But what often gets overlooked in this argument is the last point that Deputy Murphy made, is that the fact that conventional plastic is made from fossil fuels and that the industry is controlled by the fossil fuel industry. And one interesting thing I found out researching this was a byproduct of shale gas, which is now hugely practiced across North America, is where they bring ethane and propane together in a cracking facility and produce ethylene. And that ethylene is what makes most of the plastic products nowadays. And because shale gas is the most cost-effective way of producing ethylene in the US nowadays, the US and the oil industry in it are actually pushing up the manufacture of gas at a level that is quite frightening. We expect the production of plastic to increase over the next 20 years by 4 times. So by 2050 we are going to see a quadrupling of the production of plastic on the planet. Now, I want to argue that recyclers and individuals and campaigners who care about the environment, the school children that Deputy Martin talked about earlier on, are not the polluters. The polluters are the producers, and it is the producers that we have to keep an eye on. But unfortunately, your display is to lie down in front of them and say, oh, there might be unforeseen consequences to the industry. And no doubt the industry lobbies the likes of you, Minister, to make sure that they keep their lucrative position in all of this. But just as proposals to continue offshore drilling and gas and the bill that will come before the committee over the next while, and proposals that your government are going to oppose, I believe, ignore the fact that the world needs to move to renewables. Ignoring this means that the plastic industry are refusing to recognise the social and political demand of the citizens of this planet to do something about it. And I do think it behoves our government to make a lead on that. One other point I'd like to make is on the waste management industry, because it was said by the previous minister that this may have unforeseen consequences for the waste management industry in terms of them losing profits and therefore maybe having to pass on the cost of that to people paying their bin charges. We have to absolutely reject that. This is the industry of Tony Soprano. This is the industry of cutthroat competition that make vast profits, keep their companies offshore. We don't even get to see their profits, and they push up the costs all the time. And that is why it is really important that we begin to make the argument that waste management must be taken back into public control, so that it's accountable, and that the systems that they use in countries like in Scandinavia, and even in cities across America, systems of recycling and reusing and ending single-use plastics can be implemented by a public accountable body and not by a cutthroat waste management industry that you seem to be so concerned about with the money message.
Independence for Change and Chapter, Catherine Connolly.
Lag si dús bar ab watlam ma bhuicas a goáil hig party glas a sucht an rún seo a coruscór na dála agus faríor bhí ormh dhéanamh in anon go raibh reachtaíocht agus go bhfuil reachtaíocht tigéist agus go chuirsibh an reachtaíocht sin an nó an bille sin os cór na dála breis blian ó hin. Is mór an ára é sin. Ba watlam Buim gahra orta ara idir ról nua agus tasúla go mai de vinnin agat rudi dhéanamh agus doling lech leis an dúchláin atá I gceist ó híh ahrú éráide dé. Ach tá mé beag an afrasach tar éis an méid a dúirt tú an nacht agus go háirithe nach bhfuil tú chun éon takeíocht a chóirt den rún seo. Minister, I wish you the best in your new role, and I really would hope that you would hit the ground running, because we have no choice. But I'm a little doubtful after listening to you tonight. You're talking about stacking up the evidence, waiting till you stack up the evidence, and you can't impose costs, and you're going to abstain. There is no abstention in relation to climate change. There is no more waiting for stacking up the evidence. The evidence is overwhelming. The day before the budget, as has been repeatedly quoted in this chamber, we learned from the Intergovernment Panel on climate change. It makes clear there is no safe level of global warming, highlights the urgency that pertains to climate change, that climate change is a problem for the here and now, and that we, as policymakers, must do something and have the conviction to do something. In relation to plastic itself, all of the figures have been quoted. We know that there's an area the size, 3 times the size of France. 13 million tonnes of plastic end up in the world's ocean. We know that plastic pollution damages our marine environments, and the cost of that is like monopoly money. €8 billion. We know from the World Economic Forum that by 2050 there will be more plastic than fish in the sea. And we know the costs, of course, and of course depending on who you listen to. But on the actual costs, we're told by the Climate Action Network Europe that non-compliance costs of 500 million. Then if we listen to the senior fellow at the IIEA, we're told the cost will be 3.7 billion or 5.5 billion by 2030. I could go on and on in relation to costs, but of course we know the most fundamental statistic, that it will be the poorer people who will suffer the most, and those people who contribute the least to climate change. And yet we're sitting here, Minister, with another minister and a budget that utterly failed to recognise the urgency of the action needed in relation to climate change. And our legislation and our mitigation plan and our action didn't come from nowhere. We were forced into all of that legislation, as we will be forced into passing the bill being brought by the Green Party. Why? Because we have to do it. We have absolutely no choice. We signed up under the Paris Agreement along with 195 other countries. Every single body that monitors tells us that we are failing in our commitment. The Taoiseach talked about the challenge of Brexit. I would say the challenge of Brexit pales into insignificance compared to the challenge posed by climate change. And if this government doesn't recognise that, we are in serious trouble. And the clock is ticking, so I'm going to finish it there, Minister, but I do hope you do have the sense to realise that delay is no longer acceptable.
I wouldn't say I'm disappointed with the Minister's response. I'm really angry at the Minister's response, and I expected more from him. Climate and the environment is one of the defining issues facing humankind over the next period of time, and it's something that governments, as the IPCC said, are going to have to be responsible for. And I support the Green Party Waste Management Bill as it was a no-brainer. It has to be done. And I just want to make a few points about the documentary Drowning in Plastic and what it actually exposes. The global consequences of plastic, focusing on marine plastic and its movement into the food chain. And the documentary presenter, Liz Bonan, asks, can we turn the tide before it's too late? In this documentary, Bonan observes the devastating effects of plastic debris in different corners of the world, from the USA to Indonesia. Every minute, she reminds us, consumers buy 1 million plastic bottles, 1 million disposable cups and 2 million plastic bags, because we do not have choices as individuals. That's what's on offer to us. Every minute, plastic is finding its way into our rivers and seas, which over a year results in over 8 million tonnes being poured into the marine environment. Minister, that is the evidence being stacked up. That is the evidence that we as humans are facing over the next period of time. Bonan proposed a range of species throughout the programme. I don't know whether you saw it or not, Minister, opening with the flat-footed shearwater birds, where we see birds vomiting up whole pieces of plastic, including bottle caps, after the parents have mistaken the debris for food and then fed the plastic to their chicks. This causes malfunctions of the reproductive system and their ability to fly, and ultimately leads to malnourishment and death. That was equal to 10 kilos of plastic in a human being's stomach. That's what some animals are facing in the environment today. With other sea life also mistaken plastic bags for jellyfish and microplastics for fish eggs or algae, plastic is becoming a deadly part of the food chain. Bonan also discovered a recent scientific discovery whereby plastic is the perfect carrier for a deadly bacteria that causes cholera in humans. Meanwhile, 300,000 marine mammals and over 400,000 seabirds are killed every year due to entanglement from fishing nets, bringing the North Atlantic whale particularly close to extinction. While fishermen, dependent on low-cost methods in order to make a living, plastic often appears to be their only option for durable fishing rope. However, even if people want to change their attitude towards waste, it's not always easy. It is estimated that 2 billion people worldwide don't have access to proper waste management, so can only throw their rubbish on their doorstep or in nearby waterways. So who's to blame for this problem, Minister? The local authorities that don't provide facilities for waste disposal, or the big corporations who sell heavily packaged small quantities of modern-day essentials such as shampoo and toothpaste, or to countries unable to dispose of it sustainably? Minister, I put the blame on big corporations. And I support I agree that individuals cannot deal with this issue, but I do support the part in the bill that says introduce a deposit and return scheme. I think we can play that role. But the key to it is to introduce a ban on single-use, non-recyclable, non-compostable plastic tableware, etc. That is key to it. Industry has to be challenged, corporations have to be challenged to bring in alternatives to plastic. Are we protecting repack here, Minister? Repack, where Coca-Cola pay into repack and then they pay their blood money, and then they continue to bring out cans and material that cannot be recycled. I am calling on the government to issue the money message and acknowledge the Friends of the Earth and the Voice of Ireland and Uplift, who have run a massive campaign and getting a massive amount of signatures and petitions to petition this government.
I call on Deputy Michael Healy-Rae, who is sharing with his colleagues.
Thank you very much, Les Caller, and I appreciate getting an opportunity to talk in this debate to the two ministers. I congratulated you privately. I want to congratulate you both publicly on your new roles, and I wish you every good luck and every good fortune in your new positions. The whole issue of plastics is a source of great concern to all of us. We want to protect the environment. We want to protect the human inhabitants of this world and also our wildlife. We've seen the horrors of the programme that was shown about what is happening in our seas, and it's horrific beyond belief. As a small retailer myself for a good number of years now, I've seen firsthand the benefit and the pluses of the small charges it was that came in on the plastic bags, and it was a culture-changing event that I want to acknowledge. But I also have to say, again, as a small shopkeeper, I see firsthand the amount of unnecessary plastics that are used in the packaging up of our goods, the delivery of our goods that we consume. There is no need for half of the plastic, and that's probably an understatement, that there's no need for half of it. There is probably not a need for 15 or 20% of the plastic that we use every day. And we have to, it's like the culture-changing event that happened when people just stopped taking plastic bags, because when they had to pay for them. And it stopped overnight, and now it's an unusual thing for a person to say, oh, I'll take a bag, I need a bag. And it's a genuine reason. Maybe there's lots of small things falling around and they just need the convenience of having a bag. But I believe that we can go further than what we went at that time, and that we can do an awful lot more, each and every one of us. I want to compliment our farming and our farmers in the country who are so conscientious with silage plastic, where it's bundled up, squeezed up, recycled, put to very good uses, such as rubber mats for underneath animals and things like that, and it's put to great use. So our farming community are doing it already, and I believe that we as ordinary consumers can do it a lot more and to a lot more effect. I don't want to eat into my colleagues' time.
Thank you, Les Ceorla. Walking the beaches of West Clare, it is absolutely amazing to see the amount of plastic that's washed up on our beaches. And this takes a huge toll on our marine environment. It takes a toll on our fishing stock, and of course it takes a toll on human health. It is reckoned that we are in possession of a single-use plastic item for 15 minutes, but it takes decades or centuries for that plastic item to degrade, be it plastic cups or straws, plastic wrapping on containers such as vegetables and other foodstuffs, and also the wrapping on consumer items such as children's toys. Kilkee and West Clare engaged in a very interesting initiative this summer.
called Keep Kilkee Plastic Free, and the businesses in Kilkee committed to avoiding the use of plastic, certainly avoiding the sale of plastic to visitors and to residents. They banned the use of plastic coffee cups, plastic straws. There was financial incentives to businesses to participate, and there was also waste segregation bins put in Kilkee by Clare County Council. It is estimated that 10,000 litres of recyclable material was diverted away from landfill. So such voluntary action is very effective. Plastic pollution is a visible sign that we are living in an unsustainable fashion. And the iconic scientist Stephen Hawking and cosmologist predicts that we will destroy our environment in years to come, and it would be impossible for human life to continue on Earth. So what we're talking about here is the future generations, our children and our grandchildren and generations beyond them. And supermarkets are waking up to the issue, and they are beginning to ban plastic in their supermarkets, taking plastic wrappings off vegetables, banning cutlery on the shelves, plastic cutlery on the shelves. So apart from voluntary avoidance of single plastic use, and apart from the new industries that are setting up to introduce compostable alternatives, we do need, Minister, the political will to introduce legislation or to enact the legislation that is already there, which will ban and underpin the use of single-use plastics. Thank you.
I too want to congratulate Minister Bruton and Minister Kenny in their new roles, and likewise wish them well and every good luck. I suppose I'm glad of getting the opportunity to talk about this on this very important topic here tonight. We all know that there's too much plastic about, and it's a demon, and it's hard to control it. And certainly, as a publican myself, I can see that there's plastic everywhere, and it's hard to understand why we need so much of it. Because even if we went back to a short few years ago, when we had all glass bottles in the pub, and when they were all refundable, and indeed if you gave out a few bottles for a station or whatever, you made sure you got them back again, because and anywhere your bottles went out, you kept an account of them. But we've gone away from that way, and there was nothing wrong at that system where the bottles were brought back and washed and reused again. And when you think of today, look, and they can, at times they can be plastic or they can be glass, but they're non-returnable. The Coke bottles no go back. Lucozade bottles not wanted, no charge on them. Many of the cider bottles, they're plastic bottles. 6-packs. They're rolled up with plastic, and the bottles are not non-returnable. Sparkling water bottles, Smirnoff voice bottles, you name it, and they're all non-returnable. And they're creating, when that's the way with them, there's no interest in people bringing them back, or in publicans as such going out and looking for to get their bottles back. There's another, we have a great facility now along the road where you can go into any shop and get a cup of tea, no matter where it is. More shops in most rural villages now you can go to get a cup of tea, but we're inclined to bring away a plastic cup or whatever it is, and people should be encouraged. There should be some incentive that they bring in their own. They bring in their own cup and reuse it all the time, rather than. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sorry, let's go on.
Okay, Deputy Seamus Healy.
Les John Corley, I welcome also the opportunity to speak on this bill and private members' motion, I want to confirm my support for it and to commend the Green Party for bringing the bill forward again. The bill, as we all know, was initiated almost 2 years ago and was passed here at second stage back, I think, on the 20th of June 2017. Went and was discussed then by committee. And the bill had very strong and significant and overwhelming support here in the Chamber and indeed at the committee. But the bill has been effectively blocked by the government, and particularly by former Minister Naughton by his refusal to issue a money message. And it appears from the new minister's speech here this evening that stance is going to continue with the new minister and with the government. And I want to say that is, in my view, absolutely shameful. It is anti-democratic. This bill, as I said, has been discussed by the House, has been supported by the House, and has been supported at committee. And there is no doubt that any attempt to block the bill is anti-democratic and should be reversed. And I would appeal to the Minister, on the basis of democracy, to allow this bill to continue. You know, this is not the first time, it's not the only issue where the government takes this view, very cynical view, of allowing a motion or a bill to go through the House or through second stage and then to simply cynically stop it in its tracks. And we've seen that in relation to the closure of post offices recently. In October of 2016, this Chamber was absolutely unanimous, including members of the government parties, in opposing the closure of post offices. Yet, in the last number of months, we have a policy on post where numerous post offices have already closed and further post offices are closing. It also happened and continues to happen in relation to housing, where an emergency has been supported by the Chamber here, and again the government are cynically stopping that provision being put in place. So I would again appeal to the Minister to allow democracy to take its course and to allow this bill to go forward. There were two particular elements in the bill. I suppose the ban on disposable non-compostable tableware. And basically the sale or free distribution of disposable plastic cups, glasses, plates and other tableware would be forbidden from the 1st of January 2020, and then the deposit and return schemes. In relation to that, by the 1st of July 2019, the bill stated that the Minister shall make regulations in exercise of his powers to provide for a deposit and return scheme for containers in which beverages are sold. Now, that's Ceann Comhairle. Those two elements are absolutely necessary and eminently common sense measures, and those two measures have the possibility of a real positive impact on tackling the whole question of plastic waste. And this bill, as other speakers have said, is supported not just by Tidy Towns committees and by Friends of the Earth, who have about 15,000 signatures, but I believe that there is a huge majority in the country and among the public for supporting the measures set out in this bill. And of course, the measures are measures that have been tried and tested and have been successful in many other countries. You know, plastic, as we all know, is effectively devastating our seas, our animals, our environment. It's in the human consumer chain, and it's effectively polluting our own bodies. And you know, there's huge volumes of packaging and plastic being produced, and I suppose anybody who goes into their supermarket will find that they're being inundated with plastic packaging and packaging of all sorts. You know, not too long ago, there was very little of this plastic or this packaging, and we didn't need it then, and I believe we don't need it now. And the materials that this packaging is being produced by the input of fossil fuels like oil and gas, which is another problem. The fact that all this packaging, much of it is not recyclable even. So I believe, Lascion Corla, that the measures outlined in this bill, as I said, are absolutely necessary and are eminently sensible, have been tried and tested in other jurisdictions and have the support of the vast majority of the population. And I think the sooner the government agrees to allow this bill to take its course through the Oireachtas, the better. I just want to refer briefly to a related element in relation to the waste collection services. And as we all know, the waste collection services have been privatised over the last number of years. And again, as we all know, this has created a disastrous situation right around the country. And it's my belief, Lascion Corla, that privatisation should be reversed and that local authorities should be allowed to recommence the collection of waste and to provide that service as a public service. With those few words, Lascion Corla, I again want to say that I support the bill and hope that the Minister and the Government would change their mind, act in a democratic fashion and allow this bill take its course through the Oireachtas. Gormagwood.
It's now the government slot and Ira Sean Cannon.
Thank you, Cathaoirleach. Public waste is an emotive topic and rightly provokes passionate debate. People are concerned about the proliferation of plastics in our lives and the impacts, known and unknown, of plastic leaking into our water and food systems. But plastic is not bad in its own right. The development of plastic has facilitated enormous advances across engineering, human health and energy efficiency. Lightweight and durable, plastic even plays a role in reducing the carbon footprint of transport and food production. However, we do need to be selective about how we use plastic. We need to ensure that we use it only where necessary, reuse it where possible, and finally recycle for further and repeated use. Tackling the negative impacts of plastic on our environment is a national and global challenge. Our priority in government is to work collectively and internationally to protect our environment, but to ensure we also maximise our potential for meaningful and sustainable improvement at home. As a small country in a global economy, our membership of the EU gives us a seat at a table where internationally significant policies are developed. In recent years, the EU have rolled out innovative new plans and strategies to help transition our economies from a leaner model to take, make, dispose to a circular model where nothing goes to waste and resources are properly valued through efficient use and reuse. The EU Circular Economy Action Plan recognises the central part that plastic plays in a modern economy. The plastic strategy delivered this year was a key deliverable of the action plan and sets out how the European economy can address and challenge the challenge of plastic throughout the value chain across its full life cycle. Central to the strategy is a commitment to work towards ensuring all plastic packaging is recyclable by 2030. Already many of these measures recommended in the plastic strategy are well embedded in Irish resource management. These measures include the existing extended producer responsibility schemes run by REPAC and the Irish Farm Films and Plastics Group, the landfill levy, the plastic bag levy, as well as the robust enforcement around illegal dumping and landfilling. But we must do much more. The new recycling targets agreed earlier this year as part of the EU Circular Economy legislative package demand we raise our game once again. Ireland has come a long way in recent years to become one of Europe's top performers in waste management. We need to build on this success in an informed and a deliberate manner. We need to make sure that the measures which we take are the most effective in achieving the ambitious targets which we are now adopting. And business must play its part in this process. As Ireland approved compliance schemes for packaging, Repack has overseen growth in all aspects of its activity. Membership numbers, tonnage recycled and recovered, as well as supporting its members in more efficient use of packaging and preventing waste. Repack recently launched a plastic packaging strategy for its members. The strategy sets out a response to the challenge of doubling the recycling of plastic packaging by 2030. Similarly, we must support consumers more effectively in their efforts to do the right thing around plastic recycling. The National Recycling List awareness campaigns and Recycling Ambassadors programme have helped ensure that valuable materials are used as a resource for our communities and economy rather than being wasted. People have demonstrated a strong interest in doing the right thing and knowing how to do it. The National Recycling List has put together a list of everyday household items that are suitable for recycling and will be accepted in every waste collection company across the state. Not only does this campaign help improve the quality and therefore value of our recyclable stock, this campaign is also empowering people to become active participants in our recycling society. As referred to in Minister Bruton's open statement, the first legislative proposal to emerge on foot of the plastic strategy is a proposal for a directive on the reduction of the impact of certain plastic products on the environment, commonly referred to as the SUP proposal. This is an ambitious and far-reaching proposal which aims to tackle the 10 most prevalent single-use plastic products found in Europe's marine environment, as well as lost and abandoned fishing gear. The proposal provides for the banning of certain single-use plastics and the setting of targets for reducing the consumption of others. It places clear obligations on consumers and on producers, i.e. industry, to contribute towards the cost of waste management, awareness arising and clean-up of certain items. While it points Member States towards deposit and refund schemes as a means of achieving higher collection rates of plastic, it is not prescriptive and allows Member States to devise solutions suitable for their national territory. The proposed national study into how Ireland can achieve the higher collection and recycling rates for plastic and aluminium drinks containers specifically has to be central in informing our next steps. Talks around the implementation of a single-use plastics legislation at European level are progressing rapidly, driven in no small part by the overwhelming desire of European citizens for governments to take action now. Ultimately, industry, government and consumers alike must all work together to tackle the problem now, for the sake of future generations. In the area of marine plastics, my colleague, the Minister for Housing, Planning and Local Government, will be bringing in a bill to prohibit the manufacturing, selling, importing or exporting of cosmetics, personal care products, detergents and scouring agents containing plastic microbeads that are liable to be washed into wastewater systems with the potential to reach our rivers, lakes and seas. This has to be welcomed. As a government, we encourage a high level of political and citizen engagement in matters relating to the environment. Ultimately, it is the environment that sustains us all, and we are all stakeholders in its protection. I know that Deputy Ryan's bill is well intended and genuinely motivated. However, we need to all pull in one direction. The government intends to build on our strong waste performance record to achieve and indeed go beyond the targets as set out in the European legislation. Any policy changes to be introduced need to be evidence-based and soundly costed. Making fundamental changes to our existing collection system may undermine the achievements made to date. The Government understands the urgency behind the improvements required, and Minister Bruton has committed to ensuring a speedy conclusion to the deliberations required. Thank you.
Thank
you very much indeed, Count Corla. Can I start, and I didn't say this to start, by wishing Minister Bruton and Mr Canny well. We do have to all pull together, and I think we have to pull together to turn this country green. I'd say, Minister Bruton, that one thing slightly struck me in your speech, when you said honestly you're the old school, or well, ESRI school. I think the ESRI School of Economics is not actually going to be sufficient today. There was that 15-year-old schoolgirl, Swedish schoolgirl, speaking in Helsinki last weekend, and I think she put it really well, speaking about climate change. She said, "We can't save the world by playing by the existing rules, because the rules have to change." And I think the rules of economics have to change. Fundamentally, what we value, how we price, how we measure natural resources and its use in the economic system has to fundamentally and radically change. Now, this bill ain't going to do it, but this bill is part of that change. I mean, Greta said in that same speech that the politics that are needed to prevent the climate catastrophe don't exist today. I hope we can prove her wrong. Or I hope we can be inspired by that vision of what a 15-year-old is saying we need to do to show that we can deliver the politics. And I think it's interesting in listening to the contributions here today. We've had this debate a year ago, a year and a half ago. Climate wasn't mentioned so much that time. It was all about natural protection. But I think it's right to bring it in, because I think what we're starting to realise in our own Oireachtas Climate Action Committee is the scale of the change we need to make. How we're so radically off course in this country, and we need to change everything. Not just energy, but also transport, but also land use, but also move towards a circular economy where we're using materials less and using them really wisely. And this is complex. You know, it's true that sometimes you might switch from plastic to paper, and the paper might have a significant carbon footprint too. But using less and using things cleverly and doing things with that perspective in mind, in changing everything, is what we need to do. And it's a different understanding of economics, I think, is going to be what we need. I stand by this bill. I heard various people saying, oh, they'd like to change it this way and that. Well, I'd love to have the debate in committee stage as to what would be changed, because I, to be honest, wouldn't change it that much at all. I think it's a really good piece of legislation. We would change the original section we put in saying a ban on the single-use plastic cups. We accepted the legal advice that actually that might be difficult and a levy would work just as well. The Minister and the Department seems to agree with that, and we agreed with them. So that's the one amendment I would make. I believe we could legally, I disagree with you, Minister, that we could introduce the ban. We got so much legal advice from our Oireachtas legal support, and I think, having listened extensively to them, this bill stands up legally. In fact, it's in touch with what's going on in the Commission. We'll be out of the legal order if we don't apply these sort of measures. But this, some people said, oh, there needs to be a much more detailed bill, a longer bill. I disagree. I go back and look and see what was the statutory instrument we introduced when we put in a ban on smoking in public spaces. It's about that long. And how extensive was the legislation, the statutory instrument we put in when we put in the levy in plastic bags? It's about that long. And this is similar. This is the same school of legislation as the plastic bag levy and the smoking ban came for. This is absolutely appropriate, Minister, for us to say we make a political decision here, we introduce a smoking ban, short legislation. We introduce a levy on plastic bags, short legislation. We stop the ban of single-use plastics. It's absolutely correct and valid to do that as a short political. And it is political rather than technical legislation, because just like those levies, the plastic bag was using the Waste Management Act of '96, and the levy on smoking was using the Public Health Tobacco Act of 2002, our bill is using the existing provisions in the '96 Waste Management Act which give us, we believe, all the tools to do what we seek to achieve. And I would love to debate at committee stage someone who disagrees with that analysis or thinks that there needs to be some whole ream of other legislation written to deliver the objectives that we seek to deliver, that I hear no one here disagreeing with. Now, I hear, Mr. Kennedy, your closing remarks is very similar to a lot of what I've heard the industry saying, how great and good we are and so on. I'm sorry, we're not good enough. And I've heard the representatives of REPAC, not the individual companies, but the spokesperson for the organisation admitting that as such, and that the whole system does have to change. And that this line that Department of Health put out saying, oh, well, we're exceptionally good in this country because we have a producer responsibility scheme that all those other countries in America or in China, and Australia or in Germany don't have. They don't have this brilliant system we have. Well, I'm sorry. There needs to be an acknowledgement that the current system is not going to deliver those higher recycling rates that we need. And, Minister, the only disagreement we have on this is how much analysis do we need on the 90% recycling target. You said here today that the government is accepting that. My understanding in the European Council and in the trialogue process, you're going to be promoting it. And I presume that's done on some analysis. We're not just promising to do it in Europe without having some consideration as to how we might do it. The consideration has been done, thanks to Voice Ireland, Mindy O'Brien, thanks to Friends of the Earth, thanks to our own Green Research team who've done a real good work on this, thanks to Dominic Hogg, you know me, probably the best expert who we brought over here into our committee, thanks to the European Commission, who've spent the last 2 or 3 years looking at this in real detail. We're not flying blind here without research having been done. So if we're committing tomorrow, as I understand I'm sure Irish parliamentarians are, and if we are within the European Council committing to a 90% recycling target, and I've asked the question, I asked it again tonight and I have not got an answer, how do you achieve a 90% recycling target in anything other than a deposit refund scheme? Minister, if your officials want to send me a written answer to that question tomorrow, if they have another method of doing it, I'd love to hear it, but I don't believe it exists. And this is the only point of contention and difference as to whether, because there's agreement, as I understand, on the ban of single-use plastic knives, forks, plates and so on, there has been in committee. My understanding there's also agreement on the introduction of a levy and the move towards compostable, and we have to be careful on the technology of this. There's all sorts of different definitions of what sort of materials a cup will be made of and so on. But that's why our bill is not introducing a smoking ban tomorrow or an end of plastic bags tomorrow. It's saying you have 3 or 4 years to work out the mechanics of what exactly are the materials we want to promote. But there's no one disagreeing with the fundamental intention. The only disagreement is on that deposit refund scheme. And I don't believe the government have a valid answer to the question of what else would you do when you're going out there in Europe banging the chest saying we're part of the 90% team. Well, I think it's actually more honest and more appropriate for us here today to have said, yes, we go to committee stage. Yes, we want, in the same way that we issued the smoking ban and the plastic bag levy, we give a political signal here. It's fairer to industry and to all the shops and all the cafes and all the people to give that political signal. Sometimes that's what you need legislation to do. Our legislation does it in absolutely correct, legal, European-supported process and ways. Minister, if you say you're going to come back to us and prove that you are actually willing to do it, I have a question. How long will it take the department to come round to say they're willing to give this signal? How long will Fine Gael take? Is it a matter of weeks that you could come back to us and say you've done the review and yes, you think it's time for us to give that signal? Not that we need to have the entire mechanics of the whole new system in place, because that will take a couple of years. But I want to know how many weeks it's going to take you, how soon can you come back before you can give this the all clear and the go ahead, allow us to get the money order so we can go into committee stage, so we can get it through the House, and we give the Irish people another good news story of the environment, which we are good at. We're not bad at this. All that's missing is the new politics that young girl in Sweden in Helsinki spoke about last week. Thank you.
Ryan, so that concludes the debate, and I'm now obliged to put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to na chakti ta and the waber abadis ta. It should ta na ganya abadis niel. I declare the motion carried. The motion is carried. Now we revert to the finance bill second stage, and I call on Deputy Sean Sherlock, who has 5 minutes remaining in his slot.
Thank you, Alaskion Corla. I was speaking previously in relation to the betting tax and betting duty. The imposition of increased betting duty could have an unintended consequence. Large chains of betting shops are able to absorb the betting duty through a reduction in profit rather than passing it on to consumers, and some large chains can cross-subsidise this through their online profits. And there is, just for the benefit of the Minister's officials, we have seen in one instance where one set of 2 years' accounts show that a small chain, a small betting shop, with betting duty liability of over 340,000 each year, for a business with, profits of significantly less than that. So there is an unintended consequence of the increase. If it's not passed on directly to the consumer, the smaller outlets will suffer as a result of that. The bigger operators can, as I say, absorb that into their cost base quite easily. And if that could be addressed in some way, or if we saw some line coming back from government in relation to how that is to work, because I think we do have to try and speak for the independent, the smaller independent high street, main street outlets, particularly those who are of an intergenerational or family businesses who are rapidly going out of business because their cost base is increasing dramatically. So I don't have much more to add to that, except in section 51 I just want to state that this provision looks a little bit like a sop to Minister Shane Ross. Individuals will now gain 320,000 tax-free from inheritance, and that's up from 310,000. The cost is 8.1 million in a full year, but if an extra 10,000 is taxable at 33% CAT, that would yield 3,333 per transaction. If 8.1 million is divided by the 3,333 per transaction, that implies that roughly 2,430 people will benefit every year from this tax cut. And you can bet that they're on the top tiers of society. It won't be ordinary people that will benefit from this. It'll be the people who have real wealth. And while I'm on the issue of capital acquisitions tax, Section 50 seems to deal with tax avoidance, where people with a beneficial interest in a dwelling held by a trust cannot avail of a tax exemption on inheritance tax. It would be good to know more about that provision and speak more to that provision. Is there a routine tax avoidance by wealthy individuals who set up these discretionary trusts to avoid inheritance tax when they own multiple properties, or indeed, to pass property on to their children, avoiding inheritance or gift taxes? So I'd like to maybe hear more from the government in relation to that proposal in relation to capital acquisitions tax. So those are my points, Alaskion Corda. Thank you.
And I call on Deputy Tommy Broad.
Thanks, Alaskion. And a few weeks ago, you might remember, I raised the issue of tax expenditures with Taoiseach Varadkar at Leaders' Questions. I put it to him that in all the 11 or 12 budgets introduced by Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael in the decade or more of austerity, they had contained finance bills with continually massive tax expenditures. I refer to briefing paper 13 of 2018 by our diligent and excellent Parliamentary Budget Office, which estimated basic tax expenditure costs at over $5 billion in 2016, rising from $4.7 billion in 2014. The Department of Finance, of course, only began reporting on these vast expenditures in 2014, and we received the Department's report for the 2017 expenditures on the day after the recent budget, rather than it being given to us into our hand, Minister, with the rest of the budget. And data on these expenditures, of course, is deficient, and many of them haven't been subjected to review for many years, despite the recommendations of the 2009 report of the Commission on Taxation. The scale of the expenditures is remarkable. For example, the R&D tax credit cost an estimated $670 million in 2016. CAT agricultural relief cost $141 million in 2017, and a range of reliefs supporting business cost nearly $560 million in 2015. Our Parliamentary Budget Office, of course, rightly declares that tax expenditures, and I quote, represent a departure from the equity principle of taxation and produce a fiscal illusory effect, end quote, when such expenditures are perceived as tax cuts when in actual fact they are spending increases. Surveying the finance bill before us today reminds me again, as has every finance bill I've studied in this House, the vast scope of tax expenditures provided for in the Taxes Consolidation Act 1997 and developed over the years down to this this bill. The Minister, of course, will argue, and he did say something like this earlier on, Minister, your colleague Deputy Donoghue, that much of this finance bill is an attempt to close out tax loopholes and to strengthen anti-tax avoidance measures. But the sheer detail of Section 23 addressing tax relief for investment in corporate trades, and of Section 24, which includes amendments to tax relief for investment in films, and to Section 25, which implements Articles 7 and 8 of EU Directive 2016/1164 of 2016. It makes it very difficult, I think, for ordinary citizens to assess the net costs and benefits to the Exchequer. In other words, the whole presentation of the budget and the finance bill is something that has to be addressed in a much more transparent and open manner. The Minister, of course, did try to quantify income tax and some other changes on budget day, but what's your estimate, Minister, of the tax expenditures included in this finance bill, and indeed of the overall tax expenditures for 2017 and likely tax expenditures in 2018? I mean, I read the 2017 report, but it basically focused on a number of major expenditures rather than on an overall view of what current tax expenditures amount to. Over the past few weeks, the biggest anger, of course, directed at the government concerned Section 21, the amendment of Section 97 of the Principal Act on computational rules and allowable deduction. The section, of course, last can, permits residential landlords to deduct from their rental income 100% of the interest on a loan used to purchase, improve or repair rental residential properties. Up to this year, of course, the relief was capped at 85% of such interest, and Section 97(2)J allowed a loan interest cap of 90% for 2019 and 95% for 2020. But why on earth, Minister, was this change a priority for the Senior Minister and for the Government, given the continuing relentless rise in domestic household rents and the Government's ideological refusal, I believe, to address the fundamental issue of housing supply by state? I believe it should be driven by state and local authority, direct development and construction. The Residential Tenancies Board annual report of 2017 shows that almost 50,000 landlords control 2 or more tenancies, and this tax relief is squarely aimed at those hugely profitable businesses and not at the so-called accidental landlords, of which your colleague Minister Owen Murphy, he's always speaking lyrically about them. So will the Minister tell us the cost of this concession in tax expenditure terms, and will he further give the House an estimate of the total cost of Section 97(2)J of the Tax Consolidation Act 1997? This Section 21 is just another example of how Fine Gael and indeed Fianna Fáil remain completely enthralled, to their big property and landlord backers, and indeed to the members of this House, who are themselves landlords and therefore have a somewhat vested interest in this matter. Generally, of course, I welcome Section 22 of the bill, which at last begins the process of regulating short-term lettings. Many constituents believe that Airbnb lettings could not have been tax exempt under the Charlie McCreevy rent-a-room scheme, where the householder can now earn up to €14,000 per year tax-free renting out a room in their house. So the new 28-day rule provided for in Section 22, which amends Section 216A of the 97 Act, shows that the room must now be rented out for 28 days and expressly exclude short-term lettings from the initiative. And last month, of course, Airbnb reported that 640,000 guests used Airbnb in Ireland during the summer months of this summer, and it's been estimated that this and other regulatory measures will hopefully return at least 1,000 units to longer-term rental use. The changes to the universal social charge and standard rate and home carers credit in Sections 3, 4 and 5 are also welcome, Minister, and I welcome them. In my own pre-budget submission to Minister Paschal Donoghue, which you might not have had a chance to look at, which we called a budget for all our people last can, I asked for an increase of €1,000 to 35,550 and 44,550 in the income tax standard rate bands, which was costed at 168 million in the first year and 195 million in full year. And I argued that it would alleviate current economic pressures on individuals and families who are generally hard-pressed to make ends meet. I want to thank, by the way, the Department of Finance and the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform for providing a facility for us in the opposition benches to try and cost some of the ideas that we had and some of the ideas that were coming forward, we thought, in the budget. That was very valuable, and we're grateful for that. I also believe that a modest increase in income tax credit, perhaps at a cost of 100 million, would have further encouraged hard-working citizens and their family. But given the serious risks Ireland faced in 2019, I thought a modest indexation of USC rate bands and exemption limits at a cost of perhaps 40 million might have been preferable to a further cut in rates as advocated by Fianna Fáil, and which is now before us. So I welcome Sections 3 and 4, however, in that context. I note that in the budget estimated the USC tax cuts at a cost of 123 million in a full year, and the increase of €750 in the income tax standard rate band will cost, I think, 161 million in a full year. But Budget 2019 was generally very disappointing for citizens with disability. I think the 150 million or so you came forward with, Minister, it seems to have been basically addressing the demographics of our citizens, our citizens with disability, rather than introducing, for example, the cost of caring, which the informal, there's an informal Oireachtas committee on disability, which we advocated at a cost of €20 a week. All you did was, you've done, I think, this year, is set up a study that's costing 300,000 in relation to that. But I welcome the home care tax credit from 1,200 to 1,500. I also welcome Sections 5 and 6 in relation to compensation payments for the victims of the Magdalene laundries and others, and also in relation to BIK relief for our defence forces in relation to accommodation and also medical treatment. But of course the Minister deliberately avoided increasing carbon taxes in Budget 2019, or even addressing the disparity between petrol and diesel fuel vehicles. Section 9 of the Act, of course, which you referred to earlier on, it does extend the exemption for electric vehicles down to the end of 2021, though it rightly applies a cap of €50,000 on that exemption. And Section 11, of course, amends Section 128F of the 1997 Act, which provides for favourable tax treatment of share options granted under the Key Employee Engagement Programme, KEEP. And we've heard a lot about that in the last year, I think, Minister, from your colleagues in the Business Department and from yourselves. But one of the questions I've asked Minister Donoghue for the Friday's finance questions is if he'll indicate how many companies and employees have actually availed of KEEP, of the Key Employee Engagement Programme, so far in 2018, and what impact he expects to result from his proposed changes which are before us now for 2019. Media reports have called that programme, the KEEP programme, Minister, or Lascan, woefully unsuccessful, and there was an inference even, Minister, which maybe you could confirm, that not even one company had applied for this tax relief. And I think that Mr Donoghue, he did acknowledge the very low take-up during his own speech on a couple of Tuesdays ago on Budget Day, and he said he was going to take early action to address it. And of course, KEEP was introduced last year with the Finance Act 2017 and Section 128F of the Tax Consolidation Act 1997 provided that gains realised in the exercise of qualifying KEEP options by employees and directors won't be subject to income tax, USC or pay-related social insurance, where the requirement of Section 128F TCA 1997 are satisfied. However, capital gains tax is payable, I believe, on the disposal of the shares. So I note anyway in section 11 before us, he's replacing the €250,000 limit in any 3 consecutive years of assessment with a lifetime limit of €300,000, and the limit of 50% of the annual emoluments in the year of assessment is now being increased by 100% of the annual emoluments. So it would be interesting to see how these changes, Minister, will actually pan out. I note also that from the 1st of January 2019, and also it's also obviously section 56 of the bill, we have these significant new changes to the operation of PAYE, the modernisation programme, which has been undertaken by Revenue, and employers will need to calculate and report on the pay and deductions of their employees as they are being paid in kind of real time. And it's said that this modernisation will improve the transparency of the PAYE system and also its accuracy. It's suspected, I think, that approximately 200,000 employers will have to implement these changes, the biggest change, I understand, to reporting in almost 60 years. So, of course, the first deadline of 31st of October is just coming upon us, and there doesn't seem to have been, from some of the feedback we've got, that there's been sufficient communication and assistance to employers indeed in getting ready for these changes. So that's something perhaps the Minister might report to us again. Employers, of course, who haven't yet engaged with Revenue and who missed the first deadline of October 31 will be contacted by Revenue, but even then apparently the take-up has been very low. It's heartening, however, that the changes in Section 77 and Schedule 1 of the 2017 Finance Act will require employers to file a monthly USC return alongside the current requirement to file the income tax return. And of course, the additional superannuation contribution will also be payable by public servants starting on January 1st, 2019 under the Public Service Pay and Pensions Act. Last can, in my own pre-budget submission, I urged an increase in betting duty from 1 to 3%, which would have yielded €156 million in a full year. I also believe that Ireland should have at last begun to equalise the levels of excise on petrol and diesel, and I note that even a modest 5 cents increase in diesel excise would have yielded €165 million in a full year. In the event, of course, Section 33 increased the betting duty to 2% for bookmakers and remote bookmakers, and I note the arrangements for the betting intermediaries, which the budget book's estimate, of course, will raise nearly €52 million. Section 35, of course, does introduce the 1% VRT surcharge for diesel engine passenger vehicles from January 1st next, and is estimated to raise €25 million on a full year. Based on the booming state of the hospitality industry, Minister, the Department of Finance assessment report, which we read carefully at the Budgetary Oversight Committee, and the strong arguments advanced by the Irish Congress of Trade Unions, I believe in my own pre-budget 2019 submission that the VAT rate should be generally increased to 11% or 11.5%, and that the latter rate would have raised an additional €289 million for the Exchequer. But since the Minister, I think, and the Fine Gael government were so adverse to any significant effort to broaden the tax base by requiring more tax contributions from the very highest paid cohorts, I recommended some changes for those earning over €120,000 and particularly those earning over €150,000, or to any initial steps to broaden carbon-related taxation. The Minister, of course, ultimately decided in one go to jump back to 13.5% for the hospitality and related businesses in the single budget, as we have here in Section 41 before us. Now, like other deputies, I've had serious complaints from small restaurants and hotels, hairdressers, other businesses, that given the anxieties about Brexit in particular for tourism, that the Minister might have adopted a phased or a stepped approach to this change. I note and I welcome the 9% for newspapers and the new paragraph 7A which applies to electronic in Schedule 3 of the VAT Consolidation Act 2010, which applies to electronic publication. But what does the Minister estimate will be the net additional revenues for the Exchequer in in 2019 arising from Section 41. I notice also that a colleague who was speaking earlier, he attributed the changes, I think, in Section 51 to the influence of Minister Ross. But we heard before the election, I almost said before the budget, we heard before the budget, in fact, that there was a lot of canvassing coming from Fine Gael, from your colleagues, Minister, in relation to Section 51, and that your Fine Gael party as a whole was very disappointed with the Minister's decision only to increase the capital acquisition tax Group A, the tax-free threshold, from 310,000 to 320,000. But many citizens, will look at this finance bill and will continue to be seriously worried at Ireland's great dependence on corporation taxes from a small number of huge foreign multinationals. They're also deeply concerned at the strong perception that the tax avoidance industry will remain untroubled by this bill, and that Ireland continues to be referred to as a tax haven in international studies like those conducted by Oxfam and others. And while providing strong incentives, of course, for start-ups, Section 23 before us, and in fact Section 23, as you know, Minister, I think those three sections, is it 23 and 24, 25, they make up actually the bulk of the bill, in fact, before us. But it does seem to include a serious attempt by the Department of Finance and by Revenue to tighten up reliefs in schemes like the Employment Investment Incentive, the EII, and the SURE, the start of relief for entrepreneurs. I also note the anti-avoidance provisions, and there seems to be provision for clawback of incorrect self-certified returns, and EIE and SURE are extended, of course, to the end of 2021. But I mean, what are the latest estimates for tax expenditures under this section and the likely overall impact of these changes, including on promoting jobs, because at the end of the day that's what it all should be about, which make up a large part of that section in the bill. Film tax expenditures, of course, cost nearly 90 million in 2015, and I notice here we have the time-limited tapered the regional reliefs in Section 24, but again, how will they impact on tax expenditures? The other detail, of course, Section 25 refers to control foreign companies, and the Minister has said in his earlier speech that as part of our international obligations under the anti-tax evasion measures, we voted, of course, on the new anti-tax avoidance directive, the AIRAD rules, on budget night, and the Dáil approved the 12.5% tax, and many of us supported that, Minister, because we thought that that's at least a start, and it's unrealised gains, of course, where companies migrate or transfer assets offshore. And perhaps the Minister will explain how the new broadly based exit tax improves on what he called the pre-existing focused anti-avoidance exit charge that he referred to earlier on tonight. So what's the exact difference resulting from this very long section? The control foreign company rules in the detailed Section 25, of course, inserts a new Part 35B into the Principal Act, but I notice that the new Chapter 3 that there are very significant exemptions applied to the application of this new exit tax, and perhaps the Minister will respond on the reasons behind such exemptions. The Minister said tonight earlier on that these measures in Section 25 fulfil our commitment, of course, under the corporation tax roadmap. But constituents will ask whether this section finally begins to address tax evasion structures, for example, like the single malt, Minister, and other devices to evade taxes in our jurisdiction. And that's again something that yourself and the Minister might come back to as the debate proceeds. We'll also be alarmed, many constituents, Minister, are also alarmed with the recent reports that we got from UNCTAD, the Conference on Trade and Development, showing the total foreign direct investment inflows to the state declined by €71 billion in the first half of 2018. And this clearly follows the so-called Trump tax reforms, and again highlights the failure of this government to broaden the Irish tax base. Minister, yourself and Minister Donoghue, you might have had an opportunity to read the report entitled, and I quote, Budget 2019, Issues for Members of the House of the Oireachtas, which was produced, I think, yesterday or the day before by the Parliamentary Budget Office. That report raises significant problems with the publication of the budget and of this finance bill. Besides the querying of whether the Minister has placed his total faith in an orderly Brexit and whether he is actually pursuing a counter-cyclical stance at all, the PBO raises important issues in the estimation of votes. In fact, can we believe the amounts that you've estimated for health or for justice, for example, and has requested major improvements in the accessibility, accuracy and consistency in the reporting of budget information. The Parliamentary Budget Office identifies a number of of errors in the document entitled Budget 2019 Economic and Fiscal Outlook. And again, I wonder, is the Department aware of this and beginning to address it? And ask that this information, the corrected information, once amended, should be relayed before the Oireachtas. So that's a very serious charge, Minister, that there are inaccuracies in documents that were presented to us along with the budget. The PBO, of course, welcomes the announcement made in relation to green budgeting and also asks for much greater progress in relation to equality and gender budgeting. And we had a debate, of course, last week, on last Thursday night, on that particular matter. But really, some of the questions asked in that report, like, for example, the publication of a fully costed estimate for Brexit contingency measures, well, like, we still don't know. We're still nearly as vague as Theresa May's backbenchers as to what exactly will be the cost. I know you might say, well, she says the deal is 95% done, the divorce deal, but I mean, what kind of money are we talking about here? And why are the supplementary estimates included already in parts 1, 2 and 3 of the Budget 2019 expenditure report? PBO raised the question of why should supplementary estimates which were not approved by this House be included in that report? And for example, why is the Christmas bonus again not included in the 2019 allocations? Why is that the case? Is that not misleading, Dáil Éireann? So I hope, Minister, that yourself and your colleague will respond to these criticisms, and you're also, of course, both very welcome to come before the Budgetary Oversight Committee at an early date to answer all the questions rightly raised by the PBO. So I think in the Finance Bill there are a number of welcome measures, but there are also huge lacunae and gaps, and particularly, as I've mentioned, in relation to tax expenditures. I think the deputies and the House, we just do need to have much fuller information. We need all the figures so that we can properly conduct, I think, the finances of the nation. Thanks, Lascan.
I'm happy to speak on this bill here this evening, which seeks to give effect to the taxation changes announced on Budget Day. The bill also provides for the Budget Day announcements of a reduction to 4.5% in the 4.75% rate of USC, and an increase to the ceiling of the band on which the 2% rate of USC will be payable. We know from the ESRI report that income tax, including USC, is the largest individual source of tax revenue in Ireland, accounting for over 35% of the total. Thus, fluctuations in this source of revenue have a significant bearing on the total tax revenue. The research also finds that income tax revenue automatically increases by 2% for every 1% increase on taxable income. For the Universal Social Charge, or USC, revenue automatically increases by 1.2% for every 1% increase in taxable income. The result is simply that income tax revenues are more sensitive to economic fluctuations than revenue arising from the USC. While this might appear to be a reason for the government to leave the USC intact and not to seek to abolish it, given how stable a source of income it is, I do think we need to reconsider that position, given how hated this tax is among ordinary workers. And hated is the proper adjective, Minister. You must know that yourself. It is hated. It's punitive, and it's very, very hard on low-paid income. And it's grossly and inherently unfair system. And of course, it was introduced for a short term, but like everything, it's a source of confidence and supply, like you have from Fianna Fáil at the moment. It's too cushy for you, and you don't want to do anything with it for the ordinary people. And I wouldn't expect much different from Fine Gael. I note that the Finance Bill also provides for an increase in the home carer tax credit and the earned income tax credit. This will certainly bring partial relief to the many thousands of people who are affected, but it most certainly does not go far enough. We know that Family Carers Ireland have described the budget as bitterly disappointing, while acknowledging that a modest €5 a week increase in the weekly social welfare payments to some carers will be a small help. The family carers also accept that other measures are a step in the right direction, such as the €300 increase in the home carer tax credit, the reduced prescription charges for over 70s, a €150 million increase in the funding for disability services so badly needed, €55 million additional funding for mental health and that's so badly needed. Such an epidemic problem with mental health, and an extra 20 million for the National Treatment Purchase Fund, which won't go anywhere, with people languishing and all kinds of queues waiting. But I hope that the 55 million for the mental health will be ring-fenced and will be spent in mental health, and we'll get a seismic shift that is spent in therapies and spent in counselling, rather than spent, as it is at the moment, the vast majority of it, on pharmaceuticals and drugs and medicines. We need a whole re-evaluation of how we deal with mental health, not dishing out prescriptions willy-nilly and greasing the fat paws of the pharma industry. However, they also say that there are many family carers who may not have seen any benefit from this budget. This is especially true for families juggling paid employment and a caring role. Young carers and full-time carers that are not in receipt of carers' allowance due to means testing. They don't get a shilling, not a cent. This is an issue that must be dealt with, especially in light of the findings that I highlighted earlier this year that found that there were 7,941 people stated that they provided regular unpaid personal help for a friend or family member. That's a staggering figure, and we're lucky to have them. We should praise them and try and support them, not penalise them. Where would our hospital queues be or a hospital be if those 7,941 volunteers weren't there? And I think we must look at that. As I said, the problem of disability, there's another issue with disability in my own county. What is most shocking to me, what is deeply concerning, is the additional finding, and this was very serious, that there are 138 carers in Tipperary under 15 years. This is a situation that demands immediate examination. These are little younger, better than children, or young adolescents. They're not and shouldn't be expected to be caring. While it's wonderful that they would be interested in caring and helping out at Cowra or Nadine Éireann, certainly, but to be having them, that burden placed on them. They need to be in school. They need to be at play. They need to be in sport and whatever other activities people, their siblings and their colleagues and friends are doing. Not, having the arduous burden of having to care for ill ones. Minister, this is disgraceful. These statistics demonstrate that the clear need for government to prioritise and fully resource carers' needs and to ensure that they are provided with every level of assistance possible. And it's clearly not happening, Minister. I said, when you have young people feeling obliged and compelled to do that. While it's good, as I said, to look after their loved ones, that's fine to help out and to assist, but not to be the sole carer and to be inhibiting their education, their creativity, their participation in sport and other activities, music, song and dance, anything that they enjoy, whether it be literature or theatre or whatever. Not to be tied into the houses looking after people, which they shouldn't have to do. When you have a sector of our society providing over 250,000 hours of care every week, not a year, 250,000 hours every week caring hours, then it is very clear that the work they are doing is of fundamental importance. Where would the hospital queues be? Where would our nursing homes be? We just couldn't cope if that 250,000 hours weekly, 52 weeks of the year, wasn't carried out. So we need to show respect for that. That is keeping people out of hospitals, keeping them where they're happy in their home, where they're happy and will make better recoveries. That must be reflected in the government's approach to carers and their families in the future, Minister, and you had a missed opportunity. We also know from reporting today by Oireachtas that the people in need of HSC home care packages are waiting longer than 2 years in some cases for the service, while the average delay is 3.5 months. A damning new report reveals today the current waiting list for how many home packages is 6,100. Where is your moral compass, Minister? Have you sunk that low in looking after the fat cats and everybody else that you ignore these people who have given so much service to our state, who have paid their taxes, raised their families, housed themselves, that you would have people waiting when they need it most, when they're vulnerable and when they're ill and feeble, that they have to wait 6,100 waiting lists and someone waiting up to 2.5 years. And I salute Oireachtas and other journalists that expose this. But it runs like water off a duck of yourself and our Teflon Taoiseach, Taoiseach Varadkar, who is good for spin and PR, as Deputy Naughton said when he resigned 10 days ago. that he was only interested in optics, not fibre optics, that he was interested in polls, not telegraph polls, but opinion polls. An obsession with that. He had the audacity to set a 5 million spin machine in place at the beginning of this year. Moria withdrew, but we're not fooled. We know he still has it. But he's like a spinning top, and he keeps spinning until it goes out of control, and he'll fly off it someday in a heap of brush. Brishta agus Kailta. It's disgraceful to have that kind of a waiting list, and you should be ashamed of it. It's reported that pensioners are now finding it more difficult to access home care than a decade ago. Just imagine. And you're in government now, Minister, for 7 years. And what you weren't going to do when you came in. It's more difficult for pensioners to access home care packages now than it was 10 years ago. What are we doing in this country? Where are we going? I said, where is the moral compass? You don't have it, Minister, but if you have it, it's in the soles of your shoes or someplace else, or in a spin office up in government buildings. The findings are taken from an investigation by the Carer Alliance Ireland. And I salute them and the home carers, and I salute family carers, and Catherine Cox, and indeed Councillor Richard Millay, colleague of mine in South Tipperary, the manager of family carers in South Tipperary. Care Alliance Ireland Executive Director Liam O'Sullivan estimated that there is a gap of 18%, or 4 million care hours, between what is needed and the service people receive. And with Oireachtas and Tara, listen to those figures, not my figures, that a manager director of Care Alliance Ireland, Liam O'Sullivan, he estimated there's a gap of 18%, or 4 million care hours. Not 4, not 40, not 400, not 4,000, 4 million care hours. You'd hang your head in shame between what is needed and the service people receive. A gaping indictment, a staggering indictment on your government and your services. The Minister will stand up at the Taoiseach this morning and tell us that we have now 17 billion into the HSE. $1 billion extra than last year. Great pronouncement. But you can't see that we're finding money and it's been sucked and siphoned off and going to a black hole. The waste is staggering. And yet here, the very lowest and most vulnerable of all are 4 million care hours short. And we have plenty of it for the private caring companies and the prices they charge. But that's what this government is all about, looking after our friends in private places, looking after the retired HSE officials and department officials who are setting up their own private services when they've seen the gap, when they've created the gap when they were in service, and then they're allowing their own businesses to thrive afterwards. It's disgusting, and I feel ashamed to be any way associated with it. What has the Minister provided for this bill that will deal with the awful situation from getting worse? 10 years ago it was better. I know we had a crash and a crisis, but surely we have to be making, with all the talk of recovery, as you had in the last election, recovery. So you saw where that got you. Not very far. The finance bill also provides for the change in the 9% VAT rate for hotels, restaurants and a range of other services to 13.5%, as well as an increase in the excise duty on cigarettes of 50 cents. I said, look, we should deal with the cigarettes in another situation. People are addicted to them, and putting them up every year is not a helping situation for some young people. But the increase in the VAT was outrageous. You were warned and warned. And Deputy Broome was talking earlier, yes, Dublin hotels are booming, and not them all, but the vast majority of them. But anything outside the pale isn't, and is struggling. And it was reckless of you in the extreme to increase that VAT. You had all the warnings and you had all the indicators to say that we're not having the same recovery. You should know that from the South East Minister down in Wexford, and you're not having the same boom and madness that you have in this city. So it was stupid, it was foolish, it was short-sighted, and it was indeed patently wrong. We know that the reaction to this measure has been of one of dismay within the tourism sector. In his budget address, the Minister said a review of the 9% VAT rate had found that the measures had done the job. What job? I remember a former teacher who said getting a lot done and more to do. What job? It's done the job in Dublin. Yes, once Dublin is doing fine, to hell with rural Ireland. To hell with the Connacht. It prevails under your government again. That old saying and adage. Oliver Cromwell had it when he came to your county and my county in Tipperary. And to hell out the Connacht. It's back again to hell out to Dublin. The high road and no road. And Bóthar Dorica. on Beaufort Gloss in Ballyarclia, where there's not all rosy and Dublin. There's lots of problems, as we know, with people homeless and with people trying to get a bed for a night and with people trying to live in the cost of living. Look at the students and the cost of their accommodation and the disgraceful way they're being treated. Our young people that we want to nurture. More than knowing a chucky sheet. But you're forgetting about that all the time. He said in the new economic reality it was appropriate, if you wouldn't mind, to increase the VAT in the tourism sector to 13.5% from January 2019. This will raise 466 million. Nice figure, yeah. Look at the damage it will do to fledgling, recovering trade in places like Tipperary, in towns like Carrigan-Shure, Clonmel and Dungarvan, and indeed right up into Thurles, Nina and Borrisakane and all the smaller villages and indeed our beautiful, Lake District in Tipperary and all the different towns, Cashel na Moon, the famed Rock of Cashel. We're getting the numbers up, but now we're going to kill it off. We could have went up by 1%, a little, but not be so greedy. But you wouldn't listen to anybody. This is simply not the case. It may have done its job in some areas of Dublin, in particular the city centre, but it's absolutely the case that the measure itself is needed in rural Ireland. And why couldn't you prevail that or make that point, Minister? Or have you any say? Is it the sacred trio of Leo, Taoiseach and Pascal and Owen, the three Dublin city slickers, who hardly know where Naas is, who hardly know where Monaghan is, only all about Dublin and selfies and the spin and all the guru that goes with that. So I think it was a stupid decision. Stamp duty. Section 46 of the Finance Bill 2018 provides for the extension of young trained farmers' stamp duty relief for a further 3 years up to the end of 2021, and I welcome that. Agriculture recovered us of the last number of recessions, but not so this time because we're in dire straits. This release provides for full exemption on stamp duty on transfers of farmland to certain young trained farmers. This exemption from stamp duty is designed to encourage and transfer of farmland to a new generation of farmers with relevant qualifications. The transfer made by the way of a gift or sale. Good measure. In order to be eligible, the farmer must be under the age of 35, you get a progression rate as well in farmers, and transfer of land, on the date of the deed of transfer, and must also have attained one of the necessary qualifications. Very important. We need to be open at it and educated and the best and brightest and as good as any place else in Europe. The young trained farmer must also, for a period of 5 years from the date of the execution of the deed of transfer, spend not less than 50% of his or her normal working time farming the land and retain ownership of the land. This is punitive enough, but I can see why it's necessary. Transfers by way of lease or where a power of revocation exists will not qualify for the exemption. I understand that too. As Conor Flannery has reported in Agriland, some additional measures were added to the Finance Bill 2018 that were not announced by the Minister on Budget Day. Section 46 of the bill is also being availed of to bring the legislative provisions that deal with the young trained farmer stamp duty relief and stamp duty farm consolidation relief into compliance with EU state regulations that apply to them. These provisions include requiring that a business plan is provided to Teagasc before a newly qualified young trained farmer can receive a refund of stamp duty he or she has paid in the course of provision or purchase of the land. As well as that, a cumulative lifetime cap of 70,000 will apply to the amount of tax relief credit that can be enjoyed by a farmer under the Young Trained Farmer Stamp Duty relief and stock relief for young trained farmers and succession of farmer partnerships. Provisions will also include a number of other changes to legislation governing the young trained farmer and stamp duty relief and the stamp duty farm consolidation relief to ensure that they are state aid compliant. Income averaging and stock relief, very important there as well, and IFA and other agencies look for it. Meanwhile, the bill includes a set of details over averaging stock relief. Income averaging allows eligible farmers, and I say eligible, to calculate a taxable income as the average of their income in the current year and the previous 4 years on a rolling basis, thus smoothing the tax liability over a 5-year cycle, especially in a year like this. Blino Fásach, with the wet spring and the snow, Sneachta, and indeed in the severe drought. At present, certain farmers are not entitled to avail of the income averaging regime as they or their spouse or civil partners earns another income off land. The amendment recently announced by the Minister Donohoe will extend the scheme out to such farmers, and I welcome that, with the averaging only applying in respect of farm profits. This measure will increase the number of farmers who are able to avail. Furthermore, stock relief is a relief from income tax in respect of increases in the value of farms' trading stock. It is allowable as a deduction of a defined percentage amount of the increase in the value of the trading stock at the end of the accounting period over and above the opening value. The 25% general stock relief on income tax and 50% stock relief on income tax for registered farm partnerships and 100% stock relief on income tax for certain young trained farmers were due to expire in December, and I welcome their extension, as all farming bodies had. However, their long-standing reliefs have been extended out for a further 3 years, and that's welcome. All that, Minister, and I am about to submission, and I'm running out of time now, had made a lot of suggestions. I had made suggestions in many areas. I had made one in relation to the vultures that are buying all the land in my county in Tipperary, a vulture fund called Coolmore Estates. And these tax reliefs are brought in for young farmers, small farmers, transfer of land, family farmers. And now this company can buy up 24 or 5,000 acres of land they have now, buying and buying and buying. You've refused to reinstate the Land Commission. You closed the blind eye because you were all brought down to Coolmore and fed and watered down there some years ago. And it's disgusting and disgraceful. Not a perch of land can be bought in Tipperary by any young farmer, any family farm, but these vultures, with Chinese and other money, big fat checkbooks, they're getting this relief. It's time you can separate the chaff from the straw, from the oats. Same with the VAT in the Dublin and the hotels in the country. This wasn't set up for these vultures. They're no better than the vultures that are coming from abroad that are victimising our people with houses, because they're buying houses too. And they're getting away scot-free and laughing all the way to the bank, using this wonderful scheme set up for family farms, hijacking it, abusing it, and a rush. We thought you'd change it this year, but you didn't. So they'll have another 12 months to do what they like. And I'll be putting forward amendments in the finance bill, as I did last year, to put a 50% tax on land acquisitions, land holdings over 750 acres. And you know that's a big holding in Wexford and Tipperary. It's a high threshold. Not the 27,000 acres. And buying up all the straw, these letting ordinary farmers without any bit of straw to purchase. This is not welcome in Ireland. This is the landlords back again. The landlords, the British landlords, and I came from London today in the House of Commons this morning, didn't treat our people like that before the first shots of the Civil War were fired in Solihull Beg in 1919. They had to go to take up arms. And we're going to have something like that in Tipperary to stop this. And not only Tipperary, it's East Waterford, West Waterford, East Cork, Kilkenny, and up into Dublin. And there are other vultures as well up here, so-called syndicates. But it's wrong, and you can't see. Are you so blind you can't see that the scheme that you brought in, for good reason, is being hijacked and abused by conglomerates like this and putting ordinary people out of business? Go on.
You got Deputy Bernard Durkin.
You will ask Corla, and I'm glad to have an opportunity to speak on the finance bill. I had only 2.5 minutes on the budget, so it's a welcome change, Lascan Corla. So I think that the finance bill, of course, is the statutory mechanism to give effect to the budget, and it's timely, I think, to reflect in a more positive way on where we have come from and how far we have developed over the past number of years, and the huge sacrifices that had to be made by the people and indeed by the politicians in this House and this country in order to get where we are now. There are lots of things we still haven't achieved, there's no doubt about that. We do have a housing problem, a serious problem, and it affects young people, and it is something that we have to deal with, and sooner rather than later. I certainly would like to see something done in that area as a matter of urgency. Now, I'm fully aware, as much as anybody else, of the exigencies within which we must operate. And I was a member of the Special Housing Committee that sat 2 years ago to examine how to deal with the housing situation in the country generally. And I suggested, as I have done many times in the past, a way to deal with the issue, and that was to go back to the old-fashioned system of relying on local authority and affordable houses. That was changed back about 25 years ago when approved housing bodies were given the responsibility to take over from the local authorities and replace them. And I predicted at the time from my sins that wouldn't work. And everybody scoffed at the notion that this was the greatest idea that ever happened, and that was bound to solve the problem in a way it was going to bring private monies into what was the public house building programme, and was going to be done without any major sacrifice. Wrong. It didn't happen that way, Alaska and Corla. All that happened was that particular housing requirement wasn't met at all, and hasn't been met since, and won't be met, to my mind, as long as those bodies are competing. And my reason for so thinking, no disrespect to the housing bodies, in actual fact the special housing bodies are very, very good, and proved that they were very good, at dealing with specific areas, very acute areas. But they should never have been expected to deal with the thrust of the body and weight of the whole housing requirement. And some wise person along the way decided that to change the name of local authority houses and affordable houses and to call it social housing, as if identifying it as something that was free in some way or other. And I feel it did a lot of damage to the efforts that were being made down through the years to deal with the housing situation. And we have to remember this, that housing is an ongoing problem. It doesn't go away. So every year there's a new crop of people who require housing to be provided in one shape or other. And what we've got now is we have got those in the lower income group competing with those in the middle income group, who in turn are coming downhill at them and competing with them on the bottom of the ladder, as it were. It is a very unfair game, and neither the middle income group or the lower income group are being satisfied and cannot be satisfied, because the housing prices are being controlled by the same sector. And it's never going to change unless there are specific changes to the structure of the housing development process, and it's given back, responsibility is given back to the local authorities, who in turn have to be given a project and a programme each year, a particular target that they have to meet and provide for. And that's easily done, because all the budgetary figures, all the census figures are available. They're available in respect of the need to provide school places, they're in respect of the need to provide all public utility services. And housing is nothing exceptional there. It's just another issue that has to be dealt with. The other thing in that respect, Alaska and Corla, and I think this relates to taxation in general. Local authority housing applicants who find themselves forced up the ladder to compete with others on the private housing lists, ending up in some cases spending up to $2,000 a month. Now that's a lethal situation, because we've got to remember that the affordable and local authority housing system was actually part of our taxation system when it was working properly. And that was that the people in a particular income bracket weren't forced to seek higher wages, because that's the only other way they can go. They weren't forced to seek higher wages, as happened in the case of the benchmarking just a few short years ago. And benchmarking was brought in to address that issue, because it wasn't possible, due to the cost of living arising from massively rising house prices. It wasn't possible for the people to exist. Hence, benchmarking was brought in respect to the public sector, which in turn impacted on the private sector, which in turn inflated the economy to such an extent that, well, we know what happened eventually, and shouldn't have happened, but that's the way it was. I think that it's no harm at all to reflect on the way we used to do things, and the way we seem to have got into a rut and not able to look at the positive things that were there. And I think, it's very easy for the opposition to pour cold water on everything the government does. They do that very well, and I'm sure I did it myself in a similar situation. But I've learned new things, new ways to do it, from listening over the past couple of years. And, I think one of the things that was always a feature of this House was there was always a recognition by whoever was in opposition for the efforts of those in government in difficult times. We always had to give credit for that, and that was always the case. That's disappeared now. In actual fact, the only thing that happens now is whoever is in government gets blamed for everything that goes wrong, and the opposition takes credit for everything that doesn't go wrong. I didn't say goes right, but doesn't go wrong. I think that we have to learn from that, Alaska and Corla. So we have changed in the way we debate in this House. We've changed, not for the better to my mind, and I think that we should never say anything in the House that we couldn't say to people outside the House. I think that's part and parcel of what we need to do if we are to establish respect for each other in the House, in return for which, outside the House, people will have respect for the members of the House and respect for each other. And I think it's something that we were pretty good at over the years, but even in turbulent times. And I think we've lost our way on that particular one in more recent times. I want to just refer, if I might briefly, the last Cancórla, to the times in which we live now and the challenges that are ahead. And this finance bill must be viewed against international challenges, global challenges, world trade wars and their potential. And the late Peter Sutherland is no longer around. But when he was a major figure, a major player in achieving equilibrium in the World Trade Area, in the WTO. And he spent a lot of time working at it. He was very successful at it, and he influenced it in a positive way. So we got to a situation whereby small countries were no longer the minions, and they were being targeted all the time. Of course, some of the larger economies don't like that. They would always prefer to have minions in their vicinity, like great white sharks and others. It's always a good thing to have the minions in their vicinity so that they can rely on them for support at a particular time. We have that possibly distinct threat of a global trade war. And it is something that we have to keep in mind, and it's something that we have to keep in mind particularly in the course of the budget and finance bill. And we have to recognise that at this stage that threat remains ahead of us, and we hope that it doesn't get any worse. The whole issue of any diminution in foreign direct investment here, because some people in this House will welcome that. They will say things like there shouldn't be any foreign direct investment and it should be elsewhere. Well, of course, elsewhere will always welcome that as well, because elsewhere wants to attract foreign direct investment. They're our competitors. And when we're in that kind of situation, we need to recognise, that not everybody's on our side. We also have the obvious threat of Brexit. Which hasn't gone away, and its effects won't go away unless there's a change of heart amongst our neighbours across the water. We would all hope that there would be. We would all hope that they would revert back to what prevailed heretofore, to acknowledging the sacrosanct of the Good Friday Agreement and the necessity to underwrite it and to stay with it regardless, and that we would also recognise the benefit, all of us, of in a single market of 500 million people plus, which is a fairly sizable market in anybody's back garden, without going into the wider global sphere at all. Starting off with the 500 million of a market is a fair advantage. And I think what we have to watch out for is this, that we don't have a situation where our next door neighbour withdraws from the scene, and that we end up paying for it, because that could happen too. And it's something we have to guard against, and we have to guard it simply by being absolutely certain that we retain sufficient ownership of our own economy at all times to ensure that in the troubled waters that might lie ahead, that we can battle as good as anybody else. And I would have to say that I have great confidence in our ability as a nation to survive in that kind of situation. And I might also add that we have a duty in this House to look after our neighbours in Northern Ireland, because we are inextricably linked economically, socially, and for all the things that have happened, and as the Queen said in her speech, and some of which we might be better off if they hadn't happened at all. But we need now to ensure that we do nothing disruptive. Nothing happens of a disruptive nature, and I know that we're not going to do that in this jurisdiction. But we hope that in adjoining jurisdictions, that we do not find ourselves in a less prevailingly providential situation than we have been heretofore. We need, as an island, to be able to trade as a single market, in a single market, north and south, for the benefit of both north and south. And together we can play our part. United Ireland aside, this is economics, simple economics. We have a major role to play in the context of the European Union as well. I would like to think, Alas Cancórla, that in the years recently past, that we have stood a test, probably the most rigorous test that we've ever faced, when we found ourselves broken. I'm not attributing any political agenda to this at all, because these things can happen at any time. We have to try to ensure that they don't happen again, or that we have done our best to avert the worst excesses of what might happen. I think that things like the Rainy Day Fund, while not massive in themselves, are an indication of what we have in mind, an indication of what we are thinking about at budget time and at finance bill time. I think that's a wise decision now, because we will be in a position, if need be, to borrow on the international markets and to borrow at low interest rates. If we do things wrong, if we throw caution to the wind and spend injudiciously, I don't think we will have that backing. I don't think that even our European colleagues will be secure in that. So the important thing we have to ensure is that our European colleagues have sufficient confidence in us as a nation to withstand anything that happens. And I think that they will do that as long as we are prudent in the way we manage our finances. And we should also remember, though, that notwithstanding the fact that the IMF have withdrawn from government buildings, there still remains a problem. And we have to remain alert and try to ensure that as and when the time comes, we will, if we have to recover again, we will depend on ourselves to do it, and we'll accept the support of our colleagues in Europe in that effort.
Deputy Drucker might kindly move the adjournment.
I do so move.
Dáil Éireann